He'll just tuck back in behind again and... Oh, Phil...
Did he lock it up? He locked it up going in.
Here we go. Down up the inside.
He's not going to clear it.
Yeah, you know what's going to happen now.
Don't do it. They're going to go side by side through there. Another crack at it. Oh, smart. Yeah, down. Oh, no, he did it to the other side. Oh, Phil didn't expect that. He's going to be around the outside now. Yeah, he'll get the job done. He's going to get the throttle down there side by side. Coming into the left-hander. It's going to be down on the inside, but Phil still holds on.
Challenger versus the Legend. Catch it all at the final round of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, the Phillip Island 500, this Sunday, November 15.
Welcome everyone to the final round of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series presented by GTM Mega Racing. And V8's Online. My apologies, guys, for my internet. Wouldn't be a broadcast of mine without some internet playing up, but thank you for watching. Jay Kennedy, Clayton Brooks here for the final round of the GTM Mega Racing Endurance Cup, round 15 of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Jay Kennedy, Clayton Brooks here for this. Brooksy, you got me there, mate?
I certainly do. Jay, how are you this afternoon?
Great. I thought I'd fix my internet, but obviously not. So that's okay.
That's all good, mate. Bloody Telstra, hey?
No comment. I'm pretty hyped about this tonight, mate. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't go to bed last night early. I had to stay up a little bit. I was so excited about what's going to happen today. It will be fantastic. As we mentioned last night, there is absolutely nothing in this championship hunt. Basically, whoever wins, wins the championship. And I love that it's come down to this.
Yeah, we couldn't have scripted it any better, could we, Jay? It's what we set out year and a half ago to put in place. It's come to fruition pretty much tonight, and yeah, such a close championship at the top. Not just the top, actually. There's good little battles going on all up and down the championship table and the endurance championship table as well. So we couldn't have scripted it any better, and yeah, the anticipation's building. I can't wait to see the final result.
Yeah, hearing a lot of rumblings throughout the paddock in regards to setup of cars and things like that. A lot of guys have found something magical overnight, so we expect the pace of the race to be very, very fast, which should be awesome to watch.
Yeah, it should. Yeah, I've heard the same thing. Guys have been developing setups throughout the day, so yeah, it's going to be on for young and old. There will be safety cars. They're going to play a part in this race as well, so hold on to your seats. It's going to be a good one.
We had qualifying and the top 15 shootout last night. We had 40 cars in the qualifying session and top 15 in the shootout. We've got 3 extra cars making the grid who couldn't make it last night, so we'll have the full 43 car field, and we will see 86 drivers on the grid, which is absolutely massive for this very, very fantastic fast track. So I'm sure it'll be an action-packed race. Lots of passing, especially in Honda hairpin during the race, and 113 laps. I'm absolutely pumped. I wish the race was starting now.
Yeah, it'd be good. Of course, first up we're going to have the Star Mazda support race and then the Porsche Rough Cup support races before the main race kicks off about 7 o'clock, I think, Jay.
Yeah, roughly about that time. So we've got a little bit to go through. I'm about to start warming up in the Star Mazda, and we'll have Jake and Richard in for commentary of that race. But I think possibly Stephen Sandman Clark might be here with us. I don't know if you're there. You got a Sandman?
Oh, I certainly am, Tiger. How are you?
Very good. Now, last night there was a little bit of an issue in your team surrounding your teammate not even potentially having pedals to drive with. All sorted and ready to go?
Oh, mate, it was nail-biting stuff. I only probably found out about, 26 minutes ago that Muggo had got himself a set of pedals, and it's all sorted. The good news is that we worked on the car overnight, and he took the car out, shook it down within a couple of laps. He was on the pace, and then got back on the radio and said to us that it's probably the best V8 supercar he's ever driven around Phillip Island. So that takes a lot of pressure off us because we weren't quite sure, the limited laps that he had leading up to this event compared to everyone else. But always a professional, Muggo, and we're really looking forward to the race today.
Yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon excited about it. But in regards to other issues that we had, Brooksy, put your team manager's hat on for a second. Your team driver, Jared Philsell, his teammate obviously was having issues yesterday, Bo-Catel. Reports yesterday he got his computer fixed, but hadn't done any laps. How is he going?
Yeah, mate, he jumped on about midday. He's turned a few laps and he seems to be going okay, doing pretty good lap times. Out at a wedding all night last night, so he fed a McDonald's this morning, I think, and got himself into the groove. And I've got some other news. 8th place Lee Dave qualified. His teammate George Maris unable to make tonight's race, we think. So Justin Ruzia is racing home from Griffiths, where he was racing go-karts last night in the Endurance Karting Championship, and he's racing home to try and partner with Lee Dave. So,
wow.
Yeah,
That'll be exciting.
It's all going on. A lot of phone calls being made, but
yeah,
hopefully, because Lee's done a lot of work. He's quite fast, as we know. He's done a lot of preparation for the event, so it'll be a shame if he had to miss it. So yeah, Justin's doing his best to make it home for him.
Well, that's pretty exciting. Full on commitment from him. I know he hasn't done a lot of practice or a lot of laps in the V8 for a long time as well. So that'll be interesting to see how he goes and how quickly he gets on the pace too, Brooksy.
Yeah, we might have to get Seb the camera on him for the first lap and see count how many times he spins.
Very cruel, mate. Very cruel.
No, we all know Justin. He's a professional. He'll do a good job no matter what car he's in. So
even if he doesn't enjoy
it. Yeah, true. Oh, we'll see how he goes. And I mean, they're going to be a strong combination. Obviously, with the lack of practice Justin has done, if he can get his head around it quick enough, he's going to improve as his stint goes on. So should be good for the guys.
Mate, while you got your team manager's hat on, how about the Fuel Cell camp, mate? How are they feeling over there?
Very relaxed. Up until this morning, there was a bit of anxiety there, I suppose, without Bo being able to do any laps and not sure on if he was going to even get the chance to do laps. But now that Bo's done laps, he's got a good feel for the setup that we're running, and yeah, he's quietly confident. And Phil Cell, he just can't wait to get it on. So yeah, all good in that camp, mate.
Now, Sam, put your team hat on. How's your teammate feeling? Madison down, obviously leading the championship, but not great in qualifying last night, or in the shootout last night, finishing 7th. How's he feeling?
Yeah, it obviously wasn't probably the best shootout result that he could have hoped for, but I know after qualifying he went away and did some work, and the team worked on a setup that I said that Muggo had a crack at this morning, and he's feeling pretty good. He's obviously a lot more comfortable with the car today than he was last night, so that sort of boosted him a little bit. But everyone knows that it's a long race. 100 odd laps around this place is it's going to have work cut out for you regardless of where you are on the grid. And these two boys, they've got a lot on the line, and it's not every day you get to race for a championship. This result tonight, I should say, is a championship defining moment. So the pressure's on for both of them, but he's a lot more comfortable today than he was last night.
Yeah, we're about to go to a quick break, but I just want to mention the last time we had a final race come down to the last round of the championship. Sam, do you remember that event that we had at Suzuka? Justin Ruggier versus Madison down, fighting for the championship on the last lap.
I think maybe a couple of people were whinging about busted eardrums or broken speakers or stuff like that.
I think I had to get a new headset from that one.
What a great moment that
Seb
was.
had to have 2 weeks off. He had blood coming out his ears. And
it cost me $200 a year replacing hearing aids after that.
But how awesome was it? Just
it was,
mate, running out of fuel at the line, just unbelievable.
Could we see it again?
I was doing Justin's fuel for him that night, and we knew I was gonna short fill it, and he was hitting a number every single lap. But yeah, Madison made him push those last 2 laps and pushed him out of fuel. So that was a great race.
All right, we'll take a quick break before we get into the Star Mazda Australian Championship support race. You're watching V8s Online's coverage of the Phillip Island 500 Enduro.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race. So you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back to V8s Online's coverage of the GT Amiga Racing Endurance Cup final round at Phillip Island 500. But before we get into the main event, it's time for our support races. This is the Star Mazda Australian Championship. Jake Burton and Richard Hampstead will take commentary.
Hi Jay, thanks a lot. Of course, we've got our final race of the GT Omega Endurance Cup for the Star Mazda Australian Championship. A 100-kilometre race, 23 laps here at Phillip Island with 3 minutes left in practice. How are you tonight, Richard?
Yeah, hi Jake, hi everyone. Good to be here for what's going to be an awesome race of the Star Mazda Australian Championship. If it can get anywhere near the excitement we had last night, I'm sure we're in for a great one.
Sure thing, Richard. And looking at the practice times at the moment, Troy Burgess currently leading the board with a 1:28.28. This is incredibly fast compared to last night. It might be worth mentioning that the setup for the Star Mazda Australian Championship has undergone a bit of a change last night. The gear ratio has been extended and the weather is a little bit cooler. So that'll mean that these guys won't be hitting the limiter at the end of the straight like we saw last night. Should generate a bit more overtaking.
Yeah, certainly. They were having a lot of issues with people hitting the limiter, a couple of them halfway down the straight last night, so that'll certainly add to the overtaking. Also to note is that there's certainly quite a few more entries tonight. We've got 41 entries for the race so far. A couple of people such as Troy Burgess and Gary Hamilton, who I don't believe raced last night, right up for the front, so they'll certainly play a part in this race.
That's it, Richard, and I'll give a quick shout out to two other guys actually, debutants to the GT Omega Endurance Cup support categories, Henry Lake and Callum Williams, currently sitting 10th and 12th in the board. Now these two guys actually relatively new to iRacing. They're, as you can see, got quite a bit of speed, but I actually am ex-competitors with these guys. These two young go-karters, obviously around 15, 16 years old, racing in WA, and now they're taking on iRacing, so good luck to those guys.
Yeah, it's good to see a couple more go-karters in the series. Certainly seen quite a few prominent names in the V8s. You've got yourself, you've got Josh Rogers, you've got also people like Lee Day, George Maris, and so who are very prominent, and of course Justin Ruger as well, who I believe just won another Australian Championship. So it's good to see all those guys coming into iRacing and yeah, competing.
That's certainly right. Justin doing a fantastic job yesterday, claiming the Australian title for what I believe is the Australian Karting Endurance Series. So fantastic job by Justin. But with about 15 seconds left to go in this session, there's only 3 1/1000ths in it at the top of the timesheets between Burgess and Anderson, who was yesterday's winner. It's going to be an interesting qualifying session, mate.
Well, it's so close. I mean, if you look through the field, you've got top 24 separated by less than a second. So, I mean, we saw a couple of the guys put in some blistering times last night. I believe Josh Anderson beat his practice time in quali, and I think so Trent Thomas. So, if those guys can do that, they'll be on for great results. But it only takes a little bit, and you're 5th or 6th, like which happened to Michael Fabian last night.
That's it, and we've got a little bit of intel from the runners of the series, G&T Racing, that front tyre wear is actually a factor in these cars, noticing that it does start to get a little pushy, but you can normally bring it back within half a lap, and that's what we saw. We saw guys yesterday like, I think it was Craig Edwards, sorry, who had a big moment late in the race, but sort of just settled his car down in the closing lap for a lap or two and had grip back. So we've now headed into this qualifying session. Who are we going to look at, Richard?
Geez, there's so many to choose from. So we're going to have a look at Craig Edwards, who is just coming through turn 1 into the Southern Loop right now. He did a great job last night. It'll be interesting to see if he can back up his performance from last night today.
Most certainly, and looks like Craig maybe just taking a little bit slow on this lap, trying to make the most of the tyres, but we did notice last night that after 3 or 4 laps the car just gets faster and faster, so you'd think these guys would want to go straight hard out of the box, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I think I would mostly, just because it gets the pressure off you. Like, you don't know anyone else's time, so just put your head down and you just do the best you can do, and that would be the strategy that I'll go for. So. And it looks like, to be honest, that's what most people are doing. I think just about everyone seems to be on track right now. So, yeah, looking forward to watching the times tumble.
And just a bit of a refresher for those who may have forgot, or those new to the GT Omega Cup support categories. Star Mazda Australian Championship the format for qualifying is that it's a private qualifying server, so you've got the whole track to yourself and you get 4 laps, and whoever does the fastest time obviously goes to pole. So it's all the pressure's on for these guys, but no distractions, just you and that racetrack.
Yeah, certainly, and in these cars, it's probably the longer you stay out, the better, as the fuel comes down, because they obviously set it's a fixed setup so that they can't reduce the fuel level for quali. So yeah, I think most of these guys will be staying out as long as they can and just trying to get that fuel level down to give them a little bit more pace.
I'm just watching Troy Burgess now is about to start a lap. He obviously was our fastest time in practice. Got a very good run off the last corner. Make this very tight turn 1. We noticed guys yesterday could easily take turn 1 flat due to the gear ratio, but the longer ratio tonight, I heard Troy have a little bit of a lift there, so maybe that's going to play havoc with these guys' minds, especially having run 100 kilometres yesterday with a ratio like that.
Yeah, definitely. I think also the weather could be playing a part. Oh, actually the track's pretty warm though, to be honest. It's a little bit warmer than even our shootout last night, so the tyres should be up to temp straight away, but I'm not exactly sure.
Another guy that it's good to see out there coming through the final sectors is Gary Hamilton. Of course, he was very fast at Spa when I was commentating. I'm not too sure how he went at Bathurst, but Gary Hamilton coming off the sudden loop now, drops a wheel but manages to keep it nicely on the road. Gary Hamilton, a big name in the Star Mazda Australian Championships. This guy is by no means unfamiliar with this race car.
Yeah, he's done a great time. He's beaten his practice time on his first lap in quali, so that's always a good way to start off the session, and he's currently leading the session by 2.5 tenths.
Trent Thomas as well, our G&T Racing founder of the Star Mazda Australian Championship, has jumped up to second, a couple tenths off Gary Hamilton at the moment, but I've got no doubt Trent's got a little bit more speed in that car.
Yeah, as we just see, I think Roy Burgess just jumped up into P3 then, just jumping in front of Craig Edwards on a 28.636. So good time by him. I think we've still got quite a few of the top guys who are yet to set a time here, so it'll be interesting to see where they pop up when they do.
Another guy who I'm just looking at now is Andrew Gaines. He's got a lot of speed at the moment. He's up in P6. He's 3 tenths still off his qualifying time, so he's got a lot of speed left in it. He's going to crest the last corner now and come across the line, and it's going to be a 129.0, so no improvement for Andrew Gaines. That's a shame. As we now see Michael Fabian jumping up to P6. He was a big contender in yesterday's race. Lots of speed there, Fabs.
Yeah, and yesterday, if we look at quali, he didn't get quite the time that I think he was capable of, and he's probably ruining that because he got caught up in a first lap accident. So he'll be pushing hard to try to get into the first couple of rows of the grid.
I've actually just seen Callum Williams, the guy I was mentioning at the beginning of the broadcast, West Aussie go-karter and Formula 4 driver, up to 128.6, which is going to put him in P5. Great lap time from Callum there.
Yeah, great time. I really like his helmet. I think he might have taken inspiration from a certain V8 driver there.
A certain 4 times champion, is that Richard?
Could be. It's good to know I've got some fans in the field.
Oh mate, it's pretty hard not to be a fan of you. I mean, you really are the best in the field, let's be honest.
That's a big call, Jake, but it's good to see that I've got your support.
Just looking at Damien Carr as well, maybe a little bit of a Madison Down supporter.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Sorry, I just also noticed Josh Anderson hasn't set a time yet, which is interesting. I think he's only just starting his first. Oh, he's just coming to the end of his first lap now, so it'll be interesting to see what sort of time he can put down here.
The guy I'm looking at the moment is actually JFF Racing's Robert Spicer, who's in P30, who we saw have quite a large accident yesterday, so it's good that he's managed to build the confidence to get back up in the field. But got some news. Sorry,
Jake. Just Josh Anderson's just popped up into P2 on a 28.433, so really strong time there straight out of the gates for Josh Anderson.
Of course, our provisional pole sitter just in front of Josh Anderson is Gary Hamilton, as we mentioned in practice, with a 128.3. He's got about a tenth over Josh Anderson at the moment, so that's going to be a very hard time to beat.
Definitely, and it just shows what a great time Gary Hamilton did on his first lap. Just looking at his next 2 laps, and he was nowhere near them, so yeah, definitely a great time there by Gary Hamilton.
Noticing our friend Andrew Asaya back in the field, once again choosing to not qualify and start from the back. That's a bit of an interesting choice with a 40-car field.
Yeah, I think you might have taken the wrong decision there. I think yesterday the grid was a fair bit smaller. I think we only had about 25 cars, but today with 40 cars, I think I'll definitely be out there trying to get as many spots as I could.
I'm actually just watching Gary Hamilton coming off the last corner. He's going to complete his final lap. Let's see if he can improve. It's going to be a 1:28.5, so no
good
improvement
lap
for Gary Hamilton, but still P1 on the timesheets at the moment. As we see Michael Fabian jump up to a 1:28.4, that's going to put him on the second row at the moment. Fantastic qualifying performance from Fabs. As we saw yesterday, his poor qualifying performance sort of resulted in a tough race for him. You don't want to be back in sort of the past P10 where stuff starts to get hectic.
Yeah, definitely, and he's mucked it, so his session is over. I think Craig Edwards just jumped up to P5 on a 28.585, so that pushes Troy Burgess down to P6.
Troy Burgess, however, is about to enter the last corner on his final lap. This could be an improvement for Troy. Last lap didn't count, so maybe just trying to get that last flyer in. See if he can improve as he rushes to the line. No improvement, 1:28.7. He will remain P6. Josh Anderson.
And we're just looking at Josh Anderson on his final lap. Sorry, he's just about to come through Hayshed here. It'll be interesting to see if he can snatch pole off Gary Hamilton.
Of course, Josh Anderson, we know, no slouch around this racetrack. Won rather convincingly yesterday in the Star Mazda. Not a huge margin, but managed to control the race nicely as he comes through MG and into the final complex.
Yeah, once again, as I mentioned at the Spa race, it's good to see a McLaren livery so well here. Don't know if any of you keen Formula 1 viewers noticed that Jenson Button and Fernando Alonso were in the podium qualifying yesterday, so that was a good upturn in performance for them.
It really is fantastic as he crosses the line. Josh Anderson is just not going to improve, literally 2/100ths of a second slower than his best. With 30 seconds in this session, we'll just have a little run through, see who's still out, but it looks like that everyone's out. Everyone's finished.
I just want to make a mention of Josh Anderson's times as ridiculously consistent. His first time was a 4.33, his second was a 4.41, and his third was a 4.47. So that with that sort of consistency, he's going to have great race pace.
As we're going to take a look at our quali results, provided no one goes faster, but I'm pretty sure the session's done. Gary Hamilton is going to take pole with a 1:28.33. Josh Anderson gets P2 with a 1:28.4. Fabian very close behind with a 1:28.4 as well. Trent Thomas, 1:28.56 is going to take fourth, and big contender in yesterday's race, Craig Edwards, P5 with a 1:28.58.
And
so we see the guys gridding up now.
Yep, geez, it's a pretty awesome sight actually, looking at the main straight, the 40 cars, all the way around to the last turn.
Certainly going to be a hectic start as we see Scott Stevens making some comments in the driver chat just about how rough it's going to be back in the field.
Yeah, there's going to be a little bit of carnage, I'm going to predict, here on the first lap, especially down into Honda with so many cars trying to funnel into such a tight turn.
So we see about a minute now until we're going to see the 5-second board. Certainly going to be a very important start for a lot of these guys making these positions. Obviously the start, as we know, is going to be the place where you can make the most positions, but you're also at the most risk. So what kind of risks are these guys going to take?
Yeah, I know from my experience in the couple of races that I've done in this Star Mazda Australia Championship, the cars are very, very fragile. They don't like any sort of contact whatsoever. So, and sorry, as the revs rise, Jake, do you want to take us away from us?
Green! Will do. We've got the green light, and that seemed like a good anticlimactic start. Someone stopped in the field, and Andrew Ozai just misses him. That was Robert McIver, I believe. Didn't get away from the line, but we are green, and we're heading into turn 1 now.
Yeah, Gary Hamilton's got a great start here. He's got about a couple of car lengths on the field, but they're closing up to him already through Southern Loop here. Or as I see, there's a car on the grass through the Southern Loop. I'm not sure exactly who that is, but he's rejoined safely.
That was great borrow, but very nearly contact. It's 4 wide in the corner. Still 3 wide, but this is where it's going to get hectic. John Parkinson on the inside of Nino Natali. They head into Honda. Slight contact.
Oh, contact.
John Parkinson just keeping it straight. I've got no doubt he'll have suspension damage after that one.
Yeah, but other than that, though, everybody's made it through pretty cleanly. Or there's another little bit of an incident down in Siberia, but I think everyone's got through that without damage. A couple side by side through Hayshed here. Or just making it through there.
Of course, very hectic racing back here. Damien Carr is too wide with Gavin Sadler heading into MG. Damien Carr.
Oh no,
upside down.
Car on its roof. Who's that? Oh, there's another incident. There's a car on the inside there as well. Oh, there's another accident at the next turn as well. We've got another car barrel rolling.
Henry Lake, the guy I was talking about earlier, has had a massive rollover in the second to last corner. That's incredibly unfortunate for Henry.
Yeah,
we'll try and get a GT Omega replay for you guys, but there were 2 or 3 accidents in 2 corners there, guys, so I'm not sure we'll get every one of them, but that was crazy.
Yeah. Geez, I'm just trying to regather what's happened in this race so far. Down in the back, we've had a bit of carnage. We've had Henry Lake barrel roll about 20 times on the exit of MG here. So that's put him out of the race, unfortunately. And there was also another car barrel rolling a couple of spots in front of him at MG. I'm trying to figure out who that was, but I think
that car just rode a wheel and just went sky high. Unfortunately, with such lightweight cars like these, you get them up in the air and there's no stopping them. But we're looking up to the front now. We got racing for the lead. Josh Anderson is going to get the outside line coming into Hayshed, but Gary Hamilton's going to sit in right behind.
Yeah, just looking back at those incidents, it was Henry Lake was involved in both of them, so I think he had a little bit of damage from the early contact.
2 wide racing into MG now. Sorry, Richard. Gary Hamilton on the outside. Josh Anderson's going to consolidate the lead, but Fabian now going to be taking a look at Gary Hamilton.
Yeah, so certainly Fabian runs off a little bit wide into the grass there.
Now we'll have a look as we watch Michael Fabian actually. Let's see this effect of this pit lane limiter now. We're going to see Gary Hamilton easily cruise by Josh Anderson, and he'll have it.
Oh, and look at Fabian. They could go 3 wide here.
I must
Fabian
say,
backs out of it.
Fantastic choice by the Star Mazda Australian Championship officials to make these gear ratios longer. It's certainly going to make it a bit more interesting for these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. The only problem if you're leading onto the front straight now, you're basically a sitting duck because cars are just going to zoom past you at the end of the straight now.
2 wide racing, Trent Thomas and Troy Burgess now into Honda. Is it getting even more hectic up front? We've got a car stopped at Honda, but he's well out of the way. Troy Burgess is going to have the inside line, but it's not going to have it cleared.
I think Trent Thomas will... Oh, we've got Andrew Ozai been in an incident, I believe. He's insulting another member of the racing community, as he often does.
Oh, that's not very nice. Richard, Osier has a livery on this week, a bit of a tribute livery to our leaving Jay Kennedy. Very well sticker bombed there, sensational looking car.
Yeah, it was good to see.
Just like Jay Kennedy's a sensational looking guy, hey?
Absolutely, he's a fantastic looking man. I tried to have a look at what happened to Andrew Ozai, but my replay... Oh, we've got another car. Jared Tapsell's upside down on the exit of Lukey Heights. Been a big incident there with he and Jay Kennedy. Oh no, he sent Jay Kennedy.
Anderson is going to take the lead over Gary Hamilton just while we were looking at those accidents.
Yeah, sorry, just Jared Tapsell and Jay Kennedy had a huge incident, both of them on the roof, and also Robert Spicer again.
Oh,
ending
poor
up.
Robert Spicer. He's had a hard couple of days, hasn't he?
He has. He's As we head to a GT Omega replay of the accident, there were about 4 or 5 cars involved. It all started when Jared Tapsell just lost his rear to the side of Jay Kennedy and then sent him barrel rolling, and then a couple of the other cars just had nowhere to go, including Robert Spicer, and sent them all barrel rolling, unfortunately.
So we got a bit of action up the front now. Michael Fabian just lost the position to Craig Edwards, but Trent Thomas is going to have the inside to Lukey Heights over Michael Fabian. Let's see if he can hold this. Fabian obviously with a bit more corner speed and the wider radius, but he's going to have the inside into MG. Nicely done by Michael Fabian there, but...
Yeah, geez, I'm just trying so much to keep up with at the moment. This smack race is absolutely putting on the action as Michael Fabian's pitting again. Oh no, he's run off on pit entry. Oh no! He's missed the pit entry completely and he's gonna have to go around and do another lap.
That is a crucial mistake from Michael Fabian. We've seen that happen before at Phillip Island in real life. As we're looking back up to the front, we've got a battle for the lead. Josh Anderson has just lost the position to Gary Hamilton, but he's coming back on the inside into Sudden Loop. Anderson will have the inside, nearly contact.
Yeah, great driving from both of these guys to get through there without any sort of contact whatsoever. This race at the front is very high intensity right now. As we look at Bobby Jovanovic, Andrew Gaines and Troy Burgess. Jovanovic looks down the inside.
Jovanovic has gone deep.
Oh no! Oh, contact! No!
Oh,
and that sent Troy Burgess on his roof.
That is perfectly flipped Troy Burgess. We'll see if we can get a replay of that.
That's very unfortunate. It looked like Andrew Gaines was just trying to defend from Jovanovic, and a little bit of contact there with Burgess, and it sent him barrel rolling. I guess that's an unfortunate side effect of these open wheel cars. If you get wheel to wheel contact, it just sends it rolling.
Richard, I honestly think about half the field in this race has been the wrong way up this race.
Oh, absolutely. The race has gone off.
Seeing up at the front now, after just seeing our GT Omega replay, Josh Anderson now very hungry on the back of Gary Hamilton. We'll see the effect of this longer gear ratio this time. I've got no doubt we're going to see a challenge for the lead into 1.
Well, I reckon it'll be 3 wide. Look at Craig Edwards. He's going to be right on these guys by the end of this straight. Not quite, but...
Oh, he's got a run and a half here. This is crazy from Craig Edwards. He's almost going to be on the limiter with this ratio. In fact, I think he is.
Oh, no, he's off. He's off. Oh, so close. Just managed to hold it. That was so close to being wide and off the track.
I apologise, guys. I was actually looking a few seconds in the past there.
As we see Hamilton and Anderson side by side through Stoner. Anderson down the inside, Hamilton's trying to outbrake him and go around the outside, and it looks like he's almost got it done. They're still side by side. They're going to be side by side again through Siberia.
Hamilton, though, incredible under brakes. He's going to have Anderson cleared, but Anderson's going to get the crisscross here, but not going to be able to get there for Hayshed.
Yeah, these guys, I think they need to think about how much they're battling each other, because, I mean, at the end of the day, there's still another, 9 or 18 laps left, I believe. So,
and they have absolutely lured Trent Thomas into this race for the front.
Exactly.
Trent Thomas with a 1:28.2 last time by, which was 0.2 faster than even the fastest guy of these front 3. So we look back to 5th and 6th. Andrew Gaines is going to be having a look at Bobby Jovanovic. See 2 of our lead cars in the pits. Jovanovic.
Yeah, Trent Thomas and Josh Anderson have pitted this lap, so getting themselves out of that battle, I suppose. Stop slowing each other up as
Andrew Gaines is having a drag race with Bobby Jovanovic up the front straight. Going to have the outside line. This is going to be incredible racing into turn 1. Gaines is going to hold the outside. Jovanovic backs off. Great driving by Bobby.
Yep, very, very fair racing there by both of them, giving each other enough room so that they get through the turn on all 4 wheels instead of on their roof, as we've seen quite a few cars already in this race.
As we see Trent Thomas and Josh Anderson actually just drop the jacks, and Anderson's going to remain in front as they come out of the pits.
So Gaines and Jovanovic is still side by side here. Jovanovic trying to go around the outside at Honda, but I don't think he's quite going to get it done. Looks like Andrew Gaines has got the run out of there and is clear.
Now, just looking at our race leader Gary Hamilton, he's about to come up on the lap traffic in the form of our co-commentator Jay Kennedy. Now, would it be a smart move for Gary maybe to come into the pits this lap? Not saying that Jay would present any risk to him, but maybe slow him down as Jay runs
as
nearly cuts off our race leader.
I think if I were Gary Hamilton, I would be pitting this lap because there's also several more cars not too far in front at all that haven't pitted yet, and
Both stay
I'm
out,
not sure
though,
what
both
he's-
Edwards and Hamilton.
yeah, as I see, just Josh Anderson typing, I'm not sure to who, but he says let's not battle. So obviously trying to work a strategy here of just running ear air.
That's pretty talented, Richard, to be able to type that whilst driving the Star Mazda around here, but looking to 6th and 7th, two pretty impronounceable names of Nino and Paul coming into the southern loop. It's, we do apologise for that. If you do watch this after the race, Paul, do flick us an inbox and let us know how to pronounce that name.
It's Tajavara, isn't it? I think that's how you say it. But
Josh
he's
Nowak
coming under
now.
pressure. Yep.
The inside at Stoner Corner is going
Oh, they're going to be 3 wide into Honda. Oh, this is crazy. Oh my god, that's speedway action right there.
That is as committed as you'll ever see into Honda Corner. 3 wide. You just can't do that.
Oh, unbelievable. That is fantastic driving from all those guys to get out of there scot-free.
You wouldn't see that happen in a V8 supercar, no doubt about it. It's Josh Nowak now going to go to the outside of Nino into Lukey Heights, and it's going to get it done.
He's got it done. That you
Great
can't do
driving.
that.
Oh, but Nino
no! Nino
just
Natal
planted the throttle and drove straight into not Josh.
I think what happened there is he's hit the curb actually. It's just pushed him a little bit wide, and unfortunately a bit of contact. I think at least. I don't think there'll be any damage from that. I'm looking at Nino's car and his wheels seem pretty straight.
Up to the lead, Craig Edwards all over the back of Gary Hamilton. These guys obviously will be very much considering the fact that Anderson and Thomas have pitted. They're still going to go at it. These guys are need to remember that there's still 14 laps to go here. Edwards backing off to make sure he doesn't have a go into Honda.
Yeah, and I'm just looking back in the back, and Josh Anderson and Trent Thomas aren't battling each other, and they're doing low 28s compared to the mid and high of Gary Hamilton and Craig Edwards. So I really think they need to think seriously about pitting very soon.
If I was Craig Edwards, I would box this lap, even if Gary doesn't, because then he's likely to come out with Trent and Josh and get the draft.
Absolutely.
I honestly feel like Hamilton's holding Edwards up now, as we see.
Yeah, Goodman and Stevens in P18 and 18 and P19, sorry, come through the southern loop.
Fantastic racing by these guys at the moment.
Yeah, with just Terry Marwood sitting behind them in P20. I think these guys have pitted as far as I can tell. Yeah, they would have. So we're just looking at Josh Anderson now. David Mutton hasn't pitted. Oh no, Trent Thomas! No!
Oh, that is Trent's car is very broken. You can see it in the way it's handling. That is going to be Trent Thomas's race over as we go to a GT Omega replay.
Yeah, as we have a look at this replay, Trent Thomas fired it down the inside of David Mutton. To be honest, I think David Mutton should have given him a bit more space there. He was well and truly down the inside, and I don't know if David just didn't see him or what, but that's pretty unfortunate for Trent.
It's a factor of these pit stop races that you're not too sure when guys have pitted whether or not they're actually competing for position or have had a pit stop, so may not have known that Trent was so quick there. See a swap up at the front. Anderson obviously pitted. I'm looking at the wrong part of the track, Richard.
Craig Edwards has taken the lead from Gary Hamilton. These guys are just about to come to some lap cars of Brandon, Sue, and Scott Newton. I don't know why Scott Newton's...
Edwards, I would have pitted then.
Definitely, I'm really not sure. Yeah, what these guys are thinking at the moment, because they're well and truly slower than Josh Anderson right now. And he's going to be held up a lot by this lap traffic.
Oh,
As he looks at turn 1, geez.
This
very
is risky business, and
now we're going so. Oh,
Brandon's going to yield. Great job by the 875 car of Brandon. Great job to hop out of the way.
yeah, great driving just to take himself out of that battle. It's something he doesn't really want to get involved in. As we look back to P5 and 6, Josh Nowak around the outside at turn 1.
Josh Nowak just knows how to put that car on the outside. We saw him put that awesome move on at Lukey Heights a couple of laps back. He's got that car on rails at the moment.
Yeah, it was a bit of a defensive move because Paul was having a look up the inside and he's just held it there and, you know, stamped his ground to say, I'm not going to let you through.
Paul's
and
coming
as Paul,
back though.
Oh no, yeah, Josh out-braked him there and, yeah, great defensive driving by Josh Nowak.
Now I want to see this time by if we do see either Gary Hamilton or Craig Edwards pit, as they have cleared this lead pack and the, well, when I say this lead pack I mean lapped cars.
Well, yeah, I really think they've left this far too long, and I think if they pit now, even Josh Anderson's going to be several seconds up the road. And once again, neither of them pit, so... Yeah,
Craig Edwards is far from slow though. He's done a 128.2 last time by. He's cleared a few lap cars this lap, so it'll be interesting to see what lap time he clocks. But Gary Hamilton closing in. This is going to be a lead change here, but goes to the outside. Interesting move. Gary was going to have him cleared by one. New race leader, Gary Hamilton.
Interesting, actually. That might be some tactics going on there. I don't know if Craig just lifted a bit and let him through or what, but that didn't cost them any time there, that change of position.
See,
Bobby Jovanovic
jumped in.
Yep. Also, Josh Nowak is in the pit, so it'll be interesting to see where those guys pop out.
I'm watching Michael
Fabian. Yeah, he also just pitted.
So he's obviously from Andrew Gaines.
Yeah, after that incident on the pit entry, he's obviously left it for a couple of laps to it again. So that's, yeah.
Of course, the grass here is just so slippery. Could possibly see many guys make mistakes in the V8s later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. Hopefully we see that number 94 ANZ car just slip off the track on lap 1. That'd be fantastic.
Oh, well, Richard, for Jared to pit on lap 1, he would have had to have had a massive accident prior anyway, so...
No, I didn't say pit. I said slip off the track.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Craig and Gary now have decided to keep it out there another time, but Gary now, big run.
We're looking at
Scott Goodman
in P13 with Josh Nowak. Looks like they've just had a bit of a battle into Honda, although my replay's cut out there, so I can't actually.
Might also be worth noting that Gary Hamilton has retaken the race lead.
Yep, that he has. I think we're looking at Bobby Jovanovic and Scott Stevens, teammates battling. Also just behind the Goodman-Nowak battle.
Just going to compare some lap times here. Gary Hamilton 128.8 that time by, having not pitted. Josh Anderson having pitted 128.4. So I've got no doubt Josh Anderson is going to come out in the lead of this race.
Yeah, I'm just looking since he's pitted, the slowest lap time that Josh Anderson's done has been a 28.6. So he's
look
been
at all
doing
the clear track he's got, Richard.
Exactly, and that's the reason why Gary Hamilton and Craig Edwards need to pit as soon as possible. If I was in their team speak, I'd be in there shouting at them right now, get in the pits, otherwise Josh Anderson's just going to drive away with this race.
Bobby Jovanovic we're seeing now taking it to the team boss. Great racing by these two, hoping they're not going to take each other out.
Yeah, so this is a four-way battle now with Scott Goodman, Josh Nowak, Scott Stevens and Bobby Jovanovic.
These JFF Racing Star Mazdas look wicked. Even better than the one that was flying yesterday, Richard.
Yeah, no, they're good-looking skins. It's actually a five-way battle because we've got Terry Marwood in right behind the two JFF cars as well. As we look back,
of a battle.
Yep, between P19, 20 and 21st. I believe that is... Braith, Morrow, Callan Williams, and Sean Thompson.
Sean Thompson, obviously a member of the Pro Force Racing Australia squad. Awesome looking Star Mazda on that thing, brought by Custom Ridge Concepts. Great livery.
Yeah, there's some... Yeah, so an interesting fact is that there's only 2 cars yet to pit, and those are the leaders of Gary Hamilton and Craig Edwards. So they're going against the majority of the field in this strategy, and, well, I mean, if they think it's going to work for them, I hope it does, but yeah, I'm really not liking their odds at the moment.
I'm not sure how much of a difference it could make, Richard, but as we're going to see both of our leaders duck into the pit lane now, as
so
we're just looking at a GT Omega replay, Phil Gadd has had a bit of an accident. He was currently sitting P5 or 7, I believe, at the time.
I think he's just disconnected. Yeah, it's very hard to see what happened. He's just, on my screen, he just disappears.
Possibly an internet or computer drama there for
I don't know if the server's having... Yeah, Josh Anderson's coming around the final corner as Gary Hamilton's just been dropped. He's going to be...
That's interesting.
Oh, right, this will be very, very close. Look at this.
That's not the advantage we thought that Anderson would have.
No, so he's popped right in between this lead battle. So that is very interesting. This means we're going to have a 3-way battle for the lead here.
Maybe Anderson took tyres, Richard.
Oh,
big
jeez.
possibility.
Could have.
We're hearing
So
Josh Anderson's stop was 1 second slower, so that could be a factor there, Richard. But I was going to say before we got a bit of action in the back of the field, 4th and 5th now we're seeing
side by side.
Fabian and Gaines too wide. Gaines late on the brakes. He's going to have the outside, but Fabian's going to get the advantage there. Gaines just
great
struggling
driving.
some understeer.
Great driving by Michael Fabian there to fend off that attack from Andrew Gaines. Just held these inside and yeah, kept that position.
8th, 9th, 10th and 11th, this pack we were looking at a little while ago. Bobby Jovanovic very close to the back of Scott Goodman. It's incredible racing in this pack here.
Yeah, it's awesome racing. There's just so much going on, it's hard to keep up. These Mazdas really put on a great show, and yeah, just a great thing to watch, really.
Might be worth noting, Richard, we actually have 34 cars still on the lead lap, so fantastic effort by these guys.
Yeah, it's a very good job. Just one notable performer.
Bobby Jovanovic, very close racing with Scott Goodman. Nearly an accident there in MG, but well done.
I was just going to mention that Andrew Ozai has actually moved up to E24 after starting dead last. So he's been doing a great job, even if he's been bad-mouthing members of the community. So good to see the old fella, you know, he can keep up with the young guys.
Turn 1 now, I'm actually looking. Jovanovic is going to have the move done on Josh Nowak.
Yep, great move there.
Bobby.
Yep, fantastic.
Oh, but Nowak's going to come back on the outside. Josh Nowak, the outside warrior here today. Fantastic driving.
Yeah, might have been trying to set up a run there on Bobby Jovanovic into Honda, but he will get close enough to have a look at. We'll see if he fires it down the inside.
He's going to the inside.
Oh no, there's going to be... Oh, geez, Scott Goodman came so close to hitting him on the brakes there.
Scott
side by side.
into Siberia.
Scott Stevens has got him. Great move there.
These two JFF cars just cutting up the field at the moment. Great teamwork.
Yeah, they're doing a good job. They've moved ahead of... Well, Bobby's moved ahead of Josh Nowak as Josh Nowak sends it into Lukey Heights. Oh... Jeez, Bobby just left him enough room there for them both to make it through there.
Just going to try have a quick look back up to the front now. Josh Anderson to the inside of Gary Hamilton. There's a lap car in front though, in the form of Brendan. So Hamilton is going to hold the outside. Great recovery. Oh.
Now where does Brandon go? He's gone off the track, so he's letting these leaders through completely intentionally.
Very considerate by Brendan, but Michael Fabian under huge pressure from Andrew Gaines now. Gaines got a bit of a poor run off Southern Loop, so not going to be any further action coming to Honda, I don't believe. Just behind there.
Yeah, we've got Gavin Sadler and Aaron Osborne going at it too, and on the run up into Honda. Osborne taking defensive line there, and and Josh Nowak and Bobby. The JFF guys going down the inside of Josh Nowak into Honda too, but I think Scott Stevens has just not got that done there.
Nowak just seems to be putting his car in all the right places at the moment. He may not be the fastest in this group, but he's just got that car in a spot. Hearing Aaron Osborne may be having a bit of a moment. Now I'm actually seeing up the front, Josh Anderson is going to go to the outside of Gary Hamilton. This is going to be for the lead now into turn 1.
Craig, we're going to be 3 wide.
Inside this.
Craig Edwards will move to first by this. Look at this. What a move. Fantastic.
Anderson's going to keep the lead. Well done.
Unbelievable racing at the front here. That is just some of the best driving you'll ever see from the best operators in the business.
Craig Edwards now wants it back. He's going to go to the inside at Stoner Corner.
Look at this. Look at Gary Hamilton's got the run too here. He's going to send it.
No.
Josh.
He's going to get both of them.
Look at that. That's unbelievable.
This is just the outside into Siberia.
That's just some Safeway car park action right there. Unbelievable. Gary Hamilton's loose through Siberia.
These guys just playing like slot cars at the moment. This is incredible racing.
This is just unbelievable. The race has gone off.
Nearly thought about it on the inside, but now Hamilton gets it.
Hamilton had a moment. Almost went off the track there. Very fortunate to keep on.
Great driving. That could have been a massive overcorrection there, but well done. As we're approaching 5 to go now, Hamilton's dropped off a little bit, but Josh Anderson, no doubt going to be challenging for the lead this time.
And I have no doubt Gary Hamilton will eat into a lot of that margin down the front straight here with that double draft he's getting from those 2 cars in front.
Are they bump drafting?
I think they are. That looks like
Craig Edwards.
But he pulls out. Look at this.
To the inside.
Gary Hamilton's in the grass. And Anderson moves to the front ahead of Edwards through turn 1.
Hamilton's going to take a late apex into Southern Loop, and it's nearly paid dividends, but he's been balked a bit by Edwards. Hamilton now with a bit of a run off the last complex. Not going to have anything this time at Honda, but Edwards with the run. To the inside,
look at this.
Pushing him to the white line. We know all about that, don't we, Richard?
Absolutely. That's a big dive-bomb dive there by Craig Edwards. And he's pushed him a little bit wide there, but Anderson's still there.
Hamilton's there.
Hamilton's trying to get the crisscross. Look at this, he will.
Too wide with Edwards into Hayshed. This
is unbelievable. These guys are just lunatics.
Are we going to see 3 wide into Lukey Heights? No, not this time. But
never final lap, I reckon.
Hamilton's going to be looking here to the outside and MG. Edwards is there, but Hamilton's going to get it.
Great move there by Gary Hamilton.
And I think Gary Hamilton will be leading the race by the end of the front straight. Josh Anderson's got to know that without that draft, he is simply a bystander.
Yeah, well, it'll be interesting to see if Edwards and Hamilton bump draft down here, or Edwards just decides to, I think he's bump drafting him. Look at that.
Edwards is bump drafting Gary Hamilton. This is not something you see in open wheelers. Hamilton's got to get the run, and he's going to send it.
Unbelievable. That's a really good bit of driving there by Gary Hamilton.
Josh Anderson, we're seeing some small internet dramas.
And we think there's been an incident involving Scott Newton. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. He's in the pits with damage.
Just a little bit of something off to the side. Jay Kennedy is just crashed.
Just looking at, I found out Scott Newton, he had contact with Amanda Butcher, who just a lap down and unfortunately spun in his way, and Scott had nowhere to go. So very unfortunate there.
We'll get a GT Omega replay of that for you guys. Very hectic stuff.
That's just bad luck there for Scott Newton. Nothing you can do about that when that happens.
So we see this time looking back up to the front. Craig Edwards, Gary Hamilton and Josh Anderson. We're probably going to see some 3 wide action on the front straight here.
Oh, Gary Hamilton in the grass there. Can't do that. Yeah, we just apologies to the rest of the field for we might be neglecting you a bit, but this racing at the front is absolutely fantastic. Can't keep our eyes off it.
Might
Speaking
take
of,
a little look back in the field.
Sorry, speaking of,
Andrew
Anderson's
Osaya.
just passed the leader into turn 1 again. But go ahead, Jake.
I was just going to say, Andrew Osaya up to P22 and approaching a battle now with Martin. I'm scared to pronounce that one.
As we go on,
riding on board with Craig Edwards.
well, he's got a run on Josh Anderson here. What's Josh going to do? He's going to defend a little bit there.
Craig Edwards is going to have the run, but takes a fair bit of curb on his way. Not going to be able to do anything with it.
Now, we can't forget, I believe this is a round of the championship, is it?
I'm not actually sure about that, Richard. I think this could just be a GT Omega Endurance Cup one-off.
Oh, okay. So no championship implications from this round.
I don't believe so, but I'm not certain. We're actually going to see 2 to go this time by. This race has gone so quick.
Absolutely, it's just been so much going on. It's just been fantastic entertainment. Craig Edwards goes a little bit wider through the second last turn, but Josh Anderson's going to have a massive run on Gary Hamilton down the front straight as he goes. He cuts out from that draft straight away.
We do apologise to the rest of the field, but we're not going to be able to keep our eyes off this front 3. Edwards!
Craig Edwards, look at this. He lifts.
Might have even hit the limiter, Richard.
And Anderson goes a little bit wide. Both the guys behind trying to get the crisscross on each other, or everyone.
This is do or die now though, Richard. We have 2 laps to go.
Absolutely, it's on for young and old.
Edwards is going to want to get Hamilton now if he wants any chance at this race. Anderson's going to cover the inside.
Yeah, we could go 3 wide here, but no, they think better of it. They're also just coming up on some lapped cars with Jonathan, Ben and Rob McIver, so it'll be interesting to see if these guys have an impact on the race at the front.
See, Jay Kennedy has retired, unfortunate for Jay, but as we're about to head to the white flag for the leaders, but Scott Stevens back in the field, we're hearing still going at it with Scott Goodman. It's the Scott v Scott melee. Looking back up to the front.
Yeah, final lap. Well, not yet, but in a minute it'll be the final lap. And Josh Anderson's just managed to... Oh! Gary Hamilton well and truly on the grass and getting wide there. Yeah, he's lucky to get away with that.
Josh Anderson is going to be loving this in his rear view. White flag. This is exactly what happened yesterday. Anderson was in the lead and the second and third battled for it, but Hamilton's so close into turn 1. This is insane racing.
Craig Edwards holds his ground. Oh no, he's gone! Gone! Oh no.
He's gonna keep it on the road, but his chance of winning this race is over, and Hamilton balked a little bit by a couple lap cars. I'm gonna guess it's gonna be pretty hard to win this one for Gary now.
Yeah, Josh has a second gap over Gary Hamilton now, so it'll be very impressive performance if Gary can close that down this lap, but I'm sure he'll do everything in his power to do so.
In Honda corner, Hamilton bringing in so much time on Josh Anderson. It's not over. This could come to the finish line here if Hamilton can get the run.
Yeah, we've absolutely got it. Yeah, we've got a nail bar to finish here, I reckon. Gary's going to push so hard through Lukey Heights here. He's going to get the car right out sideways through these next couple of turns just to get in that draft and see if he can draft past Josh Anderson on the run up to the line.
I feel like Anderson has got this race though. Another sensational drive by Josh Anderson. He's heading into the final corner.
Yeah. Fantastic drive by Josh Anderson.
Gonna take the win of the second race of the weekend and the round here at the Star Mazda Australian Championship. Gary Hamilton second, Craig Edwards third, but we're gonna look back and 7th.
We look to Bobby and Josh Nowak. Josh is just a little bit too far behind to get the run.
Paul
and
Gerrara and Terry Marwood to the line. It's going to be... Oh, he's going to grab P11 over Terry. Great racing by those guys.
Yeah, great move.
Looking back a little further, Sean Thompson and Robert Spicer to the line. This is neck and neck. Spicer's going to get
Roberts just got him. Crazy.
Andrew Asaya brings home P21. Great drive for the J. Kennedy Star Mazda.
Yeah, undoubtedly the best looking car in the field. But yeah, geez, what a race there. So entertaining, so hard to keep up with everything. And Andrew Ozai has just taken out another car on the slowdown lap. Unbelievable there by that TTR driver.
Taking a look at Josh Anderson though. Race winner, 2 from 2 here at Phillip Island this weekend.
Yeah, he's done a fantastic job all weekend, Josh Anderson. He's won both of these races. Just, you know, kept out of trouble, and the other guys have simply faltered around him.
Fantastic drive by Josh. Also, Gary Hamilton. Fastest lap of the race, I believe, by Gary. Oh no, take that back. That was qualifying. But fantastic performance. What a race we had. 28 guys finishing on the top lap. And we're going to get some race results up. Run us through, Richard.
Yep, so we had Josh Anderson in P1, followed by Gary Hamilton, Craig Edwards rounding out the podium, then the top 10 filled with Michael Fabian, Andrew Gaines, Gavin Sadler, Aaron Osborne, Bobby Jovanovic, Josh Nowak and Scott Stevens.
Scott Stevens, of course, what a finish and what a race he had. Certainly a step up from the GTO Mega replay action we saw in the Cup race yesterday. But P11's going to go to Paul Tarjavara. Terry Marwood is going to take 12th. Scott Goodman 13th. Troy Burgess 14th. Brant Tucker P15. Guy Leach 16th. Sean Thompson 17th. Brock Creamer is actually going to take 18th. Great drive by him. Callum William 19th. And Martin Slavasi in P20.
Yep, and then from P21 we've got Andrew Ozier. Trent Thomas 22nd, Mark Espley 23rd, followed by Damien Carr, Scott Griffiths, David Martin, Braith Morrow and Henry Lake, the final car on the lead lap. And then we've got Jonathan Ben, Brandon Sue, Robert Spicer and Mark Simon all 1 lap down, and I don't think the rest finished.
What a race and what a season for these Star Mazda Australian Championship guys, being alongside the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series for the GTO Mega Endurance Cup. Big thanks to Trent Thomas and G&T Racing for providing us with an awesome series to support our V8 SCOPS. The racing this season has been purely awesome from these guys, so be sure to check out the Star Mazda Australian Championship in the Australia and New Zealand road racing discussion on the iRacing forums. Certainly a great series, getting many numbers each week, and awesome series if you just want to drive a fast car. Lots of downforce and great competition each week, so big thanks to those guys.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that race was a good advertisement for the Star Mazda Australian Championship that you could ever get. So entertaining, and I know I've been a part of it. I've done a couple of races with them, and yeah, they're just great fun. So definitely get in on it if you're interested in some good fun open wheel racing.
And we thank you very much for having us for the we're going to head to a short break now. See you on the flip side.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back to V8 Online's coverage of the GT Amiga Endurance Cup final round. Phillip Island 500, the final round of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Jake Kennedy in the host seat, but we're about to get underway for the C-Spec Cup race presented by RS for Fun. We've got Jake Burton continuing in the comms box, and alongside him we've got our legend, Stephen Sandman Clark. G'day, boys.
G'day.
Hey Jay, C-Spec Cup here tonight. It's going to be another awesome 26-lap race.
There's still a couple of minutes before qualifying. I was just going to mention on that last race, how awesome was that? So tight and so close. I just love racing like that. It was so cool to watch. Too bad I wasn't in it.
Oh, it was insane racing by these Star Mazda guys, pushing the limits of these downforce cars, and you seem to have a decent first couple laps, Jay, but it went downhill after that, mate. What happened?
Yeah, I got taken out. Someone got two wheels in the dirt on the inside at Lukey Heights and drifted wide into me. So, yeah, that was rather disappointing, but yeah, oh well, it happened. So, yet to finish one of these races, which is always entertaining. Probably not the result I've been wanting, but anyway, we'll go next year and we'll try and finish a few more races of all different sorts.
It might humble you to know, though, mate, that Andrew Asaya started 42nd in a beautiful livery sticker bombed with your face and managed to bring it home in 21st.
He'll pay. He will pay. I don't know how. I don't know when, but he will pay.
Oh, it looked fantastic, mate. You can't deny
I don't know
it.
about that.
You're going to jump in for the cup?
No, I won't be jumping in for the cup. I'll be making sure everything's right for the main event, and I'm going to grab myself some dinner and things like that. But I think Sandman's having some issues getting into the session to actually watch. I'm not sure if he's good to go yet or not.
Hopefully in a minute or so.
Beautiful. All right, boys, I will leave you to it. Enjoy and good luck.
Thanks a bunch, mate. We've got about 2.5 minutes left of practice here in the IRFF Rough Cup Series here at Phillip Island. Certainly going to be an interesting race. 26 laps again, 2 laps shorter than yesterday's race, but pretty much going to be the same because yesterday's race was a time certain finish after 26 laps, so going to see another 26 lap race here at the island. Fastest on the timesheets at the moment is Adam Funslow. Big player in yesterday's race. I actually can't remember who managed to win yesterday's race, but I know Adam Funslow was definitely up the front for a large portion of that race. Another guy that I'm seeing in the field who's new tonight in P5, Damien Butler, Trans-Tasman racing driver, was looking for a drive for the main game V8SCOPS race, but unfortunately just couldn't find one, had no one to go with him, so he's certainly getting his racing fix here in the Rough C-Spec Cup at Phillip Island.
What a great class of car too. Sorry, mate. I think we've got all our problems all sorted now. But tell you what, if it's anything to go by what the Star Mazda race was just earlier, that was some amazing racing. But these things put on a great show too. I really enjoyed the races from Mount Panorama, and of course yesterday's race was good too. So they'll really turn it on at Phillip Island.
That's it, mate. And the good thing about these cars is being a tin top car compared to the Star Mazda is you can have a little bit of rubbing of the panels. It doesn't necessarily mean like the Star Mazda that if you just tip someone you're going to put them on their lid, but fantastic racing we're set for in the Rough C-Spec.
Makes me a little bit jealous. As much as I love calling and love racing the V8s, I see these guys racing these cars and I think, oh, how much fun are these things to drive, and I'd love to be out there, but these guys are going to put on a heck of a show. Can't wait.
Certainly going to be a great race. And Christian Aylward, I'm just looking at now, P2 in practice, merely half a tenth of a second behind Adam Funslow. Guy we didn't see race last night, so it'll certainly be interesting to see how he works together with Clayton Brooks. Obviously a couple ANZ guys lying around this field tonight. We see Clayton Brooks has just had a fairly major accident coming off the last corner.
Just as you talked him up, mate.
Brooksy drove fantastically yesterday, Sandman. No practice. Maybe he's trying to find the limit now as we're heading into qualifying.
There's some good names up and down the order. Just having a look at some of them there, and had the pleasure of racing a lot of these guys up and down the list actually throughout my time on iRacing. So it's good to see all these guys having a steer in the Rough Cup.
That's it, and of course we are now 10 seconds into our 20-minute qualifying session. We expect these guys to probably get 5, 6, maybe 7 shots at a lap even around here. Obviously being a no escape free event, this one, these guys can jump back straight into the pits and have another go.
Yeah, that definitely takes the pressure off these guys. When you've got a time certain session, if you can quickly punch out a lap, get over the start-finish line and escape, certainly does take the pressure off. But these guys are getting into a rhythm. They've found their groove in practice, and now's the crucial time to punch out that all-important hot lap in this 20-minute qualifying session.
That's it, and I've actually just got a message from Damien Butler. His internet has just gone down, so that's heartbreaking for him. I know how much he would have been looking forward to racing tonight. That's a big shame for Damo.
Yeah, not wrong. Just have a look. He was 5th in the timesheets for practice too. So, yeah, that'd be very disappointing. Bad luck, Butler.
Just looking at Josh Nowak and Guy Leach. Two guys who were very much up the front yesterday. We might try and see if we can have a little ride on board with Josh Nowak for this first quali lap. See Nowak about to head into the last corner here at Phillip Island. We were discussing with Madison yesterday just how deceiving this last corner can be, Sandman. Pick up the throttle a bit early or take it too tight and you're going to be struggling on exit.
Oh, you're not wrong, mate. Doesn't matter what car you drive to. You're so keen to get on the throttle because you know you carry that all-important speed all the way down the straightaway. So it's crucial to get a good start to this lap and get out of that turn as quick as you can. But looks like pretty good so far. A little bit tight on exit, though.
Certainly seem to be struggling with the understeer there, Josh. We noticed a few guys yesterday dropping 2 gears into turn 1, and I noticed Josh only dropped 1 there, so maybe that's affected him. Gonna keep on it though as we see him coming into Stoner Corner and down to Honda, one of the tightest corners on the track. Dropping down into first gear by the sounds of it. Very hard against the limiter there by Josh.
Yeah, the chip's working overdrive there.
Awesome view here at Siberia. You can see the ocean out over the wall. Up to Hayshed. Very committed bit of road. These guys flat out to this right-hander here. Very punishing if you muck up the line. And into Lukey Heights. Weird cambering here at Phillip Island. That corner can be very deceiving, and then down the hill into MG. It's a little bit taily on the rear. Out of the penultimate corner and into that last corner that we discussed not too long ago. Bit of a rough lap by Josh. We'll see what the time proves to be.
Pardon the pun there.
That's right.
He heads to the line. He's going to cross the line and punch out a 35.0.
Certainly a lot more time in it from Josh Nowak as we see Colin Schwecke, I believe, up to P1 at the moment with a 134.3, but we noticed yesterday in qualifying that it took probably 3 or 4 laps for these guys to get their best times out, so absolutely going to be a big change up the front.
See Jonathan Silhani, he's jumped into third, or been now bumped back to fourth. Now you can see the times really changing as the guys punch out their first hot lap. So Tim Ballinger in third, now Jonathan's dropped back to fourth there. So fastest time of the session now, Adam Funslow, a 33.475. So not much in it there. You can see, well, actually there's a second, isn't it, between first and second. So the guys still finding their feet there.
I was going to say, that's an incredibly fast opening lap from Funslow, and Simon Black up there in P2 now with a 134.0. Simon obviously very quick yesterday, but made a very minor mistake and lost P2 in the final laps. Going to be looking for some redemption today. We see Damien Butler has reconnected to the server, so good for Damo, going to be back out there and having another shot.
I always love seeing the Crash Bandicoot on track.
Oh. See Terry Marwood in P10 at the moment, and he's about to come off the last corner to finish what I believe is his third lap. Going to bring it to the line, and it's going to be a 135.3, so no improvement for Terry. That's a bit of a shame for him.
Well, new pole sitter now for currently. Jonathan Silhani has now gone to a 33.442, just clipping Adam Funslow's 33.475.
Jonathan Silhani, obviously very well known Australian GT3 driver, driving for the prestigious Radicals Online team. Fantastic lap by him so far, but only the tiniest of margins over Adam Funslow.
The best bit is there's still about 14 minutes left in this session. You'll see Christian Alwood's jumped up to 5th place now with a 33.832.
That's it, and long way to go as just trying to see who's about to close off a lap. A lot of the guys seem to be in the earlier sections of the racetrack at the moment. Tim Ballinger
still on laps too. You talked about these cars seem to get better as they push on. Josh Nike, who was on board with earlier, he still hasn't pitted, so he's still on the same set of tyres as he started this session on. So 6.5 minutes in, and he's going to complete his 4th hot lap now.
That's it, and we saw Josh Anderson yesterday actually complete his fastest lap on, I think it was his 6th lap in qualifying, so absolutely just these tyres just get better with laps. And Damien Butler up to P3, 133.5, that's a great way to begin qualifying.
Nice work, Damo, yeah, he's only just a 10th or so off pole, so well done, boy.
So we see now Colin has gone up to provisional pole, but then directly after Jonathan Solhani has responded, so close up the front, 1/10 separating these front three. Christian Aylward appears to have jumped up a little bit more now, up into P4, knocked Damo down to P5. So close up the front, just 1/100th of a second between Jonathan and Colin.
Driver we see on track, Bobby Janovic. He was in the smack race a little bit earlier, so he's jumped straight out of the Mazda, got straight into the Cup. He finds himself 9th on the grid at the moment. As we said, still early days in this session, but that'd be a difference, wouldn't it, jumping out of the Mazda into one of these things?
Oh, mate, I can't imagine that. Hey, I couldn't imagine jumping from this to the V8, let alone a downforce-dependent 800-kilo car to one of these rough Cup cars. Simon Black jumped up into P6 now, 133.6. See Damien Butler about to start another lap. I saw he had a bit of a moment at Lukey Heights. Nearly clipped the wall, but Damo's going to have another shot. See, approaching halfway through this qualifying session now. These guys will want to get their act together.
Man on screen, Adam Funslow, 33.475, absolutely nothing in it. Currently P3 at the moment.
That's it, Adam Funslow, big contender yesterday. Has looked like a very tidy lap. We noticed in qualifying yesterday, it's not really a car where it's as committed as you'll ever see, to put it that way. It's more of a car that you just want to sort of sit down, take nice and tight, and make sure you hit all your apexes. And he comes across the line with a 38.3, so obviously a bit of a slow lap there from Adam.
Yeah, this is he's starting his 6 straight lap. So he did have a bit of a slowdown there, just probably cooled off the tyres, and now he'll have a red hot go.
Just looking back to Brooksy in P10, he may have got a 1X coming off Siberia there, but Brooksy's certainly probably not where he wants to be. I think he finished 6th yesterday from 17th or something on the grid, so Brooksy was certainly the hard charger yesterday.
Oh, mate, I'm expecting big things. You talked him up, so we're going to see if Brooksy will put on a show for us. I'm looking forward to that one.
Sorry in advance to Brooksy for all the pressure, mate. Going to round the last corner and complete his lap, but I think he got a 1X coming off Siberia, but we'll see what the time is.
Yep, you're right.
That lap was invalidated, but he'll have another shot.
Oh, see the thing move around just the rear, step out just the tiniest bit as he turned in.
Madison and I noticed in the race yesterday, Sam. Oh, Bobby Jovanovic has gone to P1, just as I was saying, 133.37. Great time from Bobby Jovanovic.
Mate, check it out. 33.376 to a 33.396, covering first and second.
2/100ths of a second between these guys. And Salhani now obviously was provisional pole sitter before Jovanovic put that time in, coming down into MG. Doesn't look to be a particularly fast lap, maybe an out lap. Solhani coming into the last corner. Yeah, he's running it wide. That's very unusual from Jonathan Solhani there. Just see Colin has come across the line to do a 1:33.49, exactly 9/100ths of a second slower than his best in this session.
Oh, and he'll
And
just
it's
run
gonna
wide.
See Christian Elwood now coming up to Lukey Heights, currently on a 1:33.5, but literally 2/10 is all it'll take at this place, and he will easily be on pole. So coming into MG, see what he can pull out this time.
Yeah, Christian's a great steerer. He's got his thumb in quite a couple of pies, and we've seen him in the V8 series throughout the year. So no doubt a bit of a talent behind the wheel. And you see him just coming through the last turn. Fastest time so far for the quali sessions is a 33.542. Currently in 5th place. He'll head to the line. We'll check out his time. He punches out a 33.153.
Incredible. That's 2/10 on the field, which at this place, you know as well as me, Sam, man, is so hard to find. That is easily going to go provisional pole and most likely stay there. What a lap.
Yeah, that's faster than he went in practice just a few moments ago too. So he's definitely on it, and like I said, a heck of a steerer.
See Colin is now coming out of the final corner. Gonna be an invalidated lap, so he's gonna have another crack this time. See a couple of the guys who are running longer earlier finally coming in for some tyres, such as Adams Funslow, who's gone and got some fresh boots.
It's interesting, mate. I'm going to have to maybe have a bit of a steer of these in the off-season, because I wasn't aware of the tyres, how good they were. They seem, like you're saying, they do seem to come on a little bit better the longer you're out there.
It seems to be a thing where this car just has quite a big understeer issue. Obviously there's so much weight on the rear end of the car, and obviously once the tyres start to wear a little bit, that frees the rear end up, which obviously makes it a little bit more risky to drive. We saw a couple of guys get loose and lose it into Honda yesterday, but obviously the fact of that is you get a bit more front end steer. But we're hearing Tim Ballinger having a bit of a moment.
A bit of a heart and mouth moment there, but he kept it on the black stuff.
Another guy who I'm just looking at, Guy Leach, P11 at the moment, 9/10 off the pole. Now he was a guy who didn't manage to win, but pretty much dominated the race yesterday. Led pretty much all but 2 or 3 laps, so he'll definitely be looking to improve on that time.
Yeah, just having a look at his laps. He's only done 2 times laps out of 7 laps around here, so maybe he's just trying to find himself a bit of a groove, get into a rhythm. But what are we? We're at almost at the 15-minute mark of this 20-minute qualifying session. So the guys got about 5 more minutes to go just to get themselves, prep them up, and find out if they've got enough in it to grab provisional pole.
That's it. It's pretty much do or die now. These guys are going to have 1, maybe 2 more attempts at a lap. Guy Leach runs wide coming off the last corner. That's going to ruin this one.
Yeah, look, really understeered off that final turn. That killed him.
Tim Ballinger just behind came to finish a lap, but not too sure if that was an improvement.
Yeah, so currently P7 at the moment with a 33.616.
So we're hearing Tim did improve that time by, but unfortunately didn't make any positions. Not far in front of him though is Damien Butler, so another half-tenth and he'll be on the back of Damo. Speaking of Damo, actually, I just saw him have a big moment through MG and into the last couple of corners. He'll be trying to get another lap in.
He's loving his racing at the moment. He's just upgraded to triple screen setup now, so it's a whole new world when you switch from a single screen to triple screen. So he's loving it at the moment. You can see he's just having a real red hot go. Currently in 6th place at the moment with 33.556. So still got, what do we got? 3.5 minutes to go in this session. So still plenty of time.
That's it, and one of the few modifications I'm yet to make on my simulator is the 3-screen setup. I believe, do you have a 3-screen setup, Sam?
Oh yeah, that was the best thing I ever did, mate.
Why don't you tell us why, mate? Is it immersion, or what is it that makes it so special?
Mate, one of the things is, you find yourself with a single screen, you'll use the button to look left and right if you've got a bit of side-by-side racing, but it really sucks you right into the car, and if you do a bit of NASCAR racing like I like to do, when you're racing spaces like Daytona and Talladega, you can just see the car just in your peripheral vision right next to you, so it just helps where you're not having to worry about pressing a button to look left and right. You can just see everything that's going on. It's amazing, and then of course it's a whole new world when you jump from a V8 supercar then into maybe an F1 car with those open cockpits. The view is amazing.
Oh, no doubt, that's awesome, but seeing Colin having a bit of an accident coming into the pit lane, but Damien Butler is going to come off the last corner, head towards the start-finish line. Jonathan Salhani is going to improve and go to P2, 1:33.3, and Damien Butler improves his time to 1:33.409, P5, 1/1000th off the second row.
How's that? A 33.408 to a 33.409. Unreal.
I'd love to figure out how much that is in distance, Sandman.
Sorry,
that
mate.
would be...
Simon Black has just jumped into P2 with a 33.325. Great lap there from Simon Black.
That is incredible. He's actually managed to shave 0.3 of a second off his previous best, and he's literally got in the perfect part of the 33.3s there, just below two other guys also in the 3s. That's picked him up several positions. Just over a minute left in this qualifying session. Going to be do or die for these guys now, Sam.
Yeah, I think what Christian's already done at the moment, still got a couple of tenths up his sleeve. He comes to the line, he's just punched out a 33.256. He didn't improve on his time, but that still would have been good enough for pole position. So I think he's in the catbird seat at the moment.
That's it, but of course we're going to see in this race, although Christian has the 0.2 of a second advantage, this draft is going to play a factor. It's a bit like Daytona. You may have the fastest car, but you're not going to be easy to get away.
I won't talk to the SPAC boys about that. They put on a great show there, that three-wide racing down the front straight, bit of drafting action. That was awesome to watch when we saw Anderson, Edwards and Hamilton all battling it out.
Fantastic racing in the SMAC, yeah, for sure, but these guys obviously not even worrying about the limiter, and we saw Bobby Jovanovic have a big moment, and we're seeing Simon Black now coming to the finish line. It's going to be a 1:33.4, so no improvement for Simon there.
So we check Jonathan Sohani. And the checkered flag's out for this session, so everyone who's on a lap now, they obviously get to finish that if they make the line in time.
You've got to be pretty happy if you're Jonathan Salhani. P3 is a good place to start here, but of course you're always going to be pushing harder to see if you can get that pole, as he's pushing it very hard, very wide coming into MG. Takes it nice and narrow.
Oh, Christian has gone faster. Can you believe this? He has punched out a 33.057. Unbelievable lap from Christian Arwood.
That is insane. 0.3 on the field at a place like this. The only other guy I've seen do that is Jared this week. Insane speed from Christian Arwood. As Salhani is coming to the line, and that's going to be a 33.2. So Salhani jumps Simon Black.
Black's on his last lap. He's only got a couple of turns to go. No, he's going to abort.
Just got a message from Damien Butler that he could have got pole on a lap that he just ran wide on, so that's a big shame for Damo.
Well, if he has got that kind of pace, we'll have to look out for him in the race. But that's qualifying. 20-minute sessions, done and dusted. Christian Arwood, your pole sitter with a 33.057. Certainly did a number on the rest of the field, didn't he, Jake?
That's it. He's got a solid 2 and a bit tenths over Radicals driver Jonathan Sohani, which is going to take P2, mate, and Simon Black's going to take P3. Bobby Jovanovic's going to get P4, and Colin Schwecke, as we talked about, is going to take P5 with Damien Butler 1/1000th of a second back in P6.
And Josh Nowak 7th, Adam Funslow 8th, Tim Ballinger 9th, Clayton Brooks. Oh, mate, Clayton, he's back in 10th place. Maybe he's saving the best for the race.
That's it. I'm going to guess that Brooksy maybe just sort of was happy with his lap time as he's got 3/10 back to Tom O'Connor. Knows that he can start applying pressure to the guys in front. Guy Leach is going to take P12. Timothy Jackson 13th. Brent Hender 14th. Gavin Sadler P15. Jay Lawrence 16th. Terry Marwood 17th. Trent Thomas, another guy straight out of the Star Mazda last race, P18. And the two Martins, Martin Davis and Martin Slavasi, 19th and 20th, as we're seeing the guys about a minute and a bit away from the green flag now.
We'll quickly roll off the last couple. Was George Fullerton in 21st, Mark Noble in 22nd, Shane Evans 23rd, and the last to punch out of time was Lance Howes in 24th with a 39.5. So good group of guys here racing. It's good to see these names on track, and I'll tell you what, if qualifying's anything to go by, this should be one heck of a race.
Without a doubt, Sam, man. Obviously, this is going to be a 26-lap race. 40 minutes approximately. Last race was 40 minutes and was confirmed as a time-certain finish after 26 laps. So, long race here for these guys. Certainly going to have to maintain the focus, but no pit stops. So it's all-out sprint races. We're seeing the revs rise, Sandman. Take it away.
Like you said, 26 laps.
Green.
Phillip Island. The rough cut is underway. Great start. Jonathan Sahani. As they go into the Brits, Christian Elwood too. Bit of a drag race there at the front, but have a look at Colin. Colin's coming up. He's trying to look for a move up the inside. He got balked there. He can't find anywhere to go. Simon Blackwood in the full contact. This touch in the first turn. Oh, big spin from the leader. Oh, no, massive contact.
Brooksy's in it. There's 3 or 4 cars exiting turn 1, all involved in that. That's a big shame for those guys. But we're going to see Christian Aylwood have about 1 second gap to Colin now, all the way out to the lead. Big shame for Salhani. We'll see if we can get a replay of that.
Heartbreaking stuff. Just looked like he just, I don't know if the door was open enough and he just tried to close it and there was a little bit of contact there, but unfortunate there. Just heartbreaking stuff at the first turn.
We can see it happen here so easily, Sam, and you get 2 or 3 wide racing and it all goes off like that. Heartbreaking stuff for these guys.
A couple other innocent bystanders in that too, but that's just the way it is. It was Clayton Brooks, like you said, got involved, Tim Ballinger, but could have been a lot worse when you got drama like that right at the front of the field.
Was good patience by some of the guys there. You see some guys just trying to race through accidents. Everyone just sort of applied the brakes, didn't panic and managed to get round it, but did take 3 or 4 guys out. And I'm looking back in the field. MG, bit of contact going on. Terry Marwood turned around. But looking back up to the front, Christian Elwood has checked out with a 0.8 of a second lead over Colin Schwecke, and then a 1.6 second gap back to Simon Black.
Yeah, all these guys can take a bit of a deep breath now and just let the nerves settle down, get themselves into a rhythm. 26 laps around here. These guys have got their work cut out for them, but they're spaced out a little bit throughout the front of the field, so they know now they can just get into a rhythm and hit their marks.
Got our eyes on Adam Funslow at the moment, all over the back of Bobby, as Bobby has a bit of a moment and Simon seems to be struggling with the front end of his car. Early days.
You know, like you said, you mentioned it in qualifying, these tyres do get better as the laps go on. So maybe these guys just need to be a little bit patient for the first 1 or 2 laps and just let these pressures build. And like you said, the tyres will equalise a little bit and they'll get better as the run goes on.
We're looking at John Salhani now, obviously involved in that first corner incident. He's coming back through the field. He's made off a couple positions this lap. He's looking at the back of Brett Hender now. Maybe a move to be looked at here into MG.
Oh, yep,
Salhani to the inside.
Nice stuff there under brakes. Well done.
Obviously, Salhani is pretty much going to outclass these guys with the speed he's got. He shouldn't be back here, but the car doesn't seem to be too damaged.
We check out some drafting action. Damien Butler trying to draft their funds though. Janovic is there. Look at him trying to get down to the front straight away. Butler thinks about a move up the inside, thinks better of it, just tucks straight back in behind. It's good to see how this draft works with these rough cars, so down the nice long front straightaway here at Phillip Island.
We got a bit of a lapped car getting involved with this lot now. Martin Slavasi just getting involved and hectic, but they all seem to be able to get round him into Stoner Corner. I noticed when Damo pulled out onto the front straightaway, it just seemed like he had a wall of air as Farnslow still had the draft from Bobby.
Tell you what, we check this battle for second and third. Simon Black in third. Colin in second. Oh, looks like he's going to have a bit of a look up the inside here. No, Black just thinks better of it. It'll just tuck right in behind. Nose to tail stuff here as they come up through Hayshed.
This is not a section of the track you want to try and move. We saw it happen yesterday, but Colin, big moment on the rear end there. Manages to keep it composed.
Simon loves seeing that because he knows if that car's moving around, it'll probably help him a little bit.
Butler to the inside.
Oh, it's contact! Oh, another one goes round. Oh, Josh has got involved as well. Bobby Gerardi, he's gone around. Unbelievable. There's a little bit of contact there from Damien Butler. Looks like another car off to the infield there. So Butler's parked it up against the tyre wall.
I think Butler might know that maybe he could cop a penalty for something like that, but maybe some damage. Unfortunate for Damo, just seemed to have gone in a bit deep and got cut off. We're going to get a GT Omega replay of that.
Yeah, just made a move at the inside, a little bit of contact there with Bobby, and oh, jeez, just feel sorry for Josh though. You can see he just got caught up, innocent bystander in it all, and mate, heartbreaking.
Tell you what, Damo was well and truly down the inside. Bobby just, I think, just wasn't expecting it and just came across and unfortunately collected Josh. Big shame for him.
Up front, have a look at Christian Aylwood. 2.4 seconds up his sleeve, thank you very much. Over Simon Black in second and Colin in third. So Simon got that job done.
Something else I'm looking at the moment was Jonathan Salhani involved in that first lap incident. Was 12th 2 laps ago and is now in P6 chasing down Guy Leach doing 133.6s, which is faster than even our race leader last time by. So very fast times from Jonathan there.
Oh, good to see. He's firing up. He's got 10 seconds to make up though to chase down our race leader Christian Aylwood, but he's definitely got the bit between his teeth. Obviously disappointed about that first turn incident, but qualified second.
Colin
like said,
White.
he was back to 12th. Now he's 6th.
Sorry, Sam, and I just saw Colin from P2 run
he's
wide and then come into the pits. It's very unusual.
Yeah, not sure what that's all about.
Checking out P9 and 10, Gavin Sadler is going to go to the left-hand side of Tom O'Connor, I believe, but unfortunately just a bit of side draft, not really much he can do there, didn't have enough of a run.
It's good to see Gavin turning left and right. He's he's the current reigning champion of the Sandman Super Late Model Series, so it's good to see him doing a bit of road racing. He's a great steerer in the ovals, and it's good to see him mixing up with the boys here on the road course. He's looking for an inside move here. Oh, side by side, he's going to get the job done. Runs into a ribble strip, runs wide. How good was that?
Coming back.
Oh, he just gives a bit of room there. He didn't close the door properly. He might lose the spot again.
Sadler's going to have the inside.
Oh, nice job. Oh.
Terry Marwood is going to have the inside and could get it done into Hayshed, but it's going to be too wide through Hayshed. This is not a bit of road you want to run too wide through. O'Connor backs off, nearly contact. Great driving.
Thought O'Connor was going to hold on to that. He did at the line.
Here comes Brooksy to the left side.
Oh, look, he's going to go around the outside.
Too easy for Brooksy.
Oh, thank you very much.
Terrible lap for Tom O'Connor, dropping 4 places that lap. Big losses, trying to get back behind Brooksy in no time, but Brooksy's actually showing really good speed at the moment. As we said, race speed is exceptional. Funslow is all over the back of Simon Black here for P2. Doesn't look like he's going to have a go.
Oh no, he's just thinking, he's just watching Simon. Probably looks a little bit more comfortable with the car now, so he's really putting the pressure on Simon Black.
Just hearing in the text chat that Colin Schwecke is out of the race. Obviously had a meatball flag, we believe, from the first lap incident that we saw at turn 1. Big shame for him.
Oh, the slide from Oh, there we go. Funslow got the job done on Black. I was just watching Simon just a little bit sideways as they come up over the crest there, and it was enough, and there was a nice little strong move there. And Funslow just dived up the inside.
Taking a look at 7th and 8th place now, Brett Hender and Gavin Sadler. These guys have been going at it for a couple laps, as we know. Actually, just behind that, as a matter of fact, Clayton Brooks all over the back of Terry Marwood. Clayton had a big moment last time by and is going to have a big run now. Clayton Brooks has got speed.
He had a heap of throttle coming out of that last turn and just got a little bit understeery there, but he's carried that right down the front. He's got the draft. He's going to look to the inside here. Nice move here from Clayton Brooks. Terry Marwood, they're going to go side by side through the first turn. Oh, look at him run, but that travel. Unreal. Terry holds on to it, but
Brooksy's off.
Brooksy's run off. He's gone in a little bit deep, touched the grass, and now he's through the gravel track.
We've seen that happen so many times, Sam, man. People going too deep into there and trying to hit the apex too early.
Oh, we're hearing Jonathan Sohani's in the pits. He was in P5 after that altercation at turn 1, so maybe he had a meatball flag or something too and had to make pit lane.
I'm going to guess you're right, Sam, and he's just pulled straight over. I'm going to guess maybe he's been disqualified or something like that for a meatball flag infringement. Very strange.
So we've seen a couple of our front runners happen to park it. They look so strong in qualifying, but unfortunately things just haven't gone their way.
Christian Aylward, though, still in the lead by a significant margin. 3.2 seconds, 3.6 now actually. Christian Aylward just extending this lead at a nice rate. Still 18 laps to go though, Sam, man.
There's this battle at the front, mid-pack, 9th and 10th, O'Connor and Thomas.
Connor takes very narrow at turn 1. Trent's going to get a bit of a run into the southern loop, but it's not quite going to be enough.
Yeah, tricky on the outside there. Oh, but is he going to maybe move to the inside? O'Connor just drifted out a little bit, but held onto the car nicely.
Thomas has a nice run here. We could see something. It's a Honda.
Yeah, he'll just use it a little. No, he's going to. Oh, he's pushing wide. Oh, he has to get out of the throttle. Geez, that could have been ugly.
That is the biggest example of the dynamic racing line I've ever seen in my life. That's a flat-out corner, and Thomas just on the outside just understood straight off the racetrack.
Car looks pacey though, so I don't think he's got too much to worry about. If he can just hit his marks, looks like he might have the pace over O'Connor at the moment, but like you said, you just got to be careful with that racing groove and not get in the marbles. He's definitely got pace here.
Tell you someone else who's coming. Oh, we've got a spin in front. That's Terry Marwood, who's just lost the rear end coming through Lukey Heights in front of him, and fortunately not going to take any more casualties, but big moment.
Yeah, we'll check out the GT Omega replay, but yeah, unfortunately did it all by himself. Just went in a little bit too hot, ran wide, got sideways, got the right rear into the grass and the gravel, and that was the end of it.
Saw a few guys do that yesterday, but someone just looking at approaching these guys, O'Connor and Thomas. 35-1 from Thomas that time by, just behind Clayton Brooks, recovering from his run wide. Did a 33.3 last time by. Incredible speed from Brooksy.
Tell you what, we've got a great little battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. Sadler, Hender and Tim Jackson. These guys are battling it out. Oh, Sadler's going to go for a move. Now he's going to be on the wrong side of the racetrack, but he's probably got enough. He'll turn in, so nice position there over Hender. Hender just went a little bit wide. Sadler just trying to gather it up now. And now he's got his sight sets on Tim Jackson.
Great move there. I saw Brooksy have a bit of a moment back there, but saw Brett Hender there just on the outside of Stoner Corner, just have the exact same moment that we saw Trent Thomas have a little while ago. Just that outside the groove there, just very lacking grip. Like,
yeah, tell you what, a touch of understeer wouldn't have been too bad in my race car last night for qualifying. I was struggling with oversteer through Stoner.
no doubt the V8 is a completely different beast, but Brooksy now is all over the back of Trent and in a bit of a defensive line, but O'Connor makes a small mistake and Trent is going to be on the outside. Not going to be able to make anything out of it though.
It's tricky for O'Connor. He gave up quite a few spots earlier in the race, and now he's got definite pressure here from Trent Thomas as he tries to carry that down. Gets a good run out of that last turn. He'll tuck in for a little bit of the draft down the front straightaway. He's got kilometres under his belt. He'll move to the inside and get the job done at the inside of O'Connor, but not far behind them. Clayton Brooks will be trying to get in on it as well. Oh, almost a touch there from O'Connor. He'll hold on to it though. That could have been real ugly.
Brooksy's got to be careful he doesn't replicate what he did a couple laps ago.
Goes.
O'Connor's wide, Brooksy to the inside.
Oh, nice run from Brooksy. Don't want to get too much on that ripple strip. Oh, give O'Connor room on the outside. He'll have the job done here. O'Connor will have to give up. It's hard to fight on the outside of Stoner. We've seen that the last couple of laps.
O'Connor, knowing what could happen, gets off the throttle nice and early, and Brooksy's got it done and now sets his sights on Trent Thomas. Hearing that Adam Funslow's had a bit of a moment, was in P2 just in front of Simon Black, but has now fallen behind.
Yeah, looks like Guy Leach is about to snuffle him up. Guy's in 4th, so he's given up a lot of track time there, hasn't he?
Trent Thomas I saw there having a massive moment. Gonna let Brooksy straight. Brooksy goes to the inside of MG.
Thank you very much. There we go. That's the Brooksy you were talking about.
No doubt, that's going to put Brooksy in P8, 2 positions in 1 lap. Great driving by Clayton. Tim Jackson as well, we've seen just have a big moment off the last corner, and Josh Nowak, another guy who, Josh Nowak was taken out in that incident at MG from memory. Hearing that Josh Nowak's had another accident out there, apparently run directly into the back of a car, which we believe to be George Fullerton doing a flick spin at Siberia, and Nowak ran straight in the back of him. Bad luck for Josh.
It's been a good race so far. Lap 11 of 26. Christian Arwood, your leader, over 2nd place Simon Black. Adam Funslow in 3rd. Tell you what, he's got his work cut up for him because Guy Leach isn't too far away from him. So last time round, Funslow a 38.4 to Guy Leach's 33.8. So we said that he had a bit of a moment and lost some ground, but needs to be careful because Guy Leach looks hungry.
That's it, and Guy at the moment, as we see it, Funslow drop a wheel. Big pressure Funslow's feeling at the moment. I think he's just got to let the car settle down a little bit. You know what it's like in this new tyre model, Sam, man. Drive the car a bit hard and it'll overheat and you won't have any grip for a lap. You just got to give it a lap or two just to come back to you, and you'll get your grip back again.
Oh, you're not wrong. I think that bit me at Sonoma, but never mind. That's exactly right. Let him cool down a bit and they'll come back to you. So that's what he needs to do.
Going to take a ride on board with the Pagny and iRace for Fun rough of Guy Leach as he's chasing down Adam Funslow.
Only a tenth in it between these two last time round, so it's good that Adam sort of gathered it all up again.
Guy making a lot of time under brakes there into Honda, definitely on the limit of his braking there.
Oh, a little bit wide.
Yeah, Funslow just taking the late apex there, albeit unintentionally by the looks. Gonna hurt him a little bit, but Guy Leach now through Hayshed, one of the most committed corners on this racetrack, feeling the effects of the draft push a little bit, and very wide entry into Lukey Heights. Leach just seems to be squaring off these corners so much nicer than Funslow at the moment. Possibly be looking at a run onto the main straight, but don't think it's going to be a happen this time by.
Oh, he's going to understeer a bit here too, so that just cost him a little bit.
Still managed to time 1/10 of a second quicker than Funslow, so he's bringing him in fairly consistently. Obviously this is for your last podium position. This being the last race we will see all season in the iRace for Fun C-Spec Challenge alongside the GT Omega Endurance Cup. So, last chance for these guys.
They've been putting on a great show too. It's been good to have them as support category for V8SCOPS, and these guys, they love their cup racing and really turn it on. See, look at the amount of road that Guy makes up under brakes. It's unbelievable. The way his car is, he's loving it at the moment.
Yeah, I think he's just driving a little bit harder and therefore having a bit of a wider entry, and that's also beneficial as he gets to go deeper into the corner and also square the exit off. Only real disadvantage is corner speed, but he seems to have it all for Adam Funslow at the moment. Gonna take a ride on board Adam Funslow's car, looking back at Guy Leach now. You can just see that Leach makes all that time on entry and then again on exit.
These camera views really give you a good understanding of where these guys are placing their car and sometimes where they're making up ground. You can see two totally different lines coming into that last turn. They're pretty even on exit too. Again, maybe a little bit of understeer for Guy, but you know, two different lines through that turn, yet pretty much the same result.
See if we can keep this camera view into Honda corner that Leach has really been making big gains on Funslow. Look at the difference in, oh, a bit of a wiggle from Guy Leach there.
It's all about getting off this turn, carry the speed, in through Stoner. See, they should have fairly much the same line into Stoner. Look how wide Guy goes under brakes. Oh, and that's where he makes up the ground.
How crucial is that second corner, Sam, man? I've been comparing my split times to obviously the dominant driver in terms of speed in the main game this week, Jared Filsell, and just in the first and second corners alone, I'm losing half a second to Jared, so it's really incredible how much of a difference those first two corners make here.
Oh, you're not wrong, mate. It's to see how Guy's car moving around. Mate, it's exactly right. I noticed that in early testing just when I was trying to get a feel for it. You know, you get that right one time and then wrong the next. You just see the split just disappear into the red. You're just like, you're kidding me.
Bit of a weird double apex of a corner, and we're now looking back to Brooksy, Tim Jackson and Brent Hender for 6, 7 and 8. Brooksy seems to be the quickest one of this bunch, so it's going to be interesting to see what he can do.
Yeah, 33.4, so he's definitely on it. Jackson 33.7 and a 34.3 for Hender just above, in front of him. So Clayton, no doubt, will be pretty keen to get these boys. Another couple of spots under his belt.
Brooksy a little bit slower that lap, but still quicker than both of the guys in front. Just seems to be pushing that car so hard at the moment.
And he's making up massive ground here too under brakes.
Just listening to the cars, Brooksy seems to sort of give a little bit more roll time to that second corner, and that allows to get the front end of the car turned a little bit more. But Jackson very close to Hender now. Maybe a look into Honda.
Oh, he's wiggled, he's held onto it. Oh, that could have been disastrous for him, especially Hender as well. But he's going to give up a spot here. Brooks is going to have a crack at him on the outside now. Side by side, Brooks and Jackson. Brooks will run a little bit wide. He'll have to regather now and try to carry that speed, but he'll just tuck back in. So nice little save there.
I saw smoke at Siberia, and we're hearing that Funslow's dropped. Big spin. See if we can get a GT Omega replay on that one.
Yeah, looks like he's just done that all by himself, unfortunately.
Funzo did the same thing into Honda yesterday, and we just saw it from Jackson actually. As the tyres get old in these things, they get very unstable in the rear end under brakes. Very crucial to make sure that you're just aggressive with the brake pedal and make sure that you get the brakes not locking. Going to take a look up to our race leader. Christian Aylward has led every lap of this race so far. Car's so settled and composed at the moment, hitting consistent 33s and incredible speed and consistency from Christian at the moment.
We're hearing that, is that Evans that may have blown an engine? That's what we're hearing. That's what reports are.
It's not hard to do here, hey Sam, man. Honda, you're having to drop 3 and 4 gears and very easy to blow an engine.
Tell you what, I'm enjoying this, just having a look through the field. 6th, 7th, 8th, Hender, Jackson and Brooks. These guys covered by nothing, just all dicing it out. Brooks, he's just trying to see where he can get a pass from Jackson right up close from behind.
And see how differently Brooksy and Jackson achieve their speeds. Completely different lines. Brooksy's going to have the run.
Watch this, he's got a little bit of a better run out of here. Jackson just understeered a little bit out of that turn. Jackson will just cover a little bit, but he'll leave enough room there for Brooksy. So Brooksy, have you got enough? You want to take a look at the inside, go for it. And he does, side by side. So it's a bit of smart heads-up racing there between him and Jackson. But Jackson will think about the crossover. Look around the outside. Just give it to Brooks.
Great move by Brooksy there, but you saw, similar to what we saw with Damien Butler earlier, Jackson still had the draft from Hender, so made it very difficult for Brooksy to get an overlap, but managed to pull it off anyway into Honda now.
Oh, Jackson had a bit of run there, but just got a little bit of understeer through Stoner.
Brooksy's just able to put that ANZ rough so deep under brakes. Great performance from him.
And all he needs to do is tip Hender off the list. That'll give him 6th place.
Brooksy getting ever closer through Lukey Heights. Nothing in it. Brooksy's going to look for a move.
Yes, nice job under brakes. Well done.
Job done for Clayton Brooks. 2 cars in 1 lap once again. Great work.
He's got his work cut out for him now, because if he wants to chase down 5th place, they're quite a few seconds up the road, unfortunately.
That's it, but Tim Jackson using all the track and some onto the main straight. He's going to have another look at Brett Hender. Going to pull out.
Yeah, he's got the run. He's used the draft nicely up the inside. Tim Jackson. Oh, they go side by side. Oh, a little bit of contact. Door handle. Great racing from these two. Jackson and Hender. Look at the respect. Great amount of racing room they're sharing between each other. Great job, guys.
They're still too wide, Sam, man. This is excellent work. Hender's going to have him just cleared, and he's got to cover the line.
Oh, that could have been ugly.
Absolutely, but Hender's going to maintain the position for now as Brooksy up front runs a little wide. Giving up a bit of time to these two. Gavin Sadler seems to have had a moment. Is
just about to say. I'm just not far from mentioning that Brooksy, we're going to have his work cut out for him if he wants another spot on the grid, but Sadler's dropped from 4th place, so not sure what happened there.
Sadler has fallen victim to that again, lost the rear brakes coming into Honda. Tim Jackson having a huge catch. Just keeping it out of the grass.
Tell you what, that was a massive wiggle. We'll have to check out the GT Omega replay because he nearly drilled the back of Hender and how he held onto it. That was an awesome, awesome save.
Talking yesterday being so heavy in the rear, these cars are so hard to save, so fantastic work by Tim Jackson to keep that thing on the road.
The best bit is he's now right back up the back of Hender again, so he's made all that ground that he lost with that moment.
Hender running a little deep into Southern Loop, but he's going to double apex nicely, but Jackson has a big run.
Yeah, he's carried the speed. Just don't know if he can clear him just yet. Got to have that inside line there. Both of them push out wide a little bit.
Hender keeps it. Jackson looking to have a little bit of draft push through Stoner corner there. Still a chance though. He's Jackson seems to be able to keep the car a lot tighter despite the draft push, so I got no doubt once he gets around Hender he'll be able to push away, but
look, the best bit is he's still got 7 laps to go, so he doesn't have to push the issue too much. They're not on the last lap or the last couple of corners, so he's been driving fairly smooth, so I think if he can just do that again, he caught him fairly quickly after that massive moment, so we'll just check out that times. Christian Arwood, a 33.120, 33.7 from Simon Black in second, a 34.3 from third for Guy Leach.
And that, after 20 laps on these tyres, is Christian's and the field's fastest lap of the race.
Pretty
20
impressive,
lap
isn't
old
it?
tyres, that's crazy. Actually, just looking at the timing again, 6 laps to go, I believe, and 9 minutes left on the clock. So we could get 5 or 6 laps, but I presume we're going to go full race distance. Just hearing that we are certainly going to end with laps and not time restrained, so we're going to go the full 26 laps, which I believe is around 115 kilometres. Jackson now all over the back of Hender again. Coming through this last sequence of corners. Timothy Jackson, if he can get the late apex through the last corner, might have a run into turn 1. Seems a little bit too far back at this stage.
Yeah, Hender got a good run out of that last turn. He's got the benefit of the draft there, but he's just going to be a little bit too far back by the time they get into turn 1.
Certainly be something to set up for Honda as Hender runs the corner very narrow, compromising some corner speed.
He thought about it, maybe a dive on the inside there, but that would have been a brave move. So smarter man there, Tim Jackson, just didn't go for it, which was good.
Jackson squaring the corner off beautifully. Let's see if he can try and keep out of this draft push and maybe have a lunge.
No.
Thinks better of it. Smart driving. There's still 6 laps to go.
Oh, just a little bit wide there for Jackson on exit. Never mind, but he didn't lose too much.
Seeing Brooksy now, P6. On another look at Gavin Sadler. Gavin actually did 2 of his fastest laps of the race the last 2 laps, as did Brooksy do his fastest lap last time round, so...
Yeah, they're faster than Funslow too. They're catching Funslow. Funslow, they're about 3 or 4 tenths quicker than Funslow. So Brooksy right on the back now of Sadler.
Brooksy's got to question whether or not he pushes to get by Gavin and maybe give away his chance of getting Funslow, or just sit there and maybe try and get P5.
Let me check out their times as they come across the start-finish line. We'll see what Funslow punches out last lap round. 34.3. Gavin Sadler, 34.0. And a 33.5 for Clayton Brooks.
Clayton's consistency in this race has just been exceptional. He's have no doubt in my mind that had he not had that bit of an off, he'd be challenging for P2.
Oh, just hearing Jackson had another big moment there. Just under brakes again too. So I don't know if he just... Oh, it looks like he just stepped out, just jumped on the brakes. But a nice save from Jackson.
Of course, these cars, Sandman, as we get the GT Omega replay, no ABS. So rear-mounted engine. Oh, and we've just seen Henda has gone off at Honda, and that's going to give Timothy Jackson the position. While we were checking out the replay of that awesome save,
Oh, well, that's
Jackson,
happening.
P7.
Sorry, Clayton Brooks has got Gavin Sadler as well. So Clayton's jumped up another spot. There's plenty happening on at the moment.
He did that so well too, but Sadler's looking back. Taking a look at the GT Omega replay of Brooksy getting that move done. Fantastic move by Brooksy to not cost him too much time. He could have a chance at Funslow in the ending laps here.
How good would that be? So plenty happening on that lap. The GT Omega replay caught it all. We're back to live pictures. You can see Clayton Brooks, Gavin Sadler trying to get a bit of a draft down into turn 1, but a little bit too far back to think about a move up the inside. Sure enough, backs off and stays behind Clayton. Oh, Clayton just a little bit wide there. Sadler tries to move a look around the outside. He'll try the under and over. Brooksy's right all over it though. He knew what he was going to try and do. Covered the line there nicely.
I think Gavin's thinking ahead here, knowing that he can stick in that draft and maybe catch Brooksy, but more importantly catch Adam Funslow, who despite all that, Brooksy still did 2 tenths quicker than last time round.
Oh, that's a tight line from Brooksy there too. Not going to take too much away from him though, because his times are still pretty good. He's 2 tenths quicker than Funslow last time round.
Yeah, Brooksy's speed has been really exceptional in this race. Just the consistency of his last laps, all within 3 or 4 tenths of a second. These guys certainly keeping the tyres on these cars as they lighten up fuel-wise, just going quicker and quicker.
All right, Christian Arwood still up front, doing it pretty easy. 3 laps to go, 9.6 seconds margin.
Just don't want to give him the curse, Sandman. Yesterday's race, Guy Leach had the race won. He led pretty much every race lap for the whole race and lost it with 2 to go. Hoping that Christian Elwood can do the same, but not actually spin.
Yeah, don't want to put the Mazda on him because I might owe him a beer or 2.
Funslow looking to be wide again at the southern loop. Was brought in 4 tenths of a second last time by Clayton with a 132.3. Incredible speed from Clayton Brooks.
Okay. Oh, just to say, I thought time might be against him, but he's made up a nice chunk of ground there into the hairpin. But like I said, lap 24 of 26. He's doing a good job. I think he's on target to match his fastest lap so far, I think, on this lap.
Certainly did last lap.
Last lap, yeah, sorry about that.
Brooksy's car just has so much speed at the moment. ANZ just have something for Phillip Island, hey, they love this place.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, going into the battle that they've got this weekend, it's the perfect time to have a great car, and they've definitely got, they've got their grips on the field for the V8 Supercar race a little bit later on. And Brooksy carrying over that same pace here in the rough race. He's got good car pace.
And this is 2 laps to go now. Brooksy's brought in another 0.4 of a second on Funslow, but I dare say he still has to bring in just over a second, so it's a big job to do in 2 laps, but if anyone in this field can do it, it's Clayton Brooks. Brooksy's got the pace. He's bringing him in at roughly half a second a lap, so if he can bring in another couple tenths and just hop in this draft, that could be enough to get him a chance, but he'll only have one.
Go for the old Murray Walker adage, is catching's one thing and passing's another, but definitely got the bit between his teeth. So good to see Clayton tearing it up. He's really got a good race car, and no doubt he'd be wishing this race was a little bit longer, because look up a little bit further, Guy Leach. Not
Brooksy.
too far for it.
Brooksy had a big moment in Siberia, and I dare say if he did have a chance of winning, getting P4, it might be over now. That was a big moment.
Yeah, gave up a fair bit of ground, unfortunately.
We're going to see Christian Elwood, car number 999, go into turn 1 for the white flag, and last time round, dominant drive for Christian Elwood, exceptional speed. Of course, Simon Black looking for a bit of redemption after his mistake yesterday, sitting P2. Another consistent drive by him. Gavin Sadler actually showing a lot of speed at the moment. 33.6, had about 8 tenths over Brooksy that time by, so I think if you're Clayton Brooks, you just got to sit there and get it done and focus on finishing the race rather than catching Funslow.
Tell you what, Christian has done a number on the field, hasn't he, mate? Oh, as he gets a little bit sideways. Maybe he's celebrating a little bit early. Oh, look at it, wiggle round. It's sort of very Van Gisbergen-ish, isn't it? Just lighten up the rears. He's got about 11 or 12 seconds. Look at him go, but really enjoying it. Done a number on the field, and he is celebrating early, Christian Arwood.
We did see Muggo a little while back have a massive heart stop. Oh, he's
going to lose it! Oh, this could be it! He could throw away the win. He tried to celebrate too early. He's lost it. He's looped it. Here comes Simon Black. It's going to be a run to the finish line. What can he do? He's going to get on the throttle. He's going to carry the pace. Oh, Simon Black. What a sportsman. He's going to give him the win. Simon Black could have taken that easily.
Obviously, these two great friends. Well done to Christian Elwood. Gave us a bit of last lap excitement. Great work by Simon Black also, P2.
Can you believe that? Is that the Sportsman of the Year or what? Simon Black could have poached that win. Some early celebrations. Unbelievable what Christian Elwood. Tell you what, he has got quite a couple of beers that he has to buy for Mr. Simon Black, I think.
We're going to take a little look back at that. What a way to finish this race.
I still can't believe it. Oh, heart-mouth stuff. Unbelievable. He was lucky he didn't drill the tyre barrier too there on the inside, but holy smoke, he would have just been thinking, you are kidding me.
Yeah, Christian will have to have another look back to teammate Shane Van Gisbergen to cop a bit more drifting lessons, but yeah, what a way to finish this great race. 26 laps of Phillip Island, and that will conclude all of our support category racing for this year's Enduro Cup.
Fantastic. What a show. We saw some great racing from the Smack Series earlier on, and then of course holy smoke, some heart and mouth stuff there for the checkered flag there, but some great racing from Rough Cup, and Mate, what a great series this has been for V8 SuperCops. It's been good to have these support categories, and thanks to everyone involved who made it all happen, because I think it's just added just that little bit more spice to the broadcast and our race weekends.
That's it. Obviously, a big shout out to iRace for Fun for putting on this C-Spec Cup as part of the GTO Mega Endurance Cup. We're going to have a look at the results now, Sam, man. Why don't you run us through what that was? An awesome race.
Christian Arwood, thank you very much. He needs to buy plenty of beers to Simon Black, because Simon got on the brakes there. Let Christian gather it up and take the win after some early celebrations. So well done, Christian Arwood. Simon Black second, Guy Leach third, Adam Funslow in fourth place, Clayton Brooks in fifth, Gavin Sadler in sixth, Brett Hender in seventh, Tim Jackson in eighth, Tom Connor in ninth, Terry Marwood rounding out your top 10. We go to 11th, Trent Thomas, Mark Noble in 12th, Martin Slavissi in 13th. He's the first car, one lap down. And then, unfortunately, some did not finish as George Fullerton, Shane Evans, Josh Nowak, Jonathan Solani, Bobby Jarovich, Martin Davies, Jay Lawrence, Colin Schwesky, Damien Butler. Go down the order a little bit more. Lance Hawes, Tim Ballinger, Scott Griffiths round out your field.
What a race, hey Sam, man. Tonight's supports categories have been a show. Imagine what we're going to have with the Phillip Island 500 coming up in a matter of many short minutes.
It's going to be amazing. Great race. This is the grand finale, and I tell you what, this has been a great build-up to what's going to turn out to be an amazing race. It's ANZ Motorsport versus Trans-Tasman Racing. These guys have got the pressure of 100-odd laps around here, and of course, co-drivers play a big part, and anything can happen in this race, and no doubt everyone is absolutely looking forward to it.
I believe we have Sportsman of the Year, I think we're going to call him, Simon Black in the channel. Well done, Simon. P2, and great sportsmanship to let Christian have that one. How was your race, mate?
It was pretty good, actually. It was good fun. But, yeah, Chris deserved that one, so I thought I'd let him have it.
Oh, mate, what were you thinking when you come around that last turn and saw that he'd smoked it up and that you had the chance to get past him?
Well, I was actually at TeamSpeak with them, but I had myself muted because they were talking about other stuff, so I didn't know whether he was waiting for me or he'd spun out, so I thought, no, he deserved it anyway, so fair enough.
Well, we did. We labelled you the Sportsman of the Year in the broadcast, and that is going to stick, my friend, because that was incredible. That was easily yours, but a nice bit of sportsmanship, mate. Well done.
It's all good. It was a good fun race.
And of course, now we lead up to the big race, mate. V8 SuperCops, the grand finale, mate. No doubt everything's in readiness, and we're going to have one heck of a race today.
Yep, I'm just about to jump over to the other server now and help Mike out with the formation, but I think we're all pretty much ready to go, and the field is set, so 113 laps coming up soon, so yep, as you say, it'll be the final to our series and to our GT Omega Cup, so should be a very interesting battle this evening.
Oh, well done, mate. And to have these support categories throughout the weekend as well has just been amazing. We said we saw an amazing race for the Mazda series, and of course everything that just happened in the Rough Cup. But it's been a nice little addition to these endurance races, and it's really, I think everyone who's tuning into the broadcast, and I no doubt the V8 Online crew are enjoying it too. So, mate, well done, and mate, we are excited about some bigger and better things for next season.
Yep. We plan to do it all a little bit better as we learn from this season for next season, and we've got a few things already set to go, and a few things we've got to do a bit of work on, but hopefully we'll have it all set by the end of the year and be bigger and better next year.
All right, mate. All the best. We'll let you get back to it and get everything in preparation, but well done, mate, and thanks for popping by.
All right. Have a great call tonight, guys.
Cheers, mate. Jake. Have you taken a breath yet, mate? Can you believe what we just saw in Rough Cup?
Oh, mate, I don't know, heart and mouth when Christian lost it, but yeah, finally recovered. Just prepping myself to get ready to hop in this V8 Supercar, Sam, man. Yeah,
work cut out for us now, mate. Are you starting, mate, or are you going to keep those cards close to your chest?
Oh, mate, I just hope on running into the guy directly in front of me, who is, I I believe it's the TTR blue car, is it? In P28? Yeah, just it's a long race. Probably going to be about 3 hours long, so we should all just going to sit in, get in the rhythm, and buy our tickets to the end, basically.
All right, well, I think we'll wrap things up as what's been an amazing Rough Cup race, and we'll throw back to Mr. Jay Kennedy. Jay, I hope you sat back and watched some of that. That was awesome.
Yeah, that was a pretty awesome finish to that race. So congratulations to Christian and Simon for being pretty sporting there at the end. But I'm sure, as you said, Jake, I think Shane might get a phone call about how to drift around the final corner.
That's right, isn't it?
We'll take a quick break. We'll be back very soon. The drivers are starting to take the formation for the grid for the Phillip Island 500. So we'll return very soon. This is V8's Online's coverage of the GT Amiga Endurance Cup.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race. So you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
Welcome back to V8 Online's coverage of the GT Amiga Endurance Cup. Final round of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Jay Kennedy and Sam Clarks alongside me for the 15th round, the Phillip Island 500. Sam, are you ultra excited or what?
Oh, mate. Tell you what, after watching those support races, it's got the blood boiling. I can't wait. I'm mega excited about this, as the endurance races throughout the season have been so much fun, and no doubt Phillip Island will turn it on, as we've already seen in the support races.
A little bit of an issue for one of the cars out on track, the 858 Daco Motorsport car. It doesn't look like it'll have enough fuel to actually do its lap, so it may have to start from pit lane. We'll find out very, very soon whether it will be able to make it around. But
dear.
That will be interesting if that's the case. Classic Corey Slade. Anyway. So we'll see what happens in the next little bit, as it looks like Brooksy's just about got himself back in the chair out of the race suit. Brooksy, well done in that race, mate.
Thanks, mate. Thanks. Bit unfortunate and caught up in the accident at the first corner, but it was not a bad fight back again.
Well, at least you finished your support races. I still haven't finished one.
Yeah, both races had to fight back, so they're good fun car to drive. That rough, I recommend anyone to get in and have a go. It's good fun.
Mate, that was brilliant to watch. You really did a great job, considering everything that went wrong at the start. And mate, a couple of those boys would have been in trouble if that race had been just that little bit longer.
Yeah, unfortunately, well done to Christian and Simon too. Up there in first and second, I was spewing because they're in my team speak, as you know, and would have been good to be battle with those guys up the front. But I was on for a very good quali lap, but I got blocked, unfortunately, on my really good lap. So I started down the order, and that's what you get.
It happened pretty easily with how close qualifying is. It makes it very, very hard if you can't get that lap in. Find yourself boxed in very, very easily at the start, but you couldn't quite get that start you got yesterday, mate. That was a blitzer.
Yeah, that was. The other guys around me got all good starts as well. I still got a good start, but the other guys got good ones as well. But Christian's idea actually was to run the fuel down and just get tyres in qualifying, and I'd just done that, and I was actually on for a 33.1. I was on right on the optimal time, but doesn't matter. Good fun race anyway. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch. So well done for that. Now the teams, the cars are just getting ready for their gridding procedure. Of course, have to do a little bit of a trickery to make the grid procedure work. Sandman's going to take off, so thank you, Sandman.
No worries, guys. Have a great call, and no doubt I'll be popping in and out throughout the race. But have a good one, guys.
Yeah, well done, mate. Good luck for the race, you and your team.
Thanks, mate. It's one of those deals, isn't it, tonight, where I just feel like I'd just rather be kicking back and watching. I don't know if I want to race, just because this so much going on for this event, and of course championship on the line. It's going to be an absolutely ripper of a race, and best of luck to both teams.
Now, Mr. Brooks, team manager of ANZ Motorsport, can you tell me what's going on with your team livery?
Yeah, you've seen that?
Yeah, I can see it.
I'll forward to a little surprise for you, mate. And,
thanks, mate.
Didn't go to the extreme as Public Enemy #1 Andrew Asai, but
No, thank you. I've actually been very, very flattered by the nice comments that I've got over the last 24 hours from everyone in my farewell tonight. So thank you to everyone. Very much appreciate it. Yeah, it's been really good. I've got a bit of a thank you list I'll go through at some point, but yeah, it's been awesome to be involved in V8 Online over the last 4 years, and can't wait to watch from the sidelines bigger and better things next year and onwards from there. So thanks Brooksy. You'll pay.
No worries, mate.
You'll pay as well. I've got 2 I've got to get now.
Yeah, no, it was actually, I'll take full credit for it. It was my idea. I mentioned it to Bo and Jared, and they were cool with it, so yes.
Great.
I'm
Glad more
taking
teams
you at
haven't done that. That's what I'm happy.
I haven't been here. You haven't shown the viewers, have you?
Seb, have we can the viewers see that yet? The livery. Great. Yep. Awesome. Thanks everyone. Appreciate it. Righto, Brooksy, you'll pay.
Any of you guys out there can screenshot it and send it to Jay's Facebook page. We appreciate it.
Yeah, I'd love it. Thanks. Anyway, onward and upward. We're going to race happily in about 20 minutes time. As I said, the drivers getting together. We had 3 cars that did not set a time on the grid last night. We've got the OSR V8 team, the One Performance Racing team, and STC Motorsport Red, who actually pre-qualified inside the top 10, were unable to qualify last night. So it's a little bit, I guess you'd say, disappointing for those guys because they had really good pace at both Spa and Bathurst. So that car, which is Michael Cracknell and Jason Dixon, those guys are going to have to work really, really hard from back in the field from 41st to try and get their way up towards the pointy end.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch for them, but yeah, 500 kilometres, anything can happen. 113 laps. I think the support races have shown that anything can happen.
Usually does. I think we've seen in every single race this season that anything can and usually does happen.
Yeah, I took a close look at a lot of the what would you say, B drivers, the co-drivers for this race, and there's a lot of very evenly matched spots out there tonight, so don't expect to see, just because there's a co-driver in the car, for them to be giving space or letting people through. I think they're all going to be going for every apex and not giving an edge.
Oh, I think that's definitely how it's going to work out. We won't see anyone give up too much at all. Now, another element tonight is obviously safety cars. We don't know how many that we'll have, or when they will come, or if there will be any, but there is a chance that we'll have some random safety cars at some point throughout the race. We're not sure when, if, how many, but definitely strategy will play some part in this race, with guys not knowing what to expect, which I think made for an awesome finish at Bathurst and also at Spa. We'll see that again.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, safety car's going to be a completely different mix on this race. Like you said, there may be safety cars, there might not be. Don't know if there's random safety cars or if they're going to just see if there's going to be accidents. So, yes, it'll be all very interesting when this plays out.
Now the 858 is going to make it. It looks like going to cross the line and actually post a time. It's only 3 litres of fuel. He's done 2 laps. That's not a bad effort around Phillip Island. So, well done, Corey. It looks like actually one of the cars, I believe Synergy Sim Racing number 3, the number 100 car. Not too sure if that's... Double check something here. Their lap time hasn't counted, so I'm not sure if they've had an incident or ran off the track, so their lap won't count. They'll start rear of field due to a breach in qualifying procedure. Guys have to be very, very strict on their qualifying procedure and how it works and make sure that they do it properly, or else incidents like this will happen.
Sorry, JR just had to get off me. Flash just kicked his toe and he screamed the house down. I didn't want all the listeners hearing that.
Fairly normal. We have kids running around the background in both our houses, Brooksy, and I think last night we got to have a little listen to Harrison having a bit of a chirp from the broadcast, so all good. So with 14 minutes to go before we get the race underway, I think I might just quickly run through a bit of a thank you list, if that's okay with you, Brooksy.
By all means, mate, go for it.
So I've got a little bit of a list of all the people I want to thank you for their help over the last 4 years with V8S Online. It's quite a big list, but firstly I want to thank all the people that have helped out in the commentary box. This is a big list, so let me get my breath. Firstly, Sam, man, thanks for all your help. Also, Leo Gray, Desmond Allen, Daniel Bryant, also to you, Brooksy, thank you so much. Mike Koroloff, Anthony Kernich, Matthew Hill, John Emerson, Scott Griffiths, Madison Down, Richard Hampstead, Josh Muggleton, Deb Murray Westberg, Kane Craft, JD Smith, Martin Carroll, Shane Van Gisbergen, Scott McLaughlin, Aaron Russell. Also, thank you to those guys for commentating throughout this last 4 years. Reese Gardner, Corey Slade, Jason Bean, Stuart Wood, Mitch McLeod, Jake Burton, Sam Sutton, Lee Ellis. Thank you to all of you guys who have lended your voices to V8s Online over the last 4 years. It's been absolutely awesome. Thank you so much. We've got some issues here with 886. He's just posted an extra lap and he's now, for some reason, ended up on pole position. So that is something that's going to cause some issues anyway. I'm sure race control will work that out because now technically put himself on pole by doing an extra lap. We will...
I don't know what they're going to do here.
They might have to DQ the car from the session, possibly. I'll work that out in the next 12 minutes. Maybe make him start in pit lane. I don't know. I think pit lane start was always the penalty for breach of the start procedure. So back to my thank you list while the officials work out what they're going to do. I want to thank the people that have supported V8s Online in the background. Chris Tarrant, Dylan Sharman, Vern Norgard, Shane Gilfeather, Justin Murray, much as I hate you, Andrew Isaiah, Christian Elwood, Simon Black, Marty Atkins, Nick Rainbird, Sean Slater. Thank you to all you guys for all your support in the background, even if it's just been some really kind words of thanks. I appreciated it so much through the really terrible times when I really didn't want to keep doing this anymore, but it's been so worth it. Thanks to all the drivers that used to do our hot lap videos back in the day. Fingers crossed we'll get some of those happening again next year. Seb, wink wink.
He's listening.
He is listening. I know he's listening. He didn't reply to me though. So also thanks to all the sponsors that we've had past and present as well. Direct Clutch Services, V8 Supercar Fan Group, Track Racer, Sim Instruments, Get Dirty MX, Big Pond Sport, Extreme Sim Gear, Thrustmaster, Astro Headsets, Race Recall, The Grid Melbourne, GT Amiga, Race Centre as well. Thank you to all you guys for all your support of V8s Online, both past, present and future as well. Big thanks to v8supercars.com.au. Back when we first started, you'll remember, Brooksy, our broadcast actually used to feature on v8supercars.com.au, and that was so cool in getting us up and running back in the day. So big thanks to the guys at V8 Supercars. And last but not least, thank you to everyone who has ever viewed a V8's online broadcast. We've we're just about to hit 300,000 views on YouTube. Add that into all of our broadcast time we've had on both Twitch and also when we were on live stream as well. We've had almost 500,000 views. So thank you so much to everyone who has watched. We absolutely appreciate everything. And thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Jay. It's very much appreciated what you've done, mate. So no need for you to thank anyone. You started all this, and hopefully it continues on bigger and better.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure there's some big plans in the background. Well, I know there's some big plans in the background, and I know that there's a lot of guys that are wanting to help out and work really hard to get this up and running as good as it can be next year. So I know it's in the pipe works. So yeah, I can't wait. So run through what the starting grid should be. Whether it will actually start this way, we're not 100% sure. I'm sure Race Control is working that out right now. But pole position, the SR car. Jeez, I can't talk anymore. Of Phil Sell and Cattell starting from pole after that awesome qualifying lap in the shootout last night. P2 Team Pagny and TTL, Hampstead and Latham. Then P3, the number 15 ERA Demidov Innovations car, Ian Ford and Ben Smith. Fourth position, number 48 TTR Black car, Tony Ortridge and Michael Healy in that car. Fifth position, the 842 Trans-Tasman Racing red car, Brock Salmon and Jake Maloney. Sixth position will be Mitchell McLeod, Hayden Dodman in the Talking Cup of Cement Space Jam livery. Seventh position, Synergy Sim Racing 1 with Michael Schreier and David Moore. Driver change unconfirmed. Confirmed, Brooksy, in the 901 ANZ Motorsport car.
Justin's still breaking every speed law there is, trying to get home to make it, mate, as far as I know. So Day's going to drive in the hope that Justin makes it home.
Yeah, so lead Day driving solo until he can't drive any further. Of course, 1/3 race distance will be the limit for the minimum 1/3 race distance, minimum 2/3 maximum. Haven't put a restriction on how long the stints can be, so drivers can do start to finish. Next car, P9, leader of the championship, Madison Down, driving with Sean Kelly in the 77 TTR UK S car, and 10th position, number 51 Team Kelly entry of Kane Kugmia and Tyson Williams.
Yeah, and then in the 11th is the 23 car, All-Star Motorsports of Rogers and Burkett. Then 12th went to the lit Australia-New Zealand blue car of Matt Morris and Kelly. 13th was Team Pagny and TTL, Hill and PJ Sterigos. Then the JFF Racing GT Amiga cars of Burden and Connors, they were 14th. And then the lit Australia-New Zealand red car of Jellick and Morton in 15th. I believe they did their shootout lap on baseline with full fuel there, Jay, so...
Yeah, pretty good time actually when you looked at that. So
yeah, so
15th isn't really their pace. They pushed into the 10 in pre-qual, so that's more where we're going to see their pace in this race.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Watch them to push up in the early part of this race, I think. Then you got the Multi-21 of McMullen Jordan in 16th. 17th is the Mad Cow Racing of Allywood and Fountain. Redback Racing, Baxter and Stayer in 18th. Then 19th you got the ERA Maverick Welding of Hamilton Rivera.
We've actually got a driver swap in that car as well. Sorry, Brooksy. Marcelo Rivera unable to make it tonight, so Paul Gorrell is going to jump into that car with Aaron Hamilton.
Okay. We might leave the grid there, guys. We're going to go to a little break and we'll be back for the start of this race.
He'll just tuck back in behind again and... Phil
Oh, did he lock it up? He locked it up going in.
Here we go. Down up inside.
He's not going to clear it, mate.
You know what's going to happen now.
Oh, don't do it. They're going to go side by side through there. Another crack at it. Oh, smart. Yeah, down. Oh, no, he did it to the other side. Oh, Phil didn't expect that. He's going to be around the outside now. Yeah, he'll get the job done. He's going to get the throttle down there side by side. Coming into the left-hander. It's going to be down on the inside. But Phil still holds on.
Challenger versus the Legend. Catch it all at the final round of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, the Phillip Island 500, this Sunday, November 15.
Welcome back to V8s Online's coverage of the Phillip Island 500, the final round of the GT Omega Racing Endurance Cup, and also the final round of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series for 2015. It is the finale. It all comes down to this. At the end of the day, basically whoever wins the race between Jared, Phil, Sal and Madison Down wins the championship. It's a pretty simple explanation for how it's going to work.
Oh God, I'm just watching the screen action at the moment. Because the way that's gridded, a certain car went around, the 886 HDR car went around and actually put a faster lap in than they was meant to. That means they're going to start from pit lane, but what it has done is shifted everyone to the wrong side of the grid. So pole position will actually wouldn't be on the inside corner for turn one. So Simon Black's out there now. He's going to do a fast lap, and then he'll start from pit lane as well, and everyone will start 2 grid spaces back, but they'll be on the right side of the track.
That leaves the front to free, which we often see doesn't really matter too much. In that aspect, it'll sort of make a bit of and a bit better. Brooksy's had to step away for a second. He's off to attend to his urgent team management stuff, but we're just about to get underway with this race, only a couple of minutes away from the teams actually gridding up and getting underway. But as I said, this championship not over at all, and also the Endurance Cup Championship, which currently is led by Sam Sutton and Jake Maloney. Those guys not competing together, so their points from this race will be ineligible for the GT Omega Endurance Cup, which leaves Mitchell McLeod and Hayden Dodman currently effectively leading the Endurance Cup standings. Once again, massive thank you to GT Omega Racing for their ongoing support of V8s Online, Oceanic Sim Racing, and this magnificent V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. It's been fantastic this year. Cannot wait for this race to get underway. My apologies, I don't know if I'm going to be able to bring pictures through very well from my end, so Brooks, you might have to take over for a second. I might have to do a computer restart, sadly.
No, you're right, mate. Just had one of my drivers ringing. Justin, he's on his way home. He'll be home in half an hour, so I can confirm Lee will be starting and doing the first stint anyway. Well, Jay's just stepped out for a minute. I've got Seb, director. He's going to fill in for Jay for a couple of minutes. How are you, Seb?
Doing well, mate, doing well. We're off to a fantastic start for the evening, but what cracking excitement we've had over the last night and a bit, so can't wait for this race.
Certainly. It wouldn't be a V8's Online broadcast if someone wouldn't get in the way or play up, but that's all good. We're professionals, we'll keep this rolling.
No, it should be good. I'm really excited to see how this championship pays out. 113 laps tonight, 500 kilometres. Guys are going to have their work cut out for them, so it should be good fun.
Yeah, definitely. The guys are just about to take the grid now. Qualifying's finishing that session, so it won't be too much longer. We'll be on for 113 laps of Phillip Island, 500 kilometres, and tonight will determine an endurance championship for the team, for a certain team, and a drivers championship for a certain team. So don't go anywhere, guys. Make sure you hang around and watch for the next 3.5 hours. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, no, it's definitely going to be a lot of pressure on these guys, and I think the one that's really going to be feeling it is Madison Down, starting down in 9th position. Yeah, didn't have the qualifying session he wanted last night, and his main competitor is up there on pole position, so it's going to be a big ask for him, but long race, so anything can happen.
Yeah, it certainly can. There is a little bit of another information I should share with the viewers. Jared Filsell's been having extreme internet problems all afternoon. He's dropped from servers and TeamSpeak about 20 times in the last 2.5 hours. So hopefully he's got that fixed. He was running through Wi-Fi, but I think he's gone and bought an Ethernet cable and put it into the computer. So hopefully that's fixed it for him.
Wouldn't be sim racing if there wasn't that $2 part that could break a car. We saw it at Bathurst with Ian Ford on for a win and minor screen blackout and put him in the wall. It's just one of those things. It's our equivalent to a mechanical failure. So something else for the drivers to think about.
As now the cars are going to start gridding. I think we've got Jay Kennedy back. You got us there, Jay?
Yeah, I got you, boys. Hopefully I'll have some pictures through on my screen in just a second, and I won't actually miss the start of the race. There we go. I can see everything now, finally.
Oh, well, I'll jump back out of your seat, Jay. You can have that back, and I'll get onto the cameras.
Thank you. Oh, I'm getting very, very excited, Brooksy.
Oh, it's on. Certainly is on. We've got a couple of cars sitting on the grid already, made their way out. A lot of guys are waiting for the time to tick down, doing final preparations. Maybe a little spring tweak here or a tyre pressure click there. But the amount of practice these guys have done, I don't think I'd like to touch the car, Jay. I'd just like to get in and get driving now.
Yeah, I'm happy I'm not driving this race. That's definitely where I stand. I don't want to be out there at all.
Now we do have quite a large grid. Hopefully our director can get a good high view from the blimp of how many cars are going to be on this grid. Do you think some might be up around the corner there, Jay?
Looking right back, the last car, which is the 88, is starting just near the edge of the ripple strip at the start of the Gardner Straight, so just right on the corner. So not quite around the corner, which is probably a good thing. We're about 20 seconds away from this race going green. Now, sim racing number 25 car, not, oh, there it is, out on track. So, but every car, there's one car missing. 009 STC Motorsports car, the only car yet to take the grid from what I can see. Here we go. We're about to get underway. It's the finale of the GT Amiga final round of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series. It is underway. Great start from Madison down off in the grass to try and get around Michael Schreier, and they're going to go full wide into turn one.
Yeah, and up in front, both Ian Ford have got terrific starts. They've left John Latham sitting on the grid. He's slopped back into third position, closely followed by Brock Salmon, Mitch McLeod in fifth, and Tony Aldridge holding down sixth. But Lee Day's moved up a couple of spots. I think he's up into seventh position. Way off the track at the back of the field here. I'm just trying to find out who that two cars are. It's the Redback racing car.
Yeah,
of David Baxter.
Michael Cracknell also involved there too. Off the exit of turn 2. Cars pile into Honda. Oh, Redback racing car all locked up coming into Honda hairpin. And does the car actually roll?
I can't see it.
The 82, Heath Brennan at the wheel. Rolled over. After wheel-to-wheel contact between he and Brenton O'Brien, or I'm not sure who's driving the 26 car, sorry. Yeah, Brenton O'Brien. Go to the GT Mirror replay for that, because that was unbelievably epic. Never seen a car roll like that and then get back on its wheels and drive away.
Yeah.
No damage by the looks.
As the completion of the first lap, Bo Cattell holds a half a second lead over Ian Ford. And just behind, of course, those two, Bo Cattell are co-driver, Ian Ford the main driver, followed behind John Latham, Richard Hampstead's teammate, because he's acting as a co-driver tonight. He's got quite a large gap over Brock Salmon, and this battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th position. He's raging with Madison down, trying to find a way through at the moment, heading down.
Oh, side by side
Into the
through
Honda hairpin.
Stoner's corner. Ortridge. Oh, right behind.
Oh, that's Kugamaya. Kugimaya's way off the track. Oh, we've got cars turned around.
Crash.
It's a GT Omega car. The simulator blue car. Oh, there's a lot of damage here, guys, and there is no fast repairs in this race. So these guys are going to have a long way to go with a lot of damage.
Number 27 running off at Siberia. This is just action-packed. Plenty going on out on track. Apologies, we just had our overloads crash, so we'll fix that. We'll fix that for next season as well. Hopefully we'll have all nice and shiny new ones for next year. Being worked on at the moment. Move done there from Matthew Hill on Mitchell Siolak. Now, here's a driver that absolutely hates this track. I'm sure he's going to get his stint done as quick as possible. Corey Slade on screen. And he's moved up the field. He's into 16th. Of course, he got through that massive incident. Right behind him, Josh Muggleton, 17th. Both of those cars started in 27th to 28th. So, car running wide there. The Laser Racing car with Hammond at the wheel.
I'm not sure where to look. It's been a terrific start of the race. It's been on everywhere.
And here we go. This is the battle we were just watching before. Aldridge has got ahead of McLeod. McLeod now trying to hold off Lee Day and Madison down there as well. Now, I can confirm that Mitch McLeod got home from buggy racing about 20 minutes ago.
No.
So hasn't done any practice. In true Four Motorsport style, she'll be right. I think the longest run that Hayden did in warm-up was 5 laps against Madison.
There's a big look down the inside of Day. He's all the way there, but Day's got the turn into the next corner through the last complex. It's going to be brave if Down can hold it around the outside of the last corner.
23 with Rogers at the wheel in the All-Star Motorsports car. Got a great view of this. Madison.
Well done, Down.
Well done, both those guys. And Down's got it done, and Rogers is going to follow.
Yeah, it's a couple of positions lost there for Day for a couple of corners, but that was terrific driving by Down to hold the outside.
You know what, these guys obviously have forgotten that this is a 500 kilometre, 113 lap endurance race. They're driving like it's a 15 lap sprint, and I love it. Here we go, McMullen and McMullen up the inside in the GTI Ultra 21 car, and he's going to have to watch out for that lit car now. He'll be stuck on the outside. Kugamia also trying to get his positions back. Did a good job to get it back from where he ran off the track at Honda hairpin. Under brakes in lap 2.
Yeah, he certainly did. That could have ended up a lot worse for him. Could have dropped to pretty much the rear of the field. Of course, we look in front of him, Kane. Mitchell, he's one to look out for. I think he's got a lot more pace on board than what his qualifying time suggests, as he just pulls up behind David Moore in the CSR Fabrications Falcon.
I thought there was going to be contact there for sure. Oh, Kane, not another car around the outside here. Can't say it twice, can we?
No, Kane slotted back in. He's going to try and get the good run onto the straight.
These kids, hey, what? They're very, very gutsy.
Oh, we've got cars off. That's the David Baxter of the Redback Racing.
They're 5 wide across the start-finish line. There's damaged cars everywhere. There's cars missing bonnets. There's just mayhem. They're all stuck in behind what looks like Corey Slade holding a few of these guys up.
Yeah, Pete Sadler just gave him a little tap on the rear bumper in turn 1 there. Just let him know he's there, he wants to get through. So we look up in front of Corey. Richard Elwood, Make Our Racing, got through on the straight. Been released.
To to Josh Muggleton because he's now back in 31st position. Not exactly sure what's happened, but he was right behind Corey Slade the lap previous, but now he's... actually, there's been an
Corey.
incident between Slade and Muggleton. Muggleton actually hit the fence coming out of Honda Hairpin, out of MG, which caused that big gaggle of cars at the start-finish line. So there is what has happened to number 31.
Yeah, just having a look at the 31. The damage doesn't look too severe. He's missing the back left-hand corner a little bit, but he's still going on. We'll keep an eye on Muggleton's lap times to see if he's lost too much pace in the car.
They'll try to do
at the front.
Sorry, Brooks, I was going to say, we're trying to do our best the whole way through and calculate some sums on both the Endurance Cup and also the overall Drivers' Championship as this race goes on. We've got the calculator ready.
The guys up the front, about a half a second difference between Bo Cattell and Ian Ford. That's the sort of gap's just maintaining at the moment. Ian Ford's not looking too aggressive, but Bo Cattell's made a mistake as I say that.
The new race leader with Ian Ford getting through ahead of Bo Cattell with a mistake at Honda, and Madison Down moving up a spot over Mitchell McLeod at Honda as well. We'll go to a GT Omega replay.
Yeah, Bo Cattell looked like he just went a little bit too deep and a couple of cars back. Madison Down, I'm not sure how he pulled that up, but he actually turned it in nicely and hugged the apex to get around McLeod. Looking at the battle here for, I think it's 12th, 13th, 14th of Moore, Kugamiya and Cielo. It's, these guys are on it. Kugamiya's got around Mitchell on the previous lap, and now he's got a lot of pace on board and he's chasing down Moore.
Tell you what, I'm watching right up the front. Bo Cattell has a huge amount of pressure on him for both John Latham and Brock Salmon. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see a pass made for second, third, fourth in the next, probably this lap, the way it's going right now.
Of course, Bo Cattell went a bit deep here the previous lap. He's got it pulled up nicely this lap. Oh, as Brock Salmon nearly turns Latham, nearly gets right into the back of him.
So much pressure on Bo for this race with his results basically helping determine Jared's championship, and also Sean Kelly, his result could determine Madison's championship result as well.
Yeah, I was just talking to Bo before. Yeah, I actually asked Bo how he's handling that pressure, and he's pretty laid back sort of character. He hates this track though, so it's not ideal for him, but he's confident that he can just bring the car back clean, and we can sort of see Jared's pace, and I think if we get Jared in the car and in a straight car, he should be fine.
Yeah, I haven't been able to work out the fuel numbers. You probably have a bit better idea on fuel numbers. How long are we getting on a tank?
A lot was depending on the weather, actually.
Oh, here we go. Oh!
The weather's pretty cool, so they're going to be burning a lot more fuel, more grip for the guys. So they were thinking if it was going to be a really hot session, you might be able to stretch it and get the 38 lap minimum out of a tank of fuel. But now that the weather's cool, I don't think that's going to be possible.
That'll mix it up. We might have to see some guys do a couple of short stints, and who knows what's going to happen with safety cars. That will definitely change the outcome of the race if/when they potentially ever come.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a safety car in this first sort of hour of the race may enable them to get to the 38 laps. So it's just a little bit of a waiting game now. The strategy's going to have to be worked out on the fly.
Fastest. Oh, here we go.
Oh, Latham has a look.
Oh, and he's going to have to be careful here, Lathan, because Salmon will try and tuck his nose in. No, he won't be able to do it, but wow.
Oh, that was massive. Latham was just about there, but he's got to also watch his mirrors. Salmon could have a little dive any minute. As Latham goes to the inside now, he's got a good draft, and I think this is going to be done for Latham.
Oh, Salmon thought about chucking it up the inside there, I can tell. Oh, I'm glad he thought twice about that one.
And what's this done? This has brought down right into it. I mean, down sitting back there in 6th position, I think. And he's right there now. He's on the back of Ortridge, Salmon, and Cattell and Latham.
Oh, Cattell thought about having a move into Honda, but decided against it. Madison's... Oh, I don't know how these guys are pulling it up. But the lead out in front, now 2.5, or just over 2 seconds. Oh, 3.2, sorry, I just read that wrong. 3.2 second lead for Ian Ford out in front over John Latham.
But don't worry about the co-driver's nerves. How's the main driver's nerves? I mean, imagine Jared Pilser sitting in the pits watching this at the moment.
No thanks.
As Brock Salmon has a
Salmon
look.
up inside.
Oh, Salmon's all squirrely under brakes, and now Ortridge just gets up the inside. Oh, they've touched. And it's going to let down up the inside.
Down the inside, and McLeod gets through as well.
And Cattell's lost quite a few positions there in one corner, basically. And he's got huge damage to the right-hand side of that car. Yeah, he just bounced it off the rebel strip, and he was pretty much a passenger there, Cattell. He didn't have control of the car.
Wow. Looks like now Josh Rogers thinking about making a move on Cattell coming in the southern loop. Thought twice about it, but now it is forward from Latham, from Salmon down, Ortridge, McLeod, Cattell and Rogers.
So what?
Oh, Rogers.
Yeah, Rogers had a spin at the back there.
Go to the GT Mega replay. That was looks like it may have been a solo spin there. Just try to get the power down and tuck in behind Cattell and looped it around.
Cattell's actually got that position back on Mitch. I think it might have been at turn 1 on this lap.
Now the gap at the front of this race now out to 4.1 seconds. In Ford, what we consider the main driver, and saying that nothing against half these guys that are out there. They're all main drivers in their own right, but Ian does a lot more driving in this car than his teammate Ben Smith. John Latham, his teammate, former champion, I think 4-time champion, 3-time champion. I'll get corrected whichever way I go and get it wrong. It's okay. So Latham, very, very quick in his own right. Always used to see him in the podium positions in our old V8 Supercar broadcasts. Look at this gaggle of cars going on right now.
Yeah, we're looking back at around position 30. Reece Goldfinch all over the back of Craig Jones. Behind them we've got Cracknell, who's got a lot of damage. It just serves up. Just serves up the Synergy Sim Racing car of Reece Goldfinch.
And teammates side by side in the Stoner corner. This doesn't work, boys.
Yeah, Cracknell down the inside of his teammate. Oh no, sorry, that wasn't Cracknell. That was Marty Carroll down the inside of Cracknell.
Inside of Cracknell, yeah.
And Will Dodd just behind in the GTI Multi 21 car wants to get in on the action. And something's happened to Corey, guys. We've got Corey back in 33rd spot now.
I believe, not 100% sure, but I have a feeling that he may have been given a black flag drive-through penalty.
Okay.
Not sure on that one. No, not that. I'm not sure. See if I can find out.
just having a look at the lap times, Jay. Ian Ford is pumping out minute 30.9s, minute 30.8s, and the next closest guy is John Latham on a 31.4. Guy behind that's Sermon on a 31.3. Behind that down on a 31.1. So Ian Ford's got the pace over the entire field at the moment.
Yeah, interesting. We heard a lot of rumblings post-race last night. A lot of setup work was going on because I know that the guys over at TTR weren't happy with their car. I know that your team was fairly happy with their car. They had really good qualifying pace. And I know that the TTL cars said that they were struggling, but it looks like the ARA cars, they've found something completely different in regards to setup, and they've got some really good pace.
Yeah, most definitely. I remember Ian Paul putting a video up on YouTube showing how good their car were over curbs. So if you can attack the curbs without worry at Phillip Island, you're going to find a lot of time.
You've been able to hug those
turns.
Sorry, you go, Brooksy.
Yeah, I was going to say through turns 1, 2 and 3, if you can really get up and hug those curbs through the hairpin, you're looking at a good 3/10 sometimes.
Yeah. The curbs through the middle of turn 2 and the curbs at Honda hairpin, they're probably the two curbs you really need to try and be aggressive on. You don't want to touch them if your car can't handle it. And difference between a good and bad setup, it's 3 or 4 tenths, and that's the difference in the lap times we're seeing from the ERA car and all the rest of the field behind. We've got a car in the lane. There's the battle heating up between 15th and 16th, David Moore and Scott Connors. Peter Sadler in the lane.
Yeah, David Moore's fallen back a little bit. He was in a pretty good battle. It looks like Scott Connors has had a good go up the inside here. He's got the nose up there, he's through. Good pass by Scott Connors. Oh, but Moore has a look back at him. Oh,
Connors has left the door open there.
Yeah, he did.
It was a bit bizarre. It's not the line that guys usually take through Siberia when there's cars around. Definitely when you're solo, you can go a little bit wider and take a late apex. But when you've got a car right on your tail, you just can't. The car behind will take that as you're leaving a bit of room. It's Madison down now, having a look at his teammate up the inside, moves up to P3. There's a Brock Salmon now crunching the calculator right now. As it stands right now, there'd be no change in regards to the championship. Madison Down would win if it finished as it is right now by 7 points.
But still 99 laps to go.
Yep.
And a lot to play out.
Yep. Now, in regards to the team championship, if it were to finish the way it is right now, the team's champion would be the... Close. Very close between the 40 and the 1. And also the 94. All three cars very, very close.
Oh, it's just behind them. We've got teammates Brock Salmon and Tony Autridge side by side heading to Siberia. Autridge pulls out of it and slots back in behind Salmon, but he had a good look out of the hairpin.
I still can't believe that we've got a TTR Falcon in the field. I can't believe Madison's allowed that.
I think it's the best looking TTR car out there too.
Well, it looked good on the Holden. I don't know if it looks as good on the Ford. We agreed for sure that it was the best looking Commodore out there at Bathurst, but I don't know about the livery on the Ford. That's my bias, I guess. I'm allowed to have bias tonight, aren't I?
That's okay.
If what he's going to do is sack me if I'm biased. I'm fired. All right, thanks, boys.
We'll withhold your redundancy payment.
It's the same as what I get as a payout anyway. So 5.5 or 5.4 seconds, the gap between first and second, the 15 with Ian Ford at the wheel and the number 1 with John Latham at the wheel. Tell you what, Madison has closed up towards Latham very, very quickly since getting through.
Yeah,
last lap by 4
of a
tenths.
second now.
Yep. Of course, we are talking about the 1/3, 2/3 ruling, minimum of 38 laps for a driver. Of course, reverse that around, maximum of 70. Question, Jay, I can't work it out today anyway. I had the calculator, I've closed it off, and I can't find it.
I got it. Hang on, I might be able to help you out here, Jay.
Good work, mate. Brain's not working tonight.
Okay, the maximum laps anyone can do would be 75 laps.
Yep. Good job.
And I think you might see some guys towards the end, probably from about lap 78 would be the maximum for them to make it home on a tank of fuel. So we'll have to keep an eye on that lap number as it comes around. Now looking at Mitch McLeod, he's all over the back of Bocatel. Bocatel looked like he got in a bit of a rhythm. As Mitch dives down and Bo just gives that position to him, doesn't want to battle. Yeah, it looked like Bocatel got in a rhythm and was pulling away from Mitch, but a mistake on the last lap has let Mitch back in. And that's job done. Meanwhile, the battle between David A. Moore and Scott Connors is still raging. These guys battling over 14th position.
This definitely has not played out like an endurance race so far.
Oh, as Moore has a look. He's got it done. Oh, he's straight across the front of him, and Moore's gone in very deep into the hairpin. He's pulled it up. That was an aggressive. Oh, Scott Connors has spun. Tried to get the power down a little too early, coming out of the hairpin, headed towards Siberia, and he spun it around. And now he's lost quite a few spots. He slotted in behind Jake Burton in 18.
They dropped 4 spots there by the looks. They'll slot back in the 18th position. And Latham now right under attack from Madison Down. I actually think Latham was just having some internet issues. Now, we've got to watch out for this car coming out of the pits. Good driving from Latham there to move across so Madison knew that there was another car out on the high line. So we've got Simon Black in the booth from Race Control. Jump over to you for a quick second, Simon. Some updates from some incidents so far.
Yeah, g'day guys, how are you?
Very good.
I'd just jump in and give you a few live updates about what's been happening in the background. There was an incident on lap 1 with David Baxter and Brenton and Heath, where Heath's car got rolled over at the first turn. And even though there wasn't outright contact, we believe that David sort of contributed to the accident by the way he was rejoining the track, so he'll get a points penalty, but we'll discuss exactly how many after the race. Lap 2, there was a drive-through for Matt Morris for his contact with Scott Connors. Lap 4, there was an incident between Josh and Corey, and when we looked at it, we thought that Josh didn't leave Corey enough room on the exit, so it was deemed a racing incident. Lap 7, Reese and Sean got together at Honda, and Sean got a drive-through for it, and did it. And you would have seen the incident as well just after between Honda and Siberia, where Craig Jones and Michael Cracknell got together, and Craig moved over on Michael and they crashed, so we'll either give Craig drive-through or a points penalty depending on his position in the field once they get rolling again.
Oh, well,
thank you.
Thanks for that,
interesting.
Simon.
What's going on?
Yes.
Alright, here goes Josh Muggleton up the inside of Dave Oliver, and move done. Move position as well as Tony Autridge moving ahead of Brock Sammons. We've got a car in the lane, the number 4 GT Amiga Racing car. Now I don't think this is for anything other than this is the drive-through. So there you go, Simon served. Help you out.
Right, they were talking about that one when I came over, so I didn't actually know the details of that, but you know it before me. There we go.
There you go.
Alright boys, I'll leave you to the action.
What we're,
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate. That's what we're going to miss about you, Jay. You're all over everything.
Just calm down.
Meanwhile, the battle for second, it is raging. Madison down, he's all over the back of Latham. Latham's not giving him, so Madison has to get out of it there, turn the car in.
And all the while this is happening, the gap from first to second out is 7.2 seconds. I think we need to ride a lap, especially when we've got the car so close ahead. On board for this full lap, this is lap 19, Phillip Island 500. Oh wow, what a lap. What a lap. How close are these guys battling?
Now
here we
down
go.
moves to the inside.
This will be move done. Oh,
Latham trying to hold the outside. Don't know about that, but yeah, down gets the job done. And how close were they? That really highlighted how much better under brakes down was than Latham.
down all of a sudden will try and chase down that ERA car, which is now 8.1 seconds ahead up the road. Here we go, Hill and Day side by side through Honda hairpin. Oh, Hilly's going to try and hold it through Siberia. You can actually do this around the outside at Siberia. You can hold on and don't want to go too wide at Hayshed though, boys.
I think they're going to. They're going to try. Dave thinks better of that.
Tell you what, that would have been ballsy if we could try and do that.
So, got to play the end game, don't you?
I think that's a moment where you remember that it's a 500k race. This is for 8th and 9th at the moment. The TTL car of Hill and PJ Sturgis. PJ looking around. PJ is still awake, so he hasn't slept yet, unless he had a nap during the day. Is Lee Day up the inside? No. So I think it's about 3:30 a.m. for him at the moment, so he's not doing too bad.
Yeah, it's a massive effort. We take my hat off to PJ. Helping out the guys from TTL.
Now, last lap by lap 4, the ARA Demidov number 1 was a 31.7. Down, who actually made the pass, gained 0.2 of a second on that lap as well. So we've got Lee Day. Massive crash for Lee Day. That car is all sorts of bent up. Actually rolled it. Oh, wheel-to-wheel contact between the number 20.
Oh.
Marlon McMullen.
Marlon McMullen, yeah. That's betting that 901 ANZ Motorsports Falcon.
Never seen this many rolls. Almost like a bakery. That one's for you, Mike. That one was for you.
Eating all the pies.
Yeah. Well, Mike's at the front of the line, so there'll be none left.
As we have a look at this battle between 14-15 with David Moore and Dino O'Brien. They've gone too wide in the last set complex of corners.
Former
O'Brien
teammates,
saw
these
better
guys
of it.
too.
Yeah, they are. And O'Brien's going to look for a good run onto the straight here, get into the draft and maybe get the job done down at turn 1.
I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to get it done, but he definitely made a mark and left David Moore realising that that car is there. That car has some speed despite the damage that it's wearing. And not too bad an effort from that number 53 car. They started in 42nd position. We get a gains and losses on this race. Of course, it won't be 100% accurate due to the couple of issues we've had in regards to cars not forming in the correct spots, but overall, as you can see, the biggest winner at the moment, 28th spot.
Oh, it's Dino O'Brien.
Just about to talk him up. Loops it around. How many times have we seen that now? Guys getting the power down way too early at Honda, spinning it around.
We'll have a look at the GT Omega replay of Dino O'Brien's little spin. Once again, in between, in between the Honda hairpin and Siberia. You can tell he just got the power down a little bit too early, a little bit too much throttle. It's very easy to do through that section of the track.
John Latham has another ETR car putting pressure on him. Now Tony Autridge, as Madison down, is about 2 seconds ahead of Latham now. Good news for Lee Day. Autridge up the inside. Will Latham be able to hold on? No. So move done. Autridge cuts back across. So that is move done there for the TTR black car. Tony Autridge. Justin Rougier has finally got to his sim, so he's ready to go. Good news for you, Brooksy, or your team.
Yeah, I knew he was coming. He just sent me a message saying he'd got home and ready to jump on.
Hope he's joined in the right team.
Yeah. I told the guys to look after him. But,
that doesn't mean anything. No, he's joined in the right ones. He's okay.
For those of you aren't sure, when Justin got iRacing, I had to tell him where the power button was on his computer.
Is a bit of a battle going on between Marty Carroll and Mitch Abril, guys that we used to see pretty much consistently in the old Monday night V8 Supercar splits. Mitch Abril, of course, used to drive for Lazy Man Racing, and Marty Carroll, privateer back in the day, and those guys used to battle it out all the time, and now they're back together fighting on.
Yeah, and just behind those guys, Josh Muggleton, another guy that we used to see all the time. He's having a great battle there with Reece Goldfinch and Dave Oliver, both those cars from the Synergy Sim Racing stable. Having a look at Muggleton's times, he's done a 32.2 as his fastest. Been doing 32.7s, 32.8s in the previous couple of laps.
Almost a 25 lap race distance, 24 laps, 23 and a bit laps complete. So reverse fuel window must be starting to open. If you pit now, then you pit twice more, I think. My maths isn't working tonight. Pretty close to it anyway. We may see some guys with some what you would consider the A drivers, the guys that are going to do more laps will start pitting soon, I would guess.
We're on lap 24, so we still do have 14 laps to go. Lap 25 now, so we've got 13 laps to go before any of the co-drivers can get out and hand the car over. They want to be done in the first stint. I'm not sure exactly if they can get it off one tank or not. You're going to have to still save a fair bit if you want to try and get 38 laps out of a tank.
Now, something happening with Josh Rogers. He's having internet issues, and it looks like their car may be out of the race.
Yeah, his quality's gone right down, Jay.
Yeah, he's having worse internet issues than me, so not a good result for those guys. Once again, doing a great job. They were just outside the top 10, or just in the top 10, sorry, and a disappointing way for their race to start, but Bocatel has lost another spot to Matthew Hill.
Joe Burkett's a teammate there, so he'll have to jump in the car.
Hearing a report from our very, very good colleague, Dura of the Pot, Stan Man, saying that their car is very, very tight, working overtime with bars to try and fix it. As we see McMullen in the lane, I would be guessing for a pit lane drive-through penalty for that incident with Lee Day, but we'll keep our eyes on that.
Yeah, he's driven past his pit box, so he's served his penalty.
The number 23 car is ready to go again with Joe Burkett now at the wheel.
Yeah, so Marlon McMullen's going to slot back in around the, I think, about 14th position behind Richard Elwood.
He actually hasn't lost too much out of that. The way the field's spread, he's only lost 3-4 spots from that drive-through, so that's probably not too bad a penalty with how the race has panned out so far, but we still have 36 cars on the lead lap.
Yeah, and after all that shunt, Lee Day's car looks like it's still maintaining pretty good speed around the high 31s.
Looking at the 94 car, he's just lost another position. Kane Kugmea getting past last lap by a 133.146. A 33. I would be guessing that Cattell may come into the lane soon. Don't know. Sure, you'll be trying to talk to him as much as you can, Brooksy.
No, mate, I've got no contact with him.
Oh, that's interesting.
Have a look at the gap at the front. Madison Down is pegging it back. I think it's
a huge
down.
amount though.
No, he's brought it in a little bit. It's at 7.5 seconds the last time they went past the start-finish line.
It's just over 8 seconds, so he's gained close to a second in what, be about 8 laps now, 9 laps since he got that move done. So probably not as much pace as he'd like to gain, but in saying that, he is gaining some pace.
Of course, we cannot write off Ian Ford at all. I mean, he, like I said last night, he was in the box seat to win Bathurst. For my mind, he was the winner until his monitors decided to stop working. And he put it into the wall up at Reed Park. But he was going to win Bathurst, so this guy's... And Ben Smith is no slouch, his co-driver, so these guys are a definite shot at winning this race tonight.
Here's Matthew Hill in a massive battle with Kane Kugmea. It's help out in the dirt, making sure that the tractors aren't needed tomorrow to mow the lawn.
This one's someone we probably haven't touched on. It could affect the championship, Jay's incidences. There is penalties imposed on after the race for guys that exceed 30 incidences throughout the race. So could tell, would have already racked up quite a few incidents, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I'd be fairly sure that he has. So, yeah, interesting to see what pans out from that. It's just seeing a little bit of an incident back in the field between Craig Jones and Mike Korolev. Craig Jones giving Mike a little bit of a shove. I wish he had a spun in. That would have been much more funnier. Don't tell him I said that, Brooksy. Or you said. More likely that Sam will say they're actually battling while they've got cars coming through. We'll go back to this battle with Hill and Big Mare. Love this view back from the rear of the car. Get the car behind. It's so cool. You look here, they get so close to touching.
Well, Kane's carried a lot of speed for that last corner. I don't know if he's going to be close enough. He's going to move out. Thinks about it, decides not to. It's 270 kilometres an hour plus down into that corner.
Oh! Guess we know who the sponsors are now.
But Michael Schreier will be one of the first of the top guys to enter pit lane.
Yeah, we're interested to see if this is a scheduled stop or whether they're going to mix up the strategy. I think guys are going to try and do something a little bit tricky that are a little bit further back. Also in the lane as well is the number 31 DTR Blue entering Muggleton and Sam Clark. Now it looks like David Moore's staying in the car. He isn't jumping out, so he'll continue on for another stint. And number 30. And driver change for the 31 with Sam Clark jumping into the car. So once all the driver changes and pit stops have completed, we'll refresh our overlays to get the driver names correct, because overlays unfortunately have some issues with driver swaps. Maybe before we had driver swaps in iRacing and we haven't been able to get the code back to work as the number 1 is in the lane.
What's that done? Those guys that have went into lane, Schreier and not Schreier, so Moore and Muggleton, let's put them another lap down.
Here we go. So Hill has followed Latham into the lane. We'll see where this how this plays out. Whether we see some driver swaps from these guys. I would think that Latham will stay in the car, and they're doing this to make sure they weren't going to make it on fuel. Pit now. Get the driver numbers and the lap numbers done and do their driver swap. So
yeah, it looks
interesting.
like they're going to run 4 pretty much even length stints.
Now David Moore's still in the lane.
There is some damage to that car, so I don't know if they're trying to get some damage fixed to that or not.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage to that car. There was an incident the lap previous involving the overclocker's car and that number 30 car, so I'm sure the race control guys will be looking at that now. Hill has come out ahead of Latham after the pit stops.
Yes, that was a good gain there by Hill. I'm not sure why Latham was in there so long.
An extra 2 seconds, sorry, an extra 5 seconds in pit stop, so maybe Hill has used a little bit less fuel. Go Connors. Look at this battle. You've got Oliver ahead, and then you've got Goldfinch, Connors, Morris, and starting to tag on is Dodd and Brennan. And I tell you what, that number 82 car with Brennan at the wheel, did you realise that rolled on lap 1?
Yeah, exactly. It's looking pretty good. It's a little bit of damage to it, but it's certainly holding its own out there. Currently running in position 23 or 43, so they're doing well.
Pace it's got isn't terrible as well, so that's always a good thing to see when your car's ended up on its lid.
It's where the number 4 car of Scott Connors, he's got pace on board. We saw it further up the grid unfortunately had a spin, so he's trying to get back through the field.
Got Michael Hammond in the lane in the number 12. Jason Bent's in the car for that team as Ian Ford now coming across the line to complete lap 31. Currently a 7.7 second lead over the 77 of Madison Down, Sean Kelly.
Yeah, he's doing a terrific job, isn't he, Ian? He's just in the groove and he's just pumping out the very consistent lap times.
Now in the lane, another car in the lane, the 842 of Brock Salmon. So I would guess the driver swapping that car with Jake Maloney getting in. We'll see. That predicted that one well. So we're getting into the point now. I think some teams try and stretch out this fuel to as close to empty as possible, and other teams are going to try and hit now, driver swap, then try and do a splash and dash at the end of the race. But we'll see how that pans out. Got Baxter and Blackhall on screens. David Baxter in the 031 Redback Racing entry, and right behind him Jake Blackhall, number 97 ERA Commodore. You guys have been pretty close all race so far. Another car in the lane, Lead Oz NZ green entry in the lane with Kevin Overeem at the wheel at the moment. Looks like a driver swap occurring in that car. Rod Denny getting behind the wheel. And Jovanovic coming in for the HCR1 car, the most damaged car in the field, the 002 car.
Sorry guys, I've been a little quiet. I've been on the blower down at the garage, and Bocatel is saving fuel. Got a message from Jared saying if he, I asked of course if he's going to make it. Jared said if he doesn't, they're gone. So it's all on Bo to make sure he makes this, because if it doesn't, the strategy is going to completely wreck their race.
Now that's interesting. So trying to risk it for strategy, get that 38 laps done on this one tank of fuel. Not doing too bad for pace. They're still in 7th position. So interesting to see how this plays out. Did not see that one coming with guys saving fuel in the first stint, but we've seen previously Bo very, very good at fuel saving, and well, potentially we could see one of the best do it.
Yeah, he uses the clutch, Jay. He doesn't use the he doesn't blip the throttle at all, so there's a huge saving for him just there.
Heaps of cars coming into the lane. Scott Connors in the lane, Mitch Abril in the lane, driver swap for the Man Cave Motorsports car with Darryl Gale replacing Abril. Heath Brennan in the lane, Marty Carroll in the lane, and Josh Burden has jumped into the number 4 car. James McKnight has jumped in the 009 car, and Scott Party's jumped in the 82. So driver swap for all of those drivers. Go back to that battle we were just watching before, David Baxter and Jake Blackhall. These guys have been fighting for pretty much 30 laps. They're still separated by the same gap they were the first time we looked at this battle.
We've got a battle there for position between Craig Jones and Sandman. He's made his way past Craig Jones down into turn 1. It was a good move there by Sandman. Battle over 28 and 29th, and now he's come right up behind Cattell.
He's actually got enough pace to potentially lap Cattell. Fresh tyres. Now the news that you've just shared of Cattell saving fuel. And
Cattell sideways. Yeah, you can tell Cattell does not want to get in any battles. He just wants to hit these fuel numbers every lap. Yeah, I don't know if it's the best strategy to play from the front row of the grid, but anyway. Might have a quick run through the top 10.
I was just going to say that battle we've been watching, unfortunately, has ended. The battle between the 031 Redback Racing car and the number 97 with the redback car in the lane. Also in the lane, the number 77 of Madison Down in the lane on lap 35. So I would guess there'll be a driver swap here now. Yes.
Yeah, Sean Kelly now jumps in.
We'll have to wait. I think, Brooksy, we might wait for these pit stops to finish before we run through the top 10 again.
Yeah.
Because I think the field's going to be very, very mixed up. The Dayco car, 858 in the lane with Matt Ross Munro getting behind the wheel now. Mitchell Ciolak is doing a driver swap. Jeremiah Morton in the car. The 53 with Dean O'Brien. Those guys got up inside the top 10 starting second last. So that's awesome drive from those guys. Dylan Shepherd jumping in the lane, replacing Dean O'Brien. The 88 also in the lane with Daz Buchanan jumping in and kicking out the pie wrappers that Mike Korolev has left behind.
Yes, as we've now seen Sean Kelly exit the pits. Down in, I think, position 12.
Yep, 12th position, looks like. We'll wait for the last few cars to do their driver swaps as the number 15 is now in the lane. So, like most teams are going to try and get 35, potentially 36 to a tank with Tony Autridge following. McLeod also in. Mayer in. I would guess Lee Day will come in as well. Yes. Bo, though, potentially take back the race lead with this fuel saving. He's still got to do another 3 more laps. Actually, just thinking about this, Brooksy, with where the control line sits at the end of pit lane, going to have to complete 38 and then pit after that. Technically 39 laps on the tank.
Yeah.
I hope your teammates have thought about that.
I've got no idea what they're thinking.
I know that Jared is watching the broadcast, so I guess when he picks up that bit of news, he'd be like, oh, hopefully they've thought about it. So there's actually a few guys that are staying out. The ERA Demidov car staying out, the 97, and also the 98 car staying out. No driver swap for the number 10 car. Driver swaps in most of the other cars, and the number 1 car as well didn't swap either, which I thought would be the correct play for that team. They'll have Hampstead in the car to finish off the race, push on at the end, but a couple more laps before we'll see the end of these pit stops. Yet to see a safety car as well.
I just have word through, they do know that they've got to do 39 laps, and they also said that the car is not damaged, just panel damage, so...
There you go. So I know all of the teams, most of the teams, tend to have someone listening into our information because they get more information out of us than they do out of trying to find out what's going on track themselves.
I'm just looking at Luke Emmington's come out straight in front of Daryl Gale. Daryl Gale's 25th position. Luke Emmington 24th position.
Driver swap in the number 9 car with Marlon McMullen stepping out and Daryl Gale now in the car. We'll just do our overlay reset, so bear with us for just a second, but effective race leader as it sits right now with pit stop still to happen is Sean Kelly driving the 77. The number 10 surprises me a little bit, the number 10 car in P3.
Yeah, he had a really fast pit stop because they never had a driver change, I think, Jay.
Yeah, I think they may have taken less fuel as well to try and mix up that strategy. They get PJ in the car a bit earlier than what the number 1 car will with Hampstead. Probably try to break up that pit stop so that you're not waiting for the driver swap to happen, you're still taking fuel at the same time, potentially. Smart teams would have thought about all of these different scenarios and how it's going to play out. Now, Cattell's in.
Oh,
This is
the
not
strategy has not worked for them.
too early. Now, how are they going to do this?
Mm.
Wow. Will he stay out? Will he stay in the car or will it be a driver swap? Good play getting in as quick as you can. See if there's a driver swap happening. Flash and dash. That's
Flash and
bizarre.
dash this early.
That's bizarre. 10-second stop for fuel. Go and punch out some quick lap times and then come in again with a driver swap. That's a bit bizarre. Anyway. Are you a bit shocked, Brooksy, or you're right?
I am. That's probably one of the worst strategy calls I think I've ever seen. But anyway. Damn, I'm going to blame Reece Gardner. He should be commentating. I should have been there. But anyway.
Unfortunately, hello to Reece. He will be watching this broadcast at a later stage. Unfortunately, not with us tonight. He's having all sorts of internet issues with no internet being able to be put into his house at the moment. So we have missed you tonight, Reece. And we'll have you back in the box next season. I think Reece was more disappointed that he couldn't get his fact file video to us that he's had prepared.
It's a shame. It would have been a really good track file video too. Phillip Island, steeped in plenty of history.
I do know that he is trying to get them all together, including the one that we haven't seen yet, and he'll compile them all together so everyone can watch the entire 15 back to back.
Of course, something else that we should look at. This is actually going to put the ANZ SSR 94 Commodore a lap down.
I don't believe so. It'll be close, but I don't think they'll go a lap down.
When Jared gets, after they do another pit stop.
No, I don't think they will. I think they've slotted in an okay position that they won't go a lap down. They'll be at the back of the top 25, but they won't go a lap down, I don't think. But don't hold me to that, Brooksy.
I got a message. I just got a message through from Jared saying he's just going to rag it, so...
That's the best strategy. That's the one he knows best.
That's the best strategy you can have, I suppose, yeah, so...
I'll tell you what, Cattell is, now that he's got able to drive it as fast as he likes, now got to fight off from Michael Healy, who's jumped in the car in the TTR Black Falcon. He wouldn't have taken tyres though at that stop, I don't think. He may have.
No, he definitely wouldn't have taken any tyres. This is lap 39 now for him, so I dare say he may be hitting the pits now.
Yep, here he comes. So that's a really bizarre. Spin out coming in the pits. It's a bizarre way that this pit strategy is played out, but you never know in these sort of races. Anything can happen, and usually does.
They've had Mitchell McLeod's dropped from the server. Was he in the car or?
No, Hayden Dobbins in the car at the moment, so that's okay. But I would be guessing that Mitchell would have just restarted his computer by pressing the power button.
That's how you do it.
I'll just refresh the overlays with Cattell jumping out of the car, finishing his 38 laps. Looking at the 901, I'm intrigued to see how much pace this number 901 car has now that Justin Rougier is behind the wheel. With no practice, a damaged car to jump into and jumping in a P9.
Yeah, he's 32.4. Justin did a lap before. He's improving every lap, so like we said before, I think he'll just get quicker as the race goes on.
Am I right in hearing that he won another national karting championship today?
He did, yes. Third one in 2 years. I think 4th Australian Championship overall in 2 years, or 5th Australian Championship in 2 years over different
Pretty good
categories.
effort.
So, yeah, awesome effort. But he has announced his retirement from go-karting as of now, so that's it for him. He wanted to finish on a high.
Now, got Sean Kelly on screen, but I'm just doing some maths for the championship within the championship, the Endurance Cup, as it stands right now. If the results were to finish as they are right now, the Endurance Cup champions would be the number 10 car. Matthew Hill, PJ Sturgis.
That'd be an awesome effort.
Remember when Hilly jumped on at, can't remember which event it was. He was the most excited person. I think Spa. The result they got at Spa, he was absolutely over the moon with their result there, and didn't believe that they actually had finished as high up as they had. But they've done very, very well this campaign. So good luck to those guys. It's very, very close in regards to points between the 10, the 1, the 94, and the 40. So they're the 4 cars that have a realistic chance of winning this overall teams championship for the Endurance Cup. We've got Michael Healy on screen. He's having some issues with livery disappearing every now and again on my screen and also on yours, so apologies for that. Can't do much about it, unfortunately. He's some pretty good pace in that car. He's last lap 31.5, quicker than Latham ahead and quicker than Hill further up the road as Latham makes a tiny little mistake coming through Southern Loop.
Yeah, Latham's been doing quite a good job. I didn't think he'd fall back as far as he has. Of course, Hilly in front did take the shorter pit stop, which has helped immensely. Just Sean Kelly has got a 5.8 second lead over Hilly at this stage. Lap time, Sean Kelly's been doing pretty well, 31.3 last time around. So just lost Jay for a minute while
Yep.
he's
Sorry boys, I'm back.
some problems. You right? Good.
Yep, right. The car's just disappeared for me for a couple of seconds. I knew to shut up because you wouldn't have been able to hear me anyway, so. Here comes Sandman. No, thinks twice about it up inside of Dylan Shepherd. But will he be able to make a dive into Honda? No. The car looks pretty stable out on track at the moment.
Oh, Sandman has another look. Had a little look through into Siberia. They head up here towards the hay shed. Gonna tap under the wing. Jared's just pumped out the fastest lap of the race on a 30.3. His actual outlap was a 33 second outlap, which is a 1 minute 33 second. Fantastic.
Here comes
pace there.
Sandman gets a move done on Dylan Shepherd through Lukey Heights of all places.
Yeah. Shepherd just moved a little bit wide and Sandman pounced on the opportunity.
Yeah, I don't think it was actually a mistake or he was letting him through. It's just a little bit of a different line, and before you knew it, Sandman was there and he had to give up the spot. Look at the replay. I definitely don't think Shepherd was letting him through there at all. Well, I mean intentionally, but he has let him through. We are on lap 40. We're about to complete lap 43, so we have 70 laps to go in this race. We'll go through the field as it stands right now. So P1, Madison down, Sean Kelly with Kelly at the wheel. This car is the championship leading car right now it is 8 points between first and second in the overall championship. And I'm glad I'm not in one of those cars because I'm so nervous watching this. I couldn't tell you how I'd feel if I was Sean Kelly or Bo Cattell in both of those championship first and second cars. We've got the number 10 in P2, PJ Sturgis and Matthew Hill. Hilly at the wheel. PJ yet to jump in the car. I'm sure we'll see him at some point around about half race distance. We've got John Latham right behind there in the number 1 Agnew TTL car with his teammate Richard Hampstead. Of course, those guys won the Bathurst 1000 last year, and Hampstead will relinquish his number 1 unless there's some sort of mathematical improbability, which I don't think can happen. No, it can't happen now. It's mathematically possible, but impossible at the same time, if you understand what I mean, Brooksy.
I do understand what you mean.
So Hampstead will jump in the car at some point soon. We've got the ARA Demidov Innovations car number 1, number 15. It's Demidov Innovations 1 is the team name. Ben Smith at the wheel at the moment. Ian Ford, his co-driver. Ian looking to finish off a very, very solid season. He should almost definitely get a top 5 overall in this championship, which is pretty amazing. He was actually in second for a fair chunk of this championship. I'll tell you what, Ben Smith's got some really good pace. He absolutely blitzed away from the car behind him, which is Michael Healy, teaming up with Tony Autry in this race. Of course, Healy teamed up with Brock Salmon in the previous 2 endurance races. A slightly different team in the 48 this time around. Driver swap already happened for those cars, but Autry will have to get back into that car with not enough laps completed at the moment.
Yes,
here comes Smith. Did he pull that up?
Yeah, he's going to get it done too. That's going to relegate Latham back to 4th position.
Next car is the 842, which is the TTR red car. Now, the driver in the car at the moment won the Bathurst 1000 in the 888 Dayco Motorsport car. He's subbed in to help out TTR with their driver combinations for this round, with TTR cars down 1 driver, and Jake's teammate Sam Sutton unable to make this race due to work commitments. So Jake jumping in to team up with Brock Salmon. Salmon already been in the car, not enough laps completed yet for minimum requirement, but they will obviously have to do another driver swap at some point in the future. 40 car is next, currently P7. These guys were the effective Endurance Cup Championship leaders coming to this round, with the news that Sam Sutton unable to race. P2 in the championship for that. Mitch McLeod has done about 35 laps, not enough for the minimum requirement. Hayden Dodman at the wheel at the moment. Another driver swap will have to occur in the number 40 at some point. They're not doing too bad. They've got a pretty good pace going at the moment, with Hayden actually has done most of the practice this week, which is surprising. Go to the 51 next in 8th position. This is Team Kelly number 51, with Tyson Williams at the wheel. Kane Kugamiya in the car alongside. Kane has done most of the laps, not enough for the minimum requirement, so we will see another driver swap in that car. These guys, I think these guys will be ones to watch next year. A really good pairing, these 2 young drivers, if they can stay together. Hearing rumours of them joining a couple of different teams. I've heard rumours, but we'll see what happens in regards to that, as Tyson all crossed up right on cue.
He did.
Now, the car that is next is the 901 ANZ Motorsport car, Lee Day. His normal teammate unable to make it right at the last second, George Maris, but Justin Rougier, the super sub, jumping in after not doing any laps at all. He's jumped into the car, and he's actually got some pretty good pace. I think he's the 4th fastest driver or 5th fastest driver on track at the moment, so that's pretty good pace when you've done absolutely no laps.
How's the consistency out of the laps he's doing as well? Unbelievable.
Rounding out the top 10 is the 01 car, the Lit Oz NZ red car. Jeremiah Morton behind the wheel at the moment, teaming up with Mitchell Siolak. Those guys have done an awesome job so far. They are very, very pacey. Mitch was very, very pacey in pre-qual. And I know that these guys have put in a whole heap of practice to try and get themselves up towards this pointy end of this field. So good luck to the rest of the race to these guys. They've worked really, really hard, and fingers crossed for them, they'll come out with potentially a top 10. The car that we need to keep an eye on is the number 94, currently in 16th position, Jared Philsell, now at the wheel after Bo Cattell has done the minimum laps with one of the most bizarre pit strategies I've ever seen in my entire life. A splash and dash on lap 36. I know team manager is not happy. But
He's
saying that the pace is unbelievable, isn't it?
it's a minute 3 seconds to the leader, the guy that he's got to get in front of, but he's bringing that gap down. So when pit stops and everything play out, he's still going to be very competitive. But they've certainly made life hard for themselves.
Yeah, I think if you're going to do that splash and dash, do it on lap 5, not lap 35.
Yeah, most definitely get out of all that traffic that he was in.
Yep. Yeah. And the issue that he's got is that he was saving fuel, so he was lapping slower, and then they've pitted to lap slower again, so they might as well have done it earlier. But anyway, so we've got the 09 on screen at the moment, James McKnight behind the wheel, and followed behind another sub, not Jake Blackwell's normal teammate, Anthony Ansarella. Jumped in for this race. Of course, Scott Connors teamed up with Jake Blackwell in the 97 in the past 2 rounds, but Connors has moved teams. He's off over to JFF. He's driving in the number 4 car for this round.
Just looking at the AVR team simulator, they've jumped into the pit lane.
Head driver swap by the looks as well.
Nick Castler jumped into the car.
They might be doing the reverse strategy because from here, one more pit stop gets them home exactly. So they're in the reverse window. Safety cars fall into their hands. Great strategy to play out doing that reverse window, which not many teams are thinking outside the box in that aspect. But we'll see what happens.
Just having a look at Big Cracknell sitting in position 14. He's got a fast charge of Jared Philsell coming up behind. Jared Philsell last lap around took another second out of the leader of the race.
They're 3 seconds a lap quicker than Crackers, so you're going to see that orange and red and black car come up from nowhere and all of a sudden be on his tail any second.
Gonna have a photo of you in the bonnet there, Jay. In the mirror, sorry.
Oh no. Sorry to everyone for having to see my face. Guess that was the good thing about when Bo was in front. No one had to look at that in their mirror.
Of course, there's a train of cars in front of Cracknell. You got Fonty, Scott Fountain doing a great job just back into the V8. And he's asked me to give him a big shout out to his parents watching at home in New Zealand, watching the broadcast. So g'day to Fonty's parents. And Kurt Stenberg just in front at position 12. So these guys have been having a good little battle in this middle centre of the race.
How cool are the cow cars? I used to love the old overclockers car in that blue and orange, but I'll tell you what, the cows look pretty cool.
with the red door handles.
I do love that the GT3 cars actually have names. I do know Bessie gets out there on track. Bessie's one of the overclockers cars. I'm not sure on all the other names, and I do know that there is Bessie.
It's, who names the cars? That'd be Vino, wouldn't it?
Oh, have to be.
Having a look at a battle, Jeremiah Morton's really closing in on Justin Rooster. You probably have a look here down into turn 1. He's going to. Oh, Rooster's going to try and hold the outside through 1, and he has. He's going to keep the line.
Oh,
Ruzia struggles to pull it up for turns 2 and 3. It's given Morton the inside run down into turn 4.
No, I know what he's going to do. He's going to hold it around the outside at turn 3. Oh, he's going to do it too.
Oh, and Justin's very late on the brakes.
Oh, there's a lap car in there too. The 111.
Oh, great car control. Both pulled it right out sideways. That's Blake Coppo in the ERA Way of Life in position 35, trying to get past the pair of them. Giving Justin a little hurry up, heading up in towards the shed.
A very, very long stop for the 005 STC Motorsport car. Jason Dixon getting in the car, replacing Crackers, Michael Cracknell. So I think Crackers has now done his minimum requirements. Yes, he has completed 48 laps, so they don't need to pit for a driver swap if they don't have to. Again, now they're doing that reverse strategy that we just talked about as well. The downfall for those guys is they're now a lap down.
Guys, I'm looking at this battle as Blake Coppo now gets in front of Justin Ruzia. There is no front end on Blake's car, there's no rear on Blake's car, but it's got tremendous speed, and he's just got past Justin Ruzia.
I think he not long pitted, so he may have quite fresh tyres in comparison to the other guys that he's just passed. But tell you what, that battle between 9th and 10th with the 901 and the 01, that's still going on. And I'll tell you what, there'll be some red mist in that 091. He doesn't like it when other cars get involved in battles that they don't need to.
Definitely not. So we're looking at the one performance car of Dylan Shepherd in a great battle with Anthony Mansarella, the ERA Domidor.
Now, sorry, something's happened to the number 1 car. Sorry guys, I'm not sure exactly what's happened. The 1 car looks like John Latham's having internet issues and he may actually drop out from the server. So we could see an issue there with the number 1, which will really hurt Hampstead and Latham's chance of potentially snatching away the Endurance Cup title.
Yeah, his quality's going right down here now, Jace. It's not looking good for John Latham or Hampstead.
Good news for Phil Sell, he's now up P11, but disappointing for the guys in the TTL number 1 car. Not the way that want to drop out of this race. And saying that, as we continue to say, we've said it for 4 years, internet issues is our version of a gearbox failure or a power steering failure or things like that. All different sorts of failures that we can see in real life that we don't have in racing. The reason we don't have them is because we have internet dropouts. Latham is now out of the race. We'll see the number 1 car back in the pits. Richard Hampstead to jump in soon. That's very, very disappointing, but that's their driver swap done at the same time. Hampstead now in the car.
Sorry, Jay, I just got some messages from Bo Cattell, and they believe they're all good on strategy. They reckon they're going to be in the hunt for the win with this race.
Wow, that's interesting. Now, just looking, John Latham's internet also has dropped out of TeamSpeak, so I'm guessing something's happened with Latham's computer. So we'll find out more information as we can get it. Almost halfway through this race, Brooksy. Can you believe that?
Where's the time gone? That's unbelievable.
Whoa. We're racing for around about an hour and 20 minutes, an hour and 25 minutes, which has honestly flown.
Sorry, I apologise, we're having some problems with the overlays. Crashing a little bit. I'm just keeping an eye on these gaps between Sean Kelly and Jared Philcell, and it is well over a second a lap Philcell's catching Sean Kelly, while there's still 10 cars in between them. This race is definitely going to be on, guys. Make sure you don't go anywhere, because the closest stage of this race, I think it's going to be neck and neck.
Down to 57 seconds now. Last time I actually looked at that number, it was out about 65, 66 seconds. So he's closing that gap in fairly quick. The lap comparison between the 94 and the 77. Well, we'll do that again in a few laps because the overlays crashed, unfortunately. Sorry about that, guys. Fingers crossed these issues won't happen potentially next year. Fingers crossed. Some new stuff in the works for next year. I want to say big thanks to Sean Kelly for all of his work behind the scenes in helping us out in regards to graphics and calculating points and what sort of stuff. I know he's got some big things planned. Well, we've been working on some big things planned in regards to graphics and things like that for next year. So we'll hopefully have some of that released next year. As we look at this battle here with Shepherd, Ansarella and McKnight, Preston, and is that Kingston behind in their own little battle. Oh, 3 wide coming into 1. This will not work.
Oh, they touch on the outside. SDC car was huge. It was McKnight, and Shepherd's gone. Shepherd's off the track. He's done well to keep that. His rejoin is terrible.
No.
And he's turned the 886.
Good driving.
Great catch by Jeff Gertschy.
We have to watch the replay on that and go to the GT Amiga replay. How good was that from Shepherd after losing it, getting it back, losing it again, and then almost taking another car out. Oh, it's been another incident while we're on the replay. Gauchi with a touch from little touch from Corey Preston, but he's managed to hold on to it, and the guys are still battling on.
Wow. This is the battle over 15th position, 16th position.
It's always where the World Championships fought out. In real life V8 Supercar we see it, and also in the online series.
Of course, Shepherd's re-entry might come under the scrutiny of race control. I think, Jay, that they frown pretty heavily on that sort of thing.
Yep. Good save though. Bit of a question asked by a few of the team spotters. Blue flags being adhered to. We'll see if race control look into things with that. Now, interesting, a pit stop at the front of the field. The TTR black car is in, the TTR red car is in. So Healy and Maloney both in the lane. They were 4th and 6th position. This is that reverse window I was just talking about before. So mathematically they're now stopped. One more pit stop will get them home. Interesting, Healy taking the old pit exit. That's a little bit different.
Yeah, it is pretty courteous of him, actually. A lot of guys like to fire straight out into the main straight.
Maloney's still in the pits.
You don't lose too much time by doing that.
Very, very long pit stop from Maloney now. I'm just going to think out loud again, Brooksy, which I know you love it when I do.
Yep.
Strategy-wise, thinking back to real-life Bathurst 1000 and the online Bathurst 1000, you want to have your longer pit stops earlier in the race than later in the race. You don't want to splash and dash early to try and get yourself track position in regards to pit stops. You want to try and have that track position at the end. So we saw the 5 car at the real-life Bathurst 1000 got really hurt in that last round of pit stops because the 888 car needed a shorter stop at the end. Now,
Yep.
the 842 car is the car now to watch. They've just had a massively long pit stop. They're going to have a shorter pit stop next time around. So keep your eye on that.
Yeah, most definitely. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Playing to that end game and being there when jogging on the spot, so to speak, when all the dice roll. I don't think I can fit any more cliches into that sentence, but
Yeah, we've got a driver spot with the number 10, but look at Sean Kelly with all this traffic around.
hasn't hurt his times too much. He's 31.9 last lap around. Of course, he's tucked in there behind the Dylan Shepherd car in 19th.
Good 55 though, 1.7 seconds. But fairly consistent difference in times between the 77 and the 94 cars. Airman's in the pits, so he's going to try and do that reverse window strategy as well. So starting to see a few guys play their cards now, but still have potential for safety cars still to come. We've got the number 15 in the lane, we've got the number 51 in the lane as well. So Ben Smith coming in. So a few guys starting to think about this strategy, which I really, really like. We're on lap 58. Now, just looking, the one car, which we know we had internet issues for the one car with Latham at the wheel, Hampstead now at the wheel. Strategy actually could play out to them in a bizarre and twisted way. They are a lap down, but they're only going to have to make the one pit stop to make it home, I believe. I'm not 100% sure on that, whether they were actually done a pit stop while that happened, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, it'll probably depend whether or not they decided while they were in there to fill it right up, but I imagine they would have. Just looking at the lap time, Sean Kelly's still hovering around the high 1 minute 31s. Jared Pillsell, he's around the low 31s. Last one around was 31.5, but he had traffic, so still roughly a second he's taken out of the leaders every lap.
Hampstead's actually the fastest driver on track at the moment. The only driver consistently in the 1 minute 30s with 30.9 the last 2 laps. But the last 4 laps actually.
Last 4 laps and a 30.8 before that. So
and a
very
30.7
consistent from Hampstead.
Yeah, here he comes on Joe Burkett. It'll be for 25th position as they fight their way back. Hit this lap back. Four tenths of a second though for Phil Sell over Kelly, so definitely not over this battle, but it's down to 53 seconds. Last time we talked about the actual gap was 57, so another 4 seconds taken out in just a couple of laps.
Well, this entire race has been turned on its head, Jay. I don't know what's going to wash out at the end of this. We're trying to predict it for you guys sitting at home, but it is difficult to transcend what's going to happen, isn't it, Jay?
Yeah, it's really hard to work out what the strategy is going to play out. I don't know how this race is going to pan out at all. I'm glad I'm not actually working out on strategy. I'm probably sure that after what's happened with your team, you're happy you're not working on strategy now either, Brooksy.
Oh no, it makes my head ache.
Probably the disappointing thing about retiring is I'm going to have to start doing strategy for my teammates.
Don't do it, mate. Drive. It's more fun driving.
12th, 13th on screen, McKnight and Williams.
Oh,
Tyson has actually
Williams.
spun 09. He's actually redressed that position and let James McKnight continue on ahead. Good sportsmanship from Kelly. We got the 002 in the lane, the HDR car with Tony Jovanovic. I've absolutely butchered that name. Sorry, Tony. I'll admit it.
He's taken the old pit exit as well. Might be a bit of a gentleman's agreement for some of the guys out there.
Yeah, when cars are coming down the straight, they might be pulling out on the old pit exit. We've got the 12 in the lane as well. The Laser Racing JFF racing car in the lane. There's some vents at the wheel. He's going to jump out of the car. Hasn't done a whole heap of laps, so Hammond getting back in.
We are the battle between Benjamin Smith and Justin Ruggier. Benjamin Smith had a huge slide heading down in towards the hay shed. He's going for 6th and 5th position, these two. Benjamin Smith, I think, is on newer tyres, just had a pit stop.
And 3 laps old, these tyres that Smith's got, so he'll be working very, very hard to get past Ruggier. PJ Sturgis just behind now in the car. He's got 4 lap old tyres. Manages to get past Caleb Jordan. He's closing up on this battle ahead with Smith and Ruggier very, very quickly.
Of course, this is pretty much battles for the podium positions here with Smith and PJ Sterios.
Yep, they are basically, well, effectively 3rd or 2nd as it stands right now. I'm getting an ice cream headache because I'm just trying to calculate these teams championship numbers and they're so tight and close. There's nothing in it at all. McKnight and Williams, the 009 and 51, they are continuing on this battle.
It was well done from Williams to pretty quick and redress that with McKnight, because he was definitely going to cop a penalty for it if he didn't.
Yes, often when you know you've done something like that, you just put up your hand straight away and go, yeah, I've made a mistake, and let the car back through. And race control usually fairly happy with that. Yeah, most of the time.
Especially as McKnight or Williams, neither of them lost positions. Sometimes if a car redresses but the other car still lost a lot of positions, they still will hand out penalties.
Yep. Yeah, often the points penalty or the like. Usually if there's a redress, they're unlikely to give drive-through penalties, but they sometimes can, depending on how severe the actual incident was.
I wanted to keep an eye on the times of Jake Maloney since he's come out of the pits, and he's doing quite well. He's doing mid to low 131, so good times there by Jake Maloney. And like I said, that longer pit stop from those guys will put them in good stead towards the end of this race.
Yeah, they're the wild card really in this. 2 breakthrough winners for their first wins ever this season in that car, with Maloney winning at Bathurst and the round previous at Mosport, Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. Brock Salmon picking up a win as well. So we go just ahead. We've got Stenberg and Fountain battling on very, very hard. Now, I know when we were talking to Jake last night, they weren't happy with their qualifying speed in that car. They knew that they didn't have the qualifying speed, but they've worked really hard on a race setup from day dot, from the start of practice. And it looks like that's paying off a little bit, P9 at the moment.
Yeah, they are doing well, but Scott Fountain just behind. He's about 3 to 4 tenths a lap quicker than Stenberg, so these pit stops probably can't come quick enough for Stenny.
Look at the lap comparison once again between 77 and the 94. Pretty much expect about half a second or a bit more most laps. That gap actually between first now back to fourth position is now 50 seconds. So since we started paying attention to the gap, it's dropped 16 seconds, but still a long way to go. We're about to go to 50 laps remaining in this race as Kelly is about to complete lap number 63 of 1:13.
Yeah, just having a look when Jared first came out of the pits, it was around a minute and 8 seconds behind. It's now 50, so he's pulled it down 18 seconds to Kelly.
Caleb was in 16th in the lane. Caleb Jordan now back out.
That's a very quick pit stop. Very quick pit stop for Caleb Jordan too, only 18.1 seconds.
Yeah. Got Mark Kelly also in the lane in the 02 lit. The blue entry of that team.
Before all these do really shake out, I might quickly run through your top 10. It's Trans-Tasman Racing UKS, so Sean Kelly leading from the Talking Cuppa Cement car, followed by Trans-Tasman Racing Black, ANZ SSR in 4th. 5th is the ERA Demidov Innovations 1, Team Pagny TTL number 10 in 6th. Then the ANZ Motorsports 901 in 7th, DK Motorsport Blue in 8th, Mad Cow Racing, sorry, has just dropped to 10th because the Trans-Tasman Racing red car has just got them and they're in 9th.
And with the leader actually in the lane, the 77 coming in.
We'll see, I don't think Sean's done enough laps to...
No, he definitely hasn't.
No.
So they've done 29 laps, so he'll have to continue on. But really,
looks like Sean's got to stay in the car.
Going on.
Yeah, Sean's got to stay in the car, but pardon me, he's going to have to really set qualifying laps here to make good use of the fresh rubber, I think.
We've got a little bit of a guest jumping in the box. Very, very good friend, Matthew Hill. Hello, Hilly. Oh, hang on, I better actually allow you to talk. There you go.
Hey, there we go. Hey everyone, how you going?
Very good, mate. Your strategy's starting to play out here. Doing a very, very good job. Currently P6, but I don't know if you've heard during the broadcast, I've done the math and crunched the numbers. You're currently leading the Endurance Cup Championship.
Nah, that's not right. Surely there's a mathematical error there, but if that's the case, awesome.
Yeah, you would win by not many points.
All right, so you guys have got a direct line to Korolev, don't you? Surely we can, pull a checkered flag now. Yeah.
Oh, I'd love to say yes, but no.
You must be pretty happy with your mate PJ out there. He's doing terrific and consistent lap times.
Yeah, he's. I've said this multiple times, but he's such a good find for us and fitted in the team so well. And he's got a very similar driving style to me, but he's a lot better, but but still very good. Love to race with him.
You've done a full stint in the car. How did it feel towards the end? Was it hang on for dear life, or was the car good?
Well, after the first stint, it was pretty hairy because I had to burn the tyres up a little bit trying to get through some traffic. But in that second run, I set myself a nice little rhythm, and they only sort of went south after I spun the tyres coming out of Honda a couple of times, and then it was just toast. So PJ pulled me in a little bit earlier because we were losing a lot of time to Benny Smith. So
that number 15 car is the car you're really battling. You're effectively battling for the last spot, or the last two spots on the podium as it stands right now. Is that where you sort of expected your pace to be?
Well, considering I've done zero practice pretty much, to be up in the top 5 is really a dream, especially after the first stints when I had to start the race. So, if we end up second or third, it's a, absolute, dream night really.
Got Justin Rougier in the lane in the 901 car. Now, strategy for you guys, you've broken the race up in two effectively. You've done half the race and let PJ into the second half. Is that how it's going to play out in regards to pits as well? Just break up the pit stops for even tyre wear?
The only bit of information I can give you at this stage is that PJ will probably finish the race. He's a bit more consistent than me, so it makes good sense.
You've obviously already done your minimum required numbers of laps as well, so that probably does make sense.
Yeah, that's it. I'm going to go grab my tacos and spot.
Well, good luck, mate. Enjoy. Great to have you along, and thank you for all your work with V8s Online with me in the past as well.
Yeah, no, thanks. It's sad to see you go, Jay. You're such an icon to V8s Online, and you've done so much for this series, both official and also the V8SCOPS. It's a sad day, and I wish you all the best, mate.
Thanks, buddy. Thank you.
Have a look at Hayden Dodman, number 40 in the Talking Cup of Cement car. Currently P1 with a 16-second lead. Still yet to make a pit stop like most have, but doing a terrific job. Well inside the minute 32s, Hayden, and he's nice and consistent, Jay.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job. As I said earlier, he has done most of the setup work for this car and most of the practice. Like Mitchell doesn't practice, so probably don't need to say any more than that. Most practice he does is the warm-up for a truck race, so I'm not joking either. But yeah, Hayden did 3 laps of pre-qual, and that was enough to get them in. The only practice Mitch did was last night before qualifying. Didn't have a setup until about 10 minutes before qualifying started, and Hayden's done a little bit of work, and they've done something with setup to make it sort of work, and they're doing all right.
We're having a look at Dylan Shepherd in the 53 car alongside of Jeremiah Morton in the 01 car. They're side by side for turns 1 and 2. Jeremiah Morton's got the job done there on Dylan. He's able to hold him off.
The yellow flag is out.
Oh, we got a safety car, Jay.
Yep, safety car has been brought out with the 40 in the lead, the 48 in P2 and the 94 in P3, with not far behind the 77 who has pitted. So the 77 will be a winner out of this, but it will actually help the guys that haven't pitted and the guys that have just pitted, because it'll bring the strategy pretty much back together.
Yeah, it's going to bring everyone together. It looks like it does look like everyone's slowing down a little bit.
Now, I think the guys are going to be saving fuel to make sure they get into the pits while it's open. We might take a little bit of a breather ourselves, because I know that Brooksy's nearly got no voice left. I've nearly got no voice left, so we're going to have a quick break. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for pit stop action and the resumption of this race. This is the Phillip Island 500. He'll just tuck back in behind again, and Phil.
Oh, did he lock it up? He locked it up going in.
Here we go. Down up inside.
He's not going to clear it, mate.
You know what's going to happen now.
Oh, don't do it. They're going to go side by side through there. Another crack at it. Oh, smart. Yeah, down. Oh, no, he's doing it to the other side. Oh, Phil didn't expect that. He's going to be around the outside now. Yeah, he'll get the job done. He's going to get the throttle down there side by side. Coming into the left-hander. It's going to be down on the inside, but Phil still holds on.
challenger versus the legend. Catch it all at the final round of the V8 Supercars Online Premier Series, the Phillip Island 500, this Sunday, November 15.
Simulated racing can be awesome, but it can also be kind of a free-for-all. Interestingly, auto racing faced the same problem in its earlier days. Whether it was on the back roads, the beaches, or the city streets, the racing was fun. But there was always a certain level of chaos and danger, until some folks came along and put some order to all of this. Stuff like official racetracks, regulations about weight and equipment, and enforcement of standards. That's what gave us high-speed excitement, fast-paced action, and photo finishes. That's when racing became racing. The guys over at iRacing.com have made the same transformation in the world of sim racing. Sure, they've got the most accurate tracks and realistic cars out there, but that's just the start. See, iRacing analyzes the performance and results of each driver in every race, so you can be sure you're always placed in races where the competition will be tight, and that those reckless drivers who ruin it for us all are kept in the pits. Not to mention that with over 45,000 active members already in their vast community, you can find races day and night, so you can always get in on the action. You can even join a league of your favorite series. And since updates are always automatic, you don't have to worry about software and can focus on the track. Zip up your fire suit and check out iRacing.com.
All right, we're back underway. The green flag is about to fly. We've got Michael Healy now in the race lead. The 77 car in P2, 15 car in P3, and the number 10 in P4. A whole heap of cars jumped in the lane there. Most cars actually getting there. Bad start with 4 wide coming down the front straight, and the big winner out of this is PJ Sturgis, who has passed both Ben Smith and Sean Kelly to jump from 4th to 2nd in this restart. Wowee.
Yeah, that's
Brooksy, jump back in here again.
Yeah, just saw that, boys. Just ran up from the garage. That's a huge blunder there by Sean Kelly. He's totally missed that start.
Sturgis now nicely. You've got Smith behind. Now the first car out of all of the cars that just pitted then, number 40, Peyton Rodman at the wheel. A lot of talk in that team about what to do at that pit stop, whether to fill it up or short fill and fill up when they need to do their driving spot. So There's a lot of arguing, and I don't think they fully decided until they'd stopped the car, and even then I don't think they'd decided what they were going to do. So, don't know what to expect out of that car, but they are in 7th position, the first car on track that has done that next round of pit stops. The 858 chatting on track. Comes the 94 though. They managed to pick themselves back up to 9th position, and they have to make a move on Jeremiah Morton, but look at all this traffic around.
I can tell you the 94 completely fully filled as well in that stop.
One performance racing car in the lane. They didn't make their stop during that pit stop, and now they're doing it now, so that's a bit bizarre. We've had a few cars that were given random black flags, which I think may be why Kelly was very, very slow to get away, but the black flag has been cleared, as well as Matthew Rox Munro in the 858 car. Look at this gaggle of cars around the 94, the 40, the 01, so it's now 8th position for the 94 and 7th position for the 40. With the 51, 51's disappeared off the face of the planet. No, he's back. Internet issues for Tyson Williams. They're in 6th at the moment.
Oh, he's driving through other cars at the moment.
Through another car?
Yeah, he's got a ping of 1366. It's a huge ping, and he's just disappeared.
Yep.
Again.
We've heard from guys that are very, very used to having high pings, namely Madison Down and Mitchell McLeod. When they have those lag spikes and see them disappear, the actual group of the car changes. Very, very hard to control. So some guys have had a lot of practice at this. We've got a big crash coming onto the main straight. It's the 051. It's hit the inside wall. Mitch Avril hit the inside wall. There's been actually contact between he and the 02 car. 03 car, sorry, the Lit Oz NZ car. I'm sure that race control will review that.
Just having a look at the GT Amiga replay.
This is not going to be fun for the guys battling around Tyson Williams. He's still blinking all over the place. His ping has settled a little bit, but it's very, very hard to drive around a car that has that sort of internet issue. I'll tell you what though, guess who's made their way back onto the lead lap and is now back in this race? The number 1 car is now in 9th at the back of this pack.
Yeah, just looking at that, and he's not that far behind Phil Cell. So look at these two to charge through the field. Doing a very good job, Hampstead. Actually, he's up now 1 minute 30s, 1 minute 31s in the most traffic you'll ever see on a V supercar race. He goes down the inside there of Luke Edmonton through the last corner and gets the job done.
Good move. Alright, I'm just going to crunch some numbers, Brooksy, in regards to the championship. So,
don't do it. You're going to put the mocker on us.
Don't put the mocker. Oh, I won't say anything then.
As Phil still has a look at Dodman through turns 2.
Right, Brooksy, would you like me to confirm scenarios or not?
Okay, do what you have to do. As Dodman goes real late on the brakes, he manages to get it stopped. Gonna hold Phil Cell there as long as he can.
Dodman's doing a very, very good job of making sure Phil Cell cannot get through. Of course, Dodman and McLeod have their own race that they're trying to win. They're trying to win this Enduro Cup.
Yeah, that's right. They've got every right to do what they can.
Now, new race leader though, the guys that they're going to be battling for this Enduro Cup have taken the race lead. The number 10 PJ Sturgios in the lead of this race.
course, we just had his co-driver Hilly in having a chat to us, and Hilly be pretty chuffed at the moment the way PJ's going.
He's doing a really good job. Now, calculator's got steam coming out of it, mate, but you ready?
Okay, I'm ready.
Alright, Jared Philsell wins the race and wins the championship by 2 points. 3 points, sorry. If Jared Philsell finishes second, Madison Down wins. Madison Down wins the championship by 2 points. If Jared Philsell finishes second, Madison Down third or lower, Jared Philsell wins the championship by 3 points.
Wow.
If Jared Philsell finishes third or lower, Madison Down wins the championship.
And
Jared
that's
needs to
regardless
finish,
where Madison finishes.
Yep, regardless of where Madison finishes. So Jared has to finish first or second with Madison behind him.
Okay.
The pressure is on.
The official word from Jared was, I'm fully fueled and I'm just going to rag it, bro. So,
they're in a really good spot because they don't have to do another driver swap, so they can pit any time after about lap 77 and make it home. So I would guess they're going to pit soon, get out of this traffic and then rag it. Who knows though, he's actually managed to get ahead of Hayden Dodman.
Yeah, and that's his very good friend Michael Schreier in front as Schreier moves out of the way. Of course, they've had
a shocker.
Huge amount of damage. Yeah, huge amount of damage in the opening laps. They're down in position 40.
Yeah, I saw David Moore in the lane. He was in the lane for about 15 minutes or so getting damage repaired. So good to see them back out on track. Always good to see cars continuing on after massive damage.
So as it stands now, Philsell is 11 seconds behind the leaders. He's about 10 seconds behind the guy he's racing, and that's Sean Kelly and Madison Down. But
look at Kelly trying to get past Ben Smith.
I do believe we might have a shorter pit stop.
Yeah, Kelly will have to do a longer pit stop because they obviously didn't stop in that last round of stops, but they also will do a driver swap. So the guys that will do a driver swap naturally are going to have a longer stop, so they'll take more fuel. And I would guess that will happen any time in the next 5 or 6 laps, I would say. Kelly jumped in the car in lap 34, so he's definitely done his minimum requirement now. He's done over 40 laps. Looking at the lap times, fastest car on track right now is the number 94. So this race is absolutely hot. Last lap by half a second quicker. I know Brooksy's not talking because I think he'd be messaging his team.
Sorry, guys.
Either that or he's got an ice cream headache from the stress of what's going on.
Yeah, I do apologise. I am getting messages left, right and centre, but Kelly's down the inside of Benjamin Smith, and that's by position 2. And that moves the Trans-Tasman Racing UKS car up into second position overall.
Yeah. So if the race was to finish right now, Madison Down would win the championship. And PJ Sturgis, Matthew Hill would win the Endurance Cup championship. Now, Jared Philsell's about to catch up to some lap traffic. Are you getting in there? Are you saying pit as early as you can?
No, I think they're going to put him in more traffic. He's sort of getting towards the pointy end now. These guys are lap traffic, but they're pretty well spread out, so I don't think it's going to affect him too much. I think they're going to pretty much rely on this last pit stop to jump everyone in front.
Yeah, they will have to do a shorter stop, which is really going to play into their hands. But who would have thought that strategy they played at the start may actually work? I know I didn't. I know you didn't.
No, I was thinking about sacking them.
Lucky they're not bad drivers because they're definitely not very good strategists.
But that middle stint from Phil Cell pumping out minute 30s pretty much every lap, that's really put him back into the contention for this race.
Hey, who's definitely not out of contention still is the number 1 car with Hampstead at the wheel. He's very, very quick as well, punching out pretty similar lap times to Phil Sell. He's about to make a move up the inside at Honda Hairpin on Hayden Dodman, who I would expect in the lane the next 2 or 3 laps for their final pit stop. I don't know who to watch. I don't know what to say about how this race is panning out. We've got 35 laps to go, and I don't know what's going to happen next, Brooksy. I just don't know.
I don't know, mate, either. As we got Michael Hurley, Trans-Tasman Racing Black from 4th position, hitting the pit lane. One of the first cars to say, yep, we can make it from here. Let's go.
Now they'll have a driver swap happen as well, because Tony Aldridge has only done 34 laps. Aldridge will get back in the car here. Actually, there's a lot of teams that have to do a driver swap still. Tyson Williams also in the lane. He will jump out of the car. Kane Kugmere will get back in. Also only done 34 laps.
Do you think a lot of teams know that it does take longer to do the driver swap than a usual pit stop?
I'm sure, well, if you're filling up the tank from empty to full, it's about the same time, or you've completed the driver swap beforehand. But if you're going to do your splash and dash, you don't want to be doing a driver swap at the same time, because obviously 30 seconds at least for your pit stop if you're doing a driver swap. So I'm sure a lot of the teams have worked that out. I'm sure there's a lot of teams that still have no idea how it all works. But most of the guys now have done enough endurance racing to understand how the driver swap process works.
Sorry, Joe, I'm just making sure the guys know exactly how much fuel they're going to need to take on in the stop.
Fill her up, they'll get it home.
Bocatel's just confirmed with me that they only need a splash and dash for their last pit stop.
They'll basically need to put back in what they've just taken out in the last 10 laps since the safety car was thrown. 8:42 in the lane. Jake Maloney, so Brock Salmon will get back in that car. A really good stint from Jake. He's been really consistent. He's done a very, very good job and left that car in a position for potentially another podium for that car.
Yeah, they have. It's going to be a battle between the sister car of the Trans-Tasman Racing Black and those guys, I think, to see maybe, and the ERA Demidol Innovations one car. So he's going to get on the podium.
Justin Rougier also in the lane. So that would be his stint over. And pretty good stint as well. Obviously, the lap time's not quite as good as Lee Day's times, but I'm a bit concerned that they haven't done a driver swap yet, though.
Yeah.
But Lee Day needs to get back in the car because he hasn't met the minimum requirements for laps completed yet. We'll see if that happens. We were talking earlier, Brooksy, the gap first back to second as the driver swap actually happens in the 901.
At the last minute point too.
The gap from first back to the 94 car, been keeping an eye on it. We were talking earlier, was out to 68 seconds, coming to 64, 60, 50 pit stops. It's now down to 8 seconds as 2 cars now have made their final, or making their final pit stops as well. The number 1 and the number 40 both in the lane. They both flashed at the last stop. And the Daco blue car also in the lane. The ERA Demidov number 97 car also in the lane. Latham has completed his minimum laps. He completed those laps before he dropped out, which is good. So there won't be a driver swap required there for the number 1 car, but the number 40 car, there's definitely a pit stop. So you'll see a jump, Hampstead to McLeod. And this will actually hurt McLeod and Dodman. They will lose about 15 seconds.
Yeah, they certainly have. That has hurt McLeod and Dodman a fair bit, hasn't it?
Yep. The PJ Sturgios now. Sorry, the calculator is crunching overtime. We've got Sean Kelly right on the back of PJ. Might drag in Jake Maloney for a bit of a chat and tell you what a great job it was on that stint. Well done, Jake. Great stint.
Cheers, guys. Car felt pretty good. Just able to roll it around there, consistent speed. We're hitting numbers, and yeah, we've handed over to Brock, and he'll bring it to the flag.
Nice and consistent for you, mate. You've left the car in a really good position, potentially now looking at a podium.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how the strategy is going to work out. I was muted the whole stint, but yeah, we'll see where we are when it all plays out.
I think effectively you're looking around about 5th at the moment, so that's pretty good, about where you'd expect you wanted to be, and still a very, very good chance to get a podium.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I think at this stage, a top 7 result, we might move into top 10 in points, which would be pretty nice.
This is sorry, go Brooksy.
I was going to say, Jacob, dubbed you the super sub after the efforts at Bathurst, mate. You must be riding on a wave of confidence at the moment.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. I mean, from where we started at the start of the season running split 2 in the first few rounds, didn't think we'd end up here, so yeah, been pretty good.
Well done, mate. You've done a fantastic job this season. I think bigger and better things ahead for you next year.
Yeah, it should be good. And while I got the chance, I just want to say thank you to Jay for all you've done for V8s Online and V8s Online itself. I mean, if it wasn't for these broadcasts, I wouldn't know about iRacing and I wouldn't be here.
It's alright, mate. My pleasure. It's half the reason why we've done it, so big thank you.
As we got the ERA Demidov Innovations number 1 car of Benjamin Smith in the lane, he'll most likely hand this back over to Ian Ford to bring it home.
Yeah, actually has to, because Ian Ford has not done minimum requirements, so either way, if Ian doesn't feel like driving, he's going to have to get back in. But Ian obviously had some really, really good pace. He led those first, nearly 30 odd laps. The driver's what's happening now. Yeah, so we'll be interested to see where they come out. I would think they'll pop back out around about same spot as Richard Hampstead, Brock Salmon, maybe slightly about same spot as Richard Hampstead, I think. Now, look at the lap times for Jared Phillips, our last lap by Brooksy. A second quicker than the race leader.
Yeah, I've been watching that. It's down to 6 seconds between Phil Sell and the race leader and the UKS machine of Sean Kelly. So, it's all on. It's getting a little bit too much for me.
All right, Jake, we'll let you go, mate. Good luck for the rest of the race, and we'll talk to you again later on.
Yeah, cheers, guys. It should be a good finish.
Might grab Tyson Williams up for a quick chat as well. Tyson's done a really good job in his stint. Have you got us there, Tyson?
Oh, yeah.
Well done on your stint, mate. Great job. Sorry, mate, we just got changed for the lead. We'll just go to that for a second. We've got a new leader with Sean Kelly taking the lead over PJ Sturgios. But the gap first back to third, which is the 94 car. 5.6 seconds now.
Yeah, Sean Kelly's done everything that's been asked of him. He's battled for the lead and he's passed quite a few cars tonight, so Madison couldn't have asked for anything more as PJ comes back at him through the hairpin. As PJ pulls back in behind Sean Kelly, and I think Sean Kelly's done exactly what a co-driver was expected to do tonight.
He's kept it clean and done a really good job. He's quite pacey. Sean's definitely not a B driver, so there's really 2A drivers in most of the cars at the front of the field, which is what we'd expect out of the teams that we have in this series. But quickly go back to Tyson while you're here. A good stint from you, mate. You've left the car in a really good spot and pushing towards definitely, well, hopefully for you guys, top 10, maybe even higher.
Yeah, well, luckily I did a lot of laps since the last race. Yeah, and luckily enough, I think it was parent in terms of lap speed, so there isn't a lot to really have to worry about in terms of cars very much, so I can get the job done as good as Kane can sometimes, but he's just more consistent than I am.
We mentioned how close you guys were, and we were sort of debating who was going to qualify the car, because your times are ridiculously close through pre-qual and qualifying.
Yeah, well, we through qualifying we actually had to run two different setups. He ran a setup that was just a bit different. It wasn't to my liking, and I ran a setup that wasn't to his liking. And I think we just found speeds in two different areas of the track, which was a bit odd.
Well, mate, we'll let you go. Good luck for the rest of the race, and I think bigger things for both yourself and Kane next season.
Yep, thank you.
Thanks, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Now, just looking at battle for 9th and 10th, McLeod is under a lot of pressure from Tony Aldridge at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is. Aldridge has got a lot of speed on board. He's probably one of the quickest guys in the opening stints out on track, and as you said, McLeod hasn't got a lot of practice, but McLeod's easily punching out low 31s. So it's going to be a good battle between these two to the end, I think. Of course,
here we go. 77's in the lane. The 77 is in.
The Kelly leader of the race.
Yeah, Kelly in the lane. So Madison Down will take over with the 27 laps remaining in this race. Tell you what, we need to watch out for Hampstead here.
Yeah, Hampstead's just coming through the last couple complex of corners. Going to be a longish sort of pit stop for the UKS team.
It's at least 30 seconds that they have to stop for. So Hampstead could actually jump here.
Yeah, because Hampstead was 42 seconds behind, plus the transit of the pit lane, you've got to add that on. Around about a 52nd, and he's killed it. He's blown past them.
Wowee. This changes everything. Here comes the 77 back out of the lane.
Of course, Hampstead's been pumping out a minute 30. He's went 8 the last 3 laps around, so very
fastest
consistent.
car on track at the moment. Down's come out just ahead of Brock Salmon, so currently P7. That will probably adjust back to, I would guess, P5 after pit stops taken by a couple of other cars in the field. But massive shout out to 2 cars that are currently in the top 5. Synergy Sim Racing 4, Brenton Hobson at the wheel, teaming up with Dave Oliver. They're doing a really good job. Currently P3. James McKnight in the SDC Motorsport 009 car, they're currently P5. They've done a really good job as well with the number 10 now in the lane, PJ Sturgios, in for their last pit stop. They won't need to do a driver swap.
Of course, the last time we looked at McKnight, he was facing the wrong way, wasn't he? So he's doing a really good job.
Yeah, he was. At the start of the race, he was out of it. Car number 4's in the lane as well with Josh Burden behind the wheel. Scott Connors will get back into that car. He hasn't met the minimum requirement for laps at the moment. But Brenton Hobson now in P3. Hampstead's past PJ. Wowee, that number 1 car's got some pace.
Yeah, it's certainly doing okay for a car that was struggling with setup, as Hampstead mentioned yesterday.
When will Jared blink and do this pit stop? Currently has a 37-second gap back to Hampstead. We know that Jared needs to finish at least second. So the gap back to second, which is Ian Ford, is 43 seconds. But it's going to be very, very hard without Safety car intervention for Madison Down to gain that time. Clayton's had to jump out of the booth for a second. He's had to run down to the garage because emergency team meeting, so I'll let him go for that. So we have now 26 laps in this race to go. Hearing about potential glitch with the TTR orange car, which has added an extra 10 seconds to their stop. So that's potentially why they lost that time. They lost that position to PJ Sturgis. Now, looking to see if there's any more driver swaps that still need to happen. Brenton Hobson is currently in P2. He will definitely have to stop and jump out of the car and let Dave Oliver back in. But Ian Ford is now in the car for the remainder. So the race as it stands right now, we're not sure where Phil Sell will come back out after his pit stop. But the 94, the 1, the 15 and the 10 fighting for the podium. Amazing, Brooksy.
It is, mate. I just had to run down the garage. Sorry for taking off, but
Alright.
Phil Sell will be in this lap. They're worried. The guys they're worried about is obviously Hampstead and Ford. So they're coming in and they were just trying to work out the exact number of fuel. And Jared sideways, entering pit lane, and yeah, they were trying to get the numbers right for the pit stop.
Don't bust me face on that bonnet. So keep an eye on Hampstead and keep one eye on Phil Sell as well. It's going to be very, very tight, but the advantage that Phil Sell has in regards to this championship race is that Madison Down is back in P6. So Jared can finish second and win the championship from this position.
Got my eyes on Phil Sell. He's still there, sitting there taking fuel and tyres.
Hampstead coming through the final corner. Phil Sell
Sell's away now.
In the way. Oh, it's going to be tight. Oh,
I think Hampstead's going to get
Hampstead's
him.
going to get him around the outside. So Hampstead now your effective race leader. Jared Phil Sell P2. Oh, can you believe this, Brooks? If it finishes as it is right now, the championship will be decided by 2 points.
Wow.
2 points. Over 3,500 points each, separated by only 2 if it is to finish the way it is right now. Oh, there's a blown engine car just ahead, so that be careful of that. It's the 88 car. Overheated, the pie warmers got too hot in the inside of the 88. And she's blowing a lot of smoke. Time to pull that one over and get out, Mr. Mike.
And the difference between, I think we're talking about, back to the UKS car, so Madison Down will see all this in front, and he knows that he's got about 18, 17, 16 seconds to make up if he wants to take out this V8SCOPS championship.
Yep. He'll be getting relayed all the information he needs as well, so he basically needs to pull a second a lap. Here comes Phil Sell back on Hampstead. If this move happens, makes it harder for Madison, but if this move doesn't happen, it brings Madison back into the race because they're still going to be fighting for position, which naturally slows you down.
And they've got a lot of traffic in front. They've got the TTR blue car. They're just making their way past now down the straight.
Get Josh Muggleton back in that car now.
Of course, Phil Sell probably have recollections of Bathurst with that car. It was all good on this occasion.
Oh, Phil Sell thinking about going around the outside at Southern Loop. Oh, wowee. Oh, here comes Phil Sell. He's got the nose up the inside coming into Stoner Corner. It has to take a bit too much curb and he'll pull back in. No, he's going to have a dive. No.
Oh.
24 laps to go in this race.
I know these two have got a huge amount of respect for each other. They're actually quite good friends. They send a lot of messages to each other. I wouldn't be surprised they're both typing to each other right now, actually. But
I think, isn't the messages usually about their mutual love of KFC?
It usually is, and how much the zinger burns on the way out.
Yeah, a question from YouTube chat. Does Hampstead need to pit? No, I don't believe so. Jared up the
Jared
inside.
has a look. He's on the inside. He's going to be on the outside for the last couple of corners. And
Oh, he's going to do it.
it's the fresher tyres.
Oh,
Fresher
he's
tyres
done
has
it.
got him through
Great
there.
move.
Oh, look at the wheel work inside the cabin of Phil Cell. He's managed to hold on.
Now, what this has done, though, is the gap from first back to fifth, which is down to 15 seconds now. We'll go to the GT Amiga replay of that pass around the outside. Awesome work from Phil Cell. Just managed to get that power down with the new tyres. 8 laps fresher. Makes a fairly big difference.
I'm staying live at the front because it's not over. Hampstead's having a look around the outside. He's slotted back in.
Southern Loop, almost thinking about it around the outside. We saw the lap previous. Phil Cell got enough pace up going around the outside and coming back underneath into Stoner, almost able to do it.
Oh, as in he covers, he runs the defensive line there. Hampstead was right underneath his wing.
Doesn't want to do that too much because this sort of driving plays back into down catching these guys. So right now the number 94 is your race leader, the number 1 in P2 and the number 15 is P3. P4 is the number 10, only 1.5 seconds behind the 15 car.
Can't believe the amount of time Phil Cell's just made on Hampstead out of those last 3 corners.
I'm just going to quickly crunch some numbers on the Endurance Championship as it stands right now, but I know it is ultra close.
As we all hold our breath in anticipation. You got the calculator going.
Calculator's working overtime, don't worry about that.
Now Phil Cell's got to put the eyes on. He's built a little gap over Hampstead.
If it finishes as it is now, Phil Cell and Cattell will win the Endurance Championship.
What's the nearest rivals to that? Whereabouts are they on track?
4th and 7th.
4th and 7th. So that's
And
the
second
Team
as well,
Bagni
so-
TTL 10.
Yep, and then the Talking Cup of Cement, and then the number 1 of Hampstead and Latham. But
I was just going to mention the Talking Compass Cement car. Mitchell McLeod has got his hands full with Tony Autry.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Autry's been hassling the hell out of him for the last 12 or 13 laps. Probably the closest battle we've got on them at the moment inside the top 10.
yeah, definitely the closest with got a bit of a battle though with ANZ 901 car and the number 97 ERA Davidoff Innovations car. This is 12th and 13th with Lee Day and Jake Blackhall at the wheel. Lee really struggling to hold on here. Blackhall is putting on some amazing pressure.
Yeah, Blackhall's doing really well. Of course, Lee Day got a tag from Mullen. Mullen was actually rolled it in the first stint of the race and has carried a little bit of damage, that car.
Looking a little bit better than it once was though.
It got a little bit repaired during the pit stops.
We need to do a couple of quick thank yous before we get to the final bits of the race books. You get some breath while you can. Big thanks to GT Amiga Racing for their ongoing support of this series, the GT Amiga Endurance Cup, and their support for the final 5 rounds of the series. If you are looking to purchase some gear from GT Amiga Racing, head over to the JFF Racing Facebook page. They have all the details on some discounts that you can get on chairs and sim rigs, so make sure you head over there if you are looking to purchase some stuff and get some nice discounts. Big thanks again to OSR for their support and running of this series. A lot of guys think they realise how much work goes in, but they don't really understand how much work goes in the background of these series. So big thanks to the guys at OSR for their ongoing hard work. It is amazing how much work they do. If you are wanting to help out, we would love people to help out. So just shoot Simon a message or Mike a message and offer your assistance in any way you can, whether it's race admin or helping out with all different sorts of things. And also, if you are wanting to help out in regards to V8's Online and the broadcast, obviously with my departure, there's a seat that's filled in regards to commentary, but there's still some stuff missing in regards to the background stuff. There are a few guys that are going to help out, but if you would like to help out in regards to helping out with teams data and things like that to help Seb out for next season, shoot him a message. He will love as much help as he can get, because I know he's crying at night at the moment with me announcing my retirement. Look at this. Reece Goldfinch, he has been in amongst all of the mayhem this race. He got tagged in the qualifying run and his lap time didn't count properly, so he started lower than where he should. He's been spun a couple of times, but now he's got the KRF Motorsport number 27 car right behind. These guys managed to get into 21st.
As we have a look, it's just behind these guys, we've got Scott Connors and Josh Ronnans battling over 23 and 24. Rogers is really monster in the back. Connors is loose on the brakes down into the Honda hairpin, and Rogers down the inside. I think he'll get this done.
Yep. Oh, a little bit of contact coming through and he gets it done.
Nicely done by Rogers. He'll be another one to watch out for next year. I think he'll be battling in the top 5 well and truly.
Now, gap first to second now, 2.4 seconds. Hillsell now steaming away from Hampstead. This lap by 2.5 tenths. Gap from first to fifth now 16.8 seconds. This is making it very, very hard for Madison to win this championship. I still can't believe that we're only going to be separated by 2 or 3 points depending on how this falls. So absolutely amazing end to this unbelievable championship. As we go and say hello to Hayden Dodman, teammate of Mitchell McLeod, joining us. Hayden, you got us, mate?
Yeah, how we going, guys?
Good, mate. How nervous are you?
Yeah, it's been a bit of a funny one because obviously, like usual, we didn't plan strategy or anything, and a lot of people pitted early in those first couple of stints, so we didn't really know where we're sitting, but we're sitting in not too bad of a spot at the moment, though.
As it stands right now, you're going to finish third in the Endurance Cup Championship. Oh, Tony Aldridge thinking about having a move up the inside of Mitch there. Yeah, you'd be overall pretty happy with that, because I know you guys haven't put any preparation into anything this year, so...
No, we're super happy with that. Look, coming in being second, that was a real fluke. Just being consistent, I suppose, get you there.
Podium at Bathurst, you'd never would have expected to get a podium at Bathurst.
No way. This shows that driving consistent and staying out of trouble is the key. Practice isn't everything, but it does show, though, a bit of practice can help.
I think Bathurst was the most you've ever practiced.
I think we did maybe half an hour.
That's what I mean, it was the most you've practiced.
Yeah, that was just before the race. But before today...
Sorry, Hayden, we just
Dave Oliver and Marty Carroll getting into it. Carroll managing to get by and pulling away. Go up to 10th and 11th. This is the last spot in the top 10. A car that we wouldn't have thought would be anywhere near top 10 with the Takeo Blue number 35. And a car that probably deserved the top 10 with the pace they've shown in pre-qual. The 01 lit Oz NZ red car. They're going to fight it out to the death for that final spot in the 10. I want to say a big thanks to Jake Burton. I know we give him a lot of stick, but he's done an awesome job in regards
Mitchell has a massive moment behind Jake, sorry.
You know, he does a great job on all the videos and things like that he's done, also helping us out with commentary and that as well. So he's done an amazing job, and I know that he's put in a lot of hard work, and he's been procrastinating so much on an exam that he's got tomorrow at school. So good job for procrastinating, mate. I'm proud of you.
Good battle for 7th and 8th at the moment.
Not wrong.
It is.
I was going to ask
if Mitch talking on the radio at all, or is he just concentrating this then?
No, he got booted just as he left the pits. I thought his internet dropped, but that hasn't dropped yet.
He actually, don't know how he got kicked from the server, but anyway.
And he's not replying to...
Eyes forward. So he won't be happy now that he's been passed, so he's now back in 8th position.
But sitting on the grid for the start of this race, he hadn't done one lap today, nor had he done a lap with a race set yet.
We mentioned that last night. The amount of practice he done was the warm-up to qualifying, and he couldn't find a setup until qualifying started that he was happy with. So done a pretty good job to start 7th and be 8th overall when you think about the lack of practice he've done in comparison to pretty much every other car in the field.
But then you look at the front of the field, the people that do practice, you do see a good yield in it.
Yep, exactly right. Well, Hayden, we'll let you go, mate. Congratulations
Thanks a lot,
on great result for the rest of the season. We'll no doubt, well, I'll help you out with strategy next year.
Sweet. Let's get up there.
You'll need it. See you, mate.
Catch you.
First back to second now, 2.9 seconds as Phil Sell is about to start lap number 98. We have we've got 16 laps to go. I can't count today. Doing a brilliant job.
Actually, I can't take my eyes off this battle between Jake Burton and Mitchell Ciolic. These two are driving unbelievably well at the moment, nose to tail. Ciolic has a little look, thinks better of it.
Tell you what, the Lit Oz NZ team, big round of applause to those guys. They've done such a good job. Their aim at the start of this year was to make, when the broadcast started, I know Jeremiah's aim was to make a broadcast split. He finally did that this year, and now they're pushing on to potentially a top 10 as Jake tries to weave and break the draft. Doesn't work that easy. We'll jump on board with Mitch for the rest of this lap. Love this camera angle. See the elevation changes at this fantastic track. Oof.
An unbelievable camera shot, isn't it, Jay? Showing
I love it.
they could do as Mitch did give him a little bit of a punt through the Honda hairpin.
I thought, oh no, Jack's going to get turned here, but good driving from both. I love a little bit of argy-bargy, a little bit of push and shove, especially when they're fighting for a really, really important position. Get a top 10 in one of these massive races is a pretty big achievement, so like both guys to get a top 10, but unfortunately the way it's panning out, both won't be able to. But the 031 of Dave Baxter gets out of the way.
Yeah, we've only 14 laps remaining. Pretty sure everyone's fueled. I noticed Reece Goldfinch had to get out of that battle he was in. They had to go to pit lane for another splash of fuel. Another thing we should mention, Jay, is the battle for the final podium position is still not over. PJ Sterigos is doing absolutely everything he can to catch Ian aboard. The lap times have been pretty similar between the two of them.
Yeah, they're virtually the same lap times that they're punching out. Every lap time, people take 2/10 one way or the other, but pretty much all of them doing the same. Or one will lose 2/10, the other one will gain 2/10 the next time by. So there's nothing between them, and I think PJ's fresh tyres right at the end of this stint may make the difference. But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, just having a look. PJ ended on lap 86.
Oh, sorry, Brooksy. The 842 dropped a massive amount of time. It was in 6th position, now dropped back to 8th, behind McLeod. See if we can find it in the GT Omega replay exactly what has happened. Okay, solo incident at Honda Hairpin. Just running a little bit too deep, went straight ahead on the runoff and almost looped it, trying to continue on, and he's dropped the 2 spots. So now he's going to put a lot of pressure on Mitchell McLeod.
Yeah, Mitch has just been relieved of the pressure from Tony Aldridge a couple of laps ago, and now he's got a heap of pressure from Brock Salmon, I reckon, to the end of this race.
Massive pressure there. Gap out in front now, 3.8 seconds. So Phil Sell with one hand on the Championship Cup now. Now there's been a change as well for P10. Biolak now in 10th, 11th, back to Jake Burton. So change of position that we missed. Sorry about that. One of the cars in the background having a bit of a whoopsie-doo. Not exactly sure who that was.
I think it was Jeff Gauci, HCR 886 car. And so I believe we've got Sandman in the box.
Hello, Sandman.
G'day, boys.
You couldn't miss the last 10 laps with us.
No, I couldn't. Shaping out to be a bit of a cracker.
Your race actually hasn't been too bad, mate. You've done pretty well.
Oh,
considering
you
where you were. Oh. Yeah, what's the go with Muggo parking the car, mate?
You guys must have missed our incident when we were in and about 15 laps ago or something. We were running in 11th position, decided to make a pit stop, and as I was turning towards pit entry, Korolev had a spin in front of us and we made heavy contact with Korolev in the pit lane.
Oh no.
Destroyed the car, gave us about 4 minutes of damage. We tried to do just a little bit of repair work, got the car back out, and wasn't good enough, unfortunately. The car was destroyed.
Well, probably a endurance campaign for you to forget then, mate.
No, you're not wrong.
Well, next year, mate. Next year. We'll see you up the front, pointy end. Top split every round, mate. Oh, jeez, this isn't going to work. Fonty and Dave Oliver. 17th, 18th. Oh, Fonty way wide, trying to get around a lap car, the inside of Stoner Corner. Wowee. That's scary. Oh, Fonty. And now he's going to have to give up this spot to Dave Oliver, who'll get up the inside after a little bit of a whoopsie-doo from Fonty. Now, McLeod still a lot of pressure after that little whoopsie from Brock Salmon. He's now putting massive amounts of pressure on Mitchell McLeod. McLeod thought he had a little bit of a breather, but obviously not. How are the track conditions out there, Sam?
Oh, mate, loved it. Our car was perfect. The track was awesome. You know, we couldn't have been happier. Both Muggo and I were just commenting on just how happy and comfortable we were So much so that I double stinted. That's how confident Muggo was keeping me in the car.
I'm actually shocked. Nothing against you, Sam, man. I love you, but shocked that you double stinted.
Yeah, to be honest, I am too. And Muggo was absolutely wrapped with the times and the car. It was just, it's the car. The car was so good. It made me a better driver. And yeah, the track conditions are great. The car was great. And, you know, we were in P11. It just wasn't meant to be.
Oh, if you can keep that combination together next year, mate, I think you'll have a little bit more luck on your side because you've got rid of all the bad luck this year.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Well, we still going at it here with the Synergy Sim Racing car, Dave Oliver and Scott Fontaine in the Mad Cow. That cow, I don't think it's a cow, I think it's a bull the way it's trying to get through here now.
Yeah, Fonzie's been pretty keen to do this race. He's been eyes forward, been practicing heaps.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's going to do the crossover.
Oh, and of course these two, I got a spun car there.
Spun just ahead, which is Marty Carroll.
Marty Carroll, yeah.
Dropped a couple of spots too from that.
Probably should bring to the viewers' attention, Scott Fountain and Dave Oliver, with our alliance with the SSR guys, we're actually teammates, so we'll share knowledge anyway, so hopefully they don't come together too hard.
We've got 9 laps to go when Phil Cell crosses the line. Well, we might have to eat our words, Brooksy. Strategy somehow has worked.
Oh mate, that safety car played a huge part, there's no denying that. Yeah, they needed that basically. Bo kind of said that they were betting that there was going to be a safety car. If there wasn't, their race was done.
I think there was always going to be at least one safety car. There is still a potential for one more to absolutely mix it up. Who knows?
Yeah, well,
I don't know. Do you know?
No.
Do you know, Sam, man?
Well, one more would bring it down right back into the championship
here we go.
contention, wouldn't it?
McLeod. Oh, he's going to hold it around the outside through one into Southern Loop. He's going to do it.
Oh, it's not over yet.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
You can't
Salmon's
do that.
holding on.
I cannot state how slippery it is out there where Salmon was.
And you can't do it through Stoner. It's hard side by side through here.
Oh, no, they're gonna
need
do
a lot
it.
of trust from both drivers. Great
Yeah,
job
he
from
got it.
Salmon. He's going to get up the inside. He's going to have to give him some space. But look at the broom. That's great. Oh, Mitch just needs to get the power down. Oh, will he think of it? No, he's too far back to dive now.
That is great racing
Oh, but he's
from the
made a
parent.
mistake. Salmon's done a wiggle, so he's gone up the racetrack.
Oh, who's going to give here? Blue White and Hayshed doesn't work, boys.
No.
Cloud has to
Salmon's
yield.
got the racetrack.
Wow. Oh,
This isn't
Hold
over.
on. It's not over.
Lap side by side at Phillip Island. You won't see better driving than that, guys. Side by side, leaving plenty of space for each other.
That was awesome.
That's what two drivers that have respect for each other can do. Or if the guys didn't get along, they would have been a little bit closer and not as much room given, but we've got 7 laps to go. 8 laps to go, sorry. Also now with a 5.5 second lead, currently the leader, and now massive odds to win this championship now. Richard Hampstead in P2. Fantastic drive from where they ended up with that internet dropout for John Latham. I'm pretty sure they thought their race was done. I know I thought their race was done, but somehow they've popped back out in P2. I don't know how.
Yeah, that's once again, Jay, it was that safety car come at the right time for them. They were fully fueled and were able to gain a lot of positions with that safety car.
Ian Ford, great drive from him and his teammate Ben Smith. Ben Smith did a really good job in his stint. Very aggressive at the right times and done a really good job. So regardless of if they can pull this podium off or not, they should be very proud with their result in this race. They've done really well.
Yeah, exactly. Ian Ford's pace has been as good as anyone else out there tonight. And of course, he built that huge margin in the first stint to lead a large portion of this race. So well done to those guys. There's a very good pairing with Benjamin Smith, pretty much on par with time with being forward. So very strong combination.
Fourth position is PJ Sturgis, Matthew Hill in the number 10 TTL car. These guys have done a really good job, and you could tell when we had Hilly in the box earlier, he was over the moon to be in the position that they're in. So I don't think they expected to be anywhere near as close to the podium as they are. So I know those guys will be very, very happy, and it looks like my maths are right. They will finish second or third in the Enduro Championship, which is pretty good. As Hayden said when he was in the box before, consistency has been key for this Endurance Championship.
Oh, it certainly has, hasn't it? And how can you go wrong? You got Hilly, veteran of the V8 Supercar, and then you got PJ's. I think you were saying last night, has actually now won an official race in every single car that iRacing has on offer. So
every single one.
That's a huge effort from for anyone. So yeah, great combination, and I reckon you'll see these two back in the car together next year.
Yeah, I think so too. They've been a really, really strong pairing, and I think PJ is enjoying this car a lot more than he used to, or has done previously. We saw Hilly say that PJ's done most of the work with setups and things like that. And that's pretty good commitment too. As you said, the start of the race was 3 a.m. for him this morning, so he's doing pretty good for a Sunday morning, getting up at 3 or staying up and doing an all-nighter and still going on. No, I couldn't do it.
I've got to give a shout out to TTL. Their strategy in these Enduros is impeccable. These guys are really in the hunt at Bathurst as well on strategy terms. And Hampstead, I think, had some problems in his car. But the TTL strategy, whoever's doing their strategy back in the garage does a really good job of that.
Yeah, I actually don't know who does their strategy. I think they wing it as they're going along. But fifth at the moment, at this stage, looking like he'll finish P2 in the championship. Madison down. Unbelievable how close this championship is. 2 or 3 points separating the guys at the end of this race, which is absolutely amazing. But great drive from Madison, and his teammate Sean Kelly has done a really, really good job in this race. I think qualifying back in ninth is what's actually hurt those guys.
Yeah, I can't really put my finger on what's caused them to be back in fifth. I know they had a bit longer of a pit stop at the end there with the driver change to Sean Kelly, but I think it has to be the safety car. The safety car really come at the wrong time for him, with Sean Kelly having to go back out.
Yeah, well, I don't think it killed them. It just didn't advantage them as much as it did other cars, with 5 laps to go for Phil Sarnell as he crosses the line. The car that probably benefited a little bit more out of that stable was Tony Orchard's TTR Black car. Managed to pull a bit of a gap over McLeod from that battle they had earlier. They've done a really good job in the TTR Black with Michael Healy and Orchardge.
Yeah, well, they have. They've been consistently the entire race up around the top 5. I think they even led some laps at one stage, so hats off to them. Very consistent, the pair of those guys. So
behind those guys is another TTR car, the TTR Red Entry Brock Salmon, and the Super Sub, as you've called him, Jake Maloney. Done a really, really good job. These guys have just put it in about where Jake said they were happy to be. Top 7 was what they wanted, and at the moment they're in 7th.
Yeah, exactly. They're hitting all their expectations, which is great. They would have had a 6, a little mistake a couple of laps ago by Brock, but it's probably another one. I think they may have ran pretty much the same strategy as Addison and Sean Kelly in the UKS machine. So, like you said, the safety car didn't necessarily hurt them, just didn't advantage them at all.
That is next on the track is P8 car of Mitch McLeod, Hayden Dodman in the Talking Couple Cement car. This guy's had a pretty good race. Stayed out of trouble for the first time in a long time, which is awesome to see for these guys. Both these guys have raw pace, and if we get them to commit a little bit more and actually do some practice, they might be up a lot further up the front.
Yeah, see plenty of photos on Facebook of beers being drunk, so that's their favourite pastime. Sim racing comes second.
Well, I think they usually go both hand in hand. I do believe the words truck race at 1/4 the hour are yelled all the time. I can confirm that rumour. Usually about 13 minutes past the hour, you hear the words truck race and everyone jumps in. So that's how it works over at Talking.
That's where you're going to spend your retirement, Jay.
I do love a truck race, so we'll quickly run through the remainder of this top 10, then we'll go to another battle that's starting to brew. We've got 9th place, Team Kelly, number 51, Kane Kugamea, Tyson Williams. These guys have pretty much been the dark horse pick to get a top 10. They've been really consistent all week, and they've done a really, really good job. So congratulations to these guys if they can hold off this top 10. Thoroughly deserved.
Cheers. Check out Lee Day putting on a fair bit of pressure with Jake Burton.
Yeah, he's really all over the back of, I think Lee Day's tyres might be a bit younger than Jake's at this stage of the race.
Actually, believe it or not, Burton's tyres are 1 lap fresher.
Oh, well, there you go.
Now, I haven't been as focused on this whole race as you guys, but...
Oh, PJ Sturgis is in the lane. PJ Sturgis has just driven through pit lane.
Oh, that's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a bit bizarre.
Now we're
straight through
seeing
the lane. So
Marlon McMullen received a black flag.
Yeah, so there's obviously been something happen out on track with a few drivers by the looks. So not sure what's happened there, but that's actually bumped Madison down up to P4. But won't change the championship as it stands at the moment. So Sturgis only losing the 1 spot from that drive-through, which try and find out what's happened with that at the end of the race.
I've also got a message, I'm not sure if you guys can see it or not, from Mike Corliff saying Marlon McMullen was black flag 30.
Yeah, so black flag with a 30-second hold penalty. So that's a massive penalty for something that's happened out on track.
Yeah, as we've been running through the top 10, something's happened somewhere.
Well, I'll tell you, Lee's looking pretty hungry here, Lee Day. Oh, no. Now, am I right in saying that he was on his roof a while ago?
Correct, he rolled it on one of the first laps of the race. He did end up upside down. We actually had 2 cars who have rolled it in this race.
That's an incredible comeback to be sitting in P12.
Yeah. So the 901 ended up on its lid, and also the number 82. Both cars are still in the race. The 82 is currently in 31st position, the Redefined Motorsport car. P12 for Lee Day and his teammate who hadn't done a lap until he actually jumped in the race, Justin Mutual.
Actually, I got a message not long ago from Justin apologising because he could only manage 32s.
I'd be happy to manage 32s.
I did write back and said, "You're dead to me." Nah.
You should ask him why he didn't do any practice.
Nah, great driver. Someone that hasn't done a lap of practice to be able to just jump in and punch out 32s consistently shows you the calibre of the bloke. So I was lucky we had him to call on because Maris was a late cancellation.
Yeah, we wouldn't have wished you to jump in the car. We wouldn't have wanted to do that for Paul Lee. So we're about to get the last lap of the race. We've done 497 Ks of racing. We're about to get the white flag, the last lap signal for Jared Philsell. Can't even speak anymore after almost 3 hours of racing. But this battle between Burton and Day is still going on.
How you feeling, mate? You've got a lot of ties with ANZ, and this is a pretty special day for you guys.
It is, mate. As you know, we've been battling the TTR guys for quite a few years with other drivers, and to watch Jared come up through the ranks and now take it to the guys, it is pretty special.
And let's face it, he's been absolutely unstoppable from the moment of pre-qual. His times have been absolutely amazing. He's been quick. No one's been able to stop him. And everyone thought it would probably be a recipe for what had happened today. and he's definitely showed the rest of the field. Currently at 6.6 second margin over car 1 in second place. But the most important thing is that he's leading the Phillip Island 500 and only a couple of turns to go. Yes, he's going to claim the win, but more importantly, the inaugural championship. The V8SCOPS Championship for 2015, an amazing triumph. ANZ Motorsport, he's been so strong the last half of the season, and he's really taken it to one of the beats teams on the competition, Trans-Tasman Racing, but he comes out of the last turn. He's been absolutely unstoppable. The win, and more importantly, the championship for 2015 goes to Jared Philsell.
Fantastic drive from Jared. That is an awesome result. Congratulations to Bo as well. They absolutely rolled the dice on strategy and things have just fallen into their lap. Congratulations. Well done for those guys. Madison Down about to cross the line. He'll finish second in the championship. 2 points. 3 points. I can't remember exactly the number, but it's
close?
2 or 3. How amazingly close is it in this championship when you score over 3,500 points in the championship overall and it's separated by single digits? That's absolutely amazing. So congratulations to both those guys.
Yeah, you got to take a hat
awesome
off.
effort.
Both champions in their own right, aren't they? And
Yep.
just the way the season unfolded with Madison having a great start to the season. Like Sammy just mentioned, Jared come home really strong. We just have to shoot away to
Side-by-side contact between 3 cars across the start-finish line. I think Jake Burton has got the position. Finish 11th.
Yeah.
The official margin is 7/100ths of a second. Nothing.
After 500 kilometres.
Yep, not bad. The last car to finish the race on the lead lap. Just across the line, just before Philsell. That's Scott Fontaine in the Mad Cow. They're finishing in 15, so 15 cars finishing on the lead lap, which is an awesome achievement in itself. So congratulations to all the drivers in this event. It has been absolutely fantastic, but congratulations Jared Philsell on picking up the overall win. Well done to him. It's been a fantastic season overall. Thoroughly deserved championship and also endurance title.
And the best part is, he's not going to need these rear tyres anymore, so watch what he does to him.
That's a good sign seeing Madison come up alongside and give it a real congratulation. Jared, it's a huge amount of respect between those guys, and we've seen some great side-by-side battles, and I don't think they've really exchanged paint all year, so well done to the pair of them.
How's it feel, Brooksy?
It feels good, mate. It does feel good. It lifts the whole team, as you know, Sam, man, and gives the whole team a bit more confidence to push even harder now.
I'll tell you what, thinking books. First championship for ANZ?
Yeah, they've been racing champions wins and that, but this is the first overall championship. I think the closest we got was Ruggia and Suzuka that time with Madison Down.
Where Sandman burst everyone's eardrums. So well, good to see that my head got a win as well. So I actually think I'm the winner, Brooksy, because I finished ahead of your drivers. So I'll take the win for this race. Congratulations. We'll run through the results for this race. Jared Philsell picking up the win, 5.2 seconds in the end over Richard Hampstead. Congratulations to Ian Ford and also to Ben Smith for their third position in the ERA Demidov Innovations Cup. Madison Down, Sean Kelly in fourth in the TTR UKS car. PJ Sturgios in fifth with Matthew Hill. Great drive from both of those guys overall in the Endurance Cup, and fingers crossed we'll see both those guys teamed up together next year.
Jared doesn't need that engine anymore either.
No.
Tony Hortridge teaming up with
he now owns that car.
Michael Healy. They finished in sixth position. Seventh position goes to Brock Salmon and to Jake Maloney. Great job from those guys. 8th position to Mitchell McLeod, Hayden Dodman. 9th position, Kane Kugamia and Tyson Williams. 10th position. Congratulations to the Lit Oz NZ guys for Mitchell Ciolak and Jeremiah Morton getting inside the top 10. Fantastic achievement.
Yeah, over the page, Jake Burton in the Daco Motorsport car. These guys did really well in 11th position. Lee Day, Justin Rigia, good comeback, so to speak, after being rolled into the 12th. Jake Blackwell in the Evolution Racing Australia 13th. Scott Fountain and Richard Elwood in the Mad Cow car come home 14th. 15th went to Brent Hobson of Synergy Sim Racing. And that was the last car on the lead lap. 16th, Marty Carroll and SDC Motorsports. Dean O'Brien in 17th. 18th went to Jason Dixon. Joshua Rogers come home in 19th. And Rhino Sutherland, who I believe hasn't been to bed yet either. He's in America, 20th position.
Go over the page once again. Matt Morris in the Lit Oz NZ blue entry, 21st. Scott Connors, Josh Burden in the number 4 GT Omega JFF car. Last car 1 lap down, 2 laps down to the number 9 GTI Multi 21 entry, Will Dodd and Luke Everton. ARA Way of Life, Blake Coppo and Craig Jones in the 111. Then we've got the 051 Daryl Gale and Mitch Abril in the Man Cave Motorsports entry. Next one, the HTR 1 entry, the 002 of Matt Jones and Tony Janoski. Butchered that name again, sorry to Tony. ARB Team Simulated. Next in 27th position, Peter Sadler and Nick Heusler at the wheel of that one. Laser Racing JFF, Jason Bentz and Michael Hammond in 28th position. HTR in the 886. We've got Jeff Gauci and Paul Cicuti in 29th position. 30th position, the car that rolled right at the start of the race. Redefined Motorsport, Heath Brennan and Scott Party.
And to round out the race in 31st, Matthew Ross Munro racing with Corey Slade in the Daco Green car. Kevin Overeem in 32nd with the Lit Australia New Zealand Green. GT Multi 21 car of Marlon McMullen, and I'm drawing a blank on who Marlon's teammate was.
Caleb
I think
Jordan.
it was Caleb Jordan, yep. They were in 33rd position, the Synergy Sim Racing car of Michael Schreier. They were in 34th. Reece Goldfinch, the other Synergy Sim Racing car, just behind in 35th. Michael Ford from Evolution Racing Australia in 36th. 37th went to Corey Preston. David Baxter in 38th. Your teammate, Sam Josh Muggleton, 39th position. And Joshua Beecroft in 40th.
The last page, last couple of cars, we have Mike Koroloff and Daz Buchanan in the OSR car. Then we have Wayne Burke and Todd Parks. Unfortunately, they were out very, very early, only 13 laps in. 42nd and 43rd position, Aaron Hamilton. And he had the late call up with Paul Gorrell, but they only lasted 8 laps, unfortunately. That's the entire field. Chat to some drivers, I think. That's the most exciting bit of this race. Yeah, we might start in reverse this time, I think. Who have we got? We've got, we'll bring Ian Ford in first. Have you got us there, Ian? Okay, better let you talk. Okay, Ian. How are you, mate? Congratulations on the podium.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was such an interesting race that panned out in the way we expected at the end, so that's always a good thing.
Strategy was key, mate. Was that big plan in how you went about this race?
We didn't really have a plan to going in. We didn't even know fuel numbers. We sort of threw the setup together with about 15 minutes of practice to go, and, we all came to a decision that we should run it. And, about halfway through the race, we just decided to pit in and try and make it into a one-stop race, if logically there's no safety cars, all that sort of thing. So that sort of worked out for us when the safety car did come out, because it put us back up in the pointy end with fair bit of clear air.
Yeah, your teammate was pretty amazing. He was nice and consistent and really aggressive when he needed to be. Pretty impressed with how he went.
Yeah, definitely impressed. He's surely one of the best co-drivers out there. We punched out pretty much the same lap times all stint long, every stint. And you know, I'm not going to embarrass him by saying what he managed to mess up during that race because it all came out right in the end. But you know, I'm sort of happy that he screwed up in the first stint that he did, just for the fact that we probably would have been on a completely opposite strategy compared to what we ended up on. So yeah, definitely thanks to Smitty and the boys in the team for getting everything organised this week.
Well, congratulations, mate. Well done. A podium in this endurance campaign's been pretty good, and you've done a fantastic job throughout this entire season. You should be very, very proud.
Yeah, thank you. Can't wait to see the points and hopefully ended up in the top 5, 4, 3, wherever I am. You know, that sort of thing. This third place has definitely done us justice compared to considering what happened at Bathurst. So, you know, we're going to be partying all night long, and hopefully we'll rock up for the Monday night race tomorrow with a, you know, fair bit of alcohol in our systems.
Well done, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
We'll go next to second and third. We'll
there another one.
We'll drag Richard Hampstead in. He's having a bit of a chat amongst everyone else, and we just surprised him. And we've got John Latham in as well. G'day, boys.
How you going, guys?
Very good, mate. Now, congratulations on the second. I'm pretty sure you were thinking the same as us, that your race was over when John had that internet drop out.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was pretty gutted when he dropped out because we were going to pit in about 2 or 3 laps anyway. So yeah, that I thought our race was over, but you know, we kept going with it. When he dropped out, the car just reset to pits and it already had full tank and fresh tires and stuff. So we just went. So we only lost about 40 seconds through that, honestly, because we came out about 20 seconds off the lead, but a lap down, but a pit stop up on everyone. So, and at the end of the day, honestly, I think it helped us with strategy. I think we were probably better off that way, how the safety car played out and everything, than if we had a normal race almost.
Yeah, it was a bit of a scary moment for me though, because I actually had a power cut. So yeah, I lost all power to the whole house, and I've kind of haven't been able to get back on. I'm like, oh no, what's going on? So yeah, I was glad Richard could get back in there and put some laps down. So that's good.
Overall, the endurance campaign hasn't been overly successful for you guys. I mean, you've been there or thereabouts, but bad luck's fallen in your way. Just another race where bad luck's sort of fallen in your way, but in a bizarre way, it's helped you out.
Yeah, I think it's very lucky for us. I think we I don't think we really had super car pace. We didn't really put too much work into the setup, only really kind of during pre-qualifying. But I think, yeah, luckily Richard could drive a KFC bucket, but we just did the best we could, and we came out with a second. So I'm happy with that.
Well, congratulations on a great series overall, John. I'm pretty sure you're going to get. Last time I looked and added up the points in the top 10 from what I can gather, and have a top 3.
Yep.
Awesome. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you,
yeah,
Jay.
Cheers,
Thanks for all your work too, mate.
Pleasure.
Part of the reason why I started racing, trying to get to the top split, was you guys were broadcasting it, so thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jay.
Pleasure. No problem at all. I've thoroughly enjoyed it, so thank you very much for your support ongoing as well.
And thanks. Can I just thank Pagnian as well for supporting us this whole year, and it's great to have them on board, and also having PJ come on too. That was a great asset. So yeah, cheers, and thanks for OSR for running the whole thing, and all the people that really put effort in behind the scenes. It really couldn't go on without you. So thank you for that.
Yeah, John, I know who those people are. So. Of course, you could do with some KFC, Hampstead. So, we actually joked about that during the race, Hampstead. So, it's okay. Everyone knows.
I'm starving. Like, I haven't eaten since like 4 p.m.
You have to go and get a zinger.
Open. Nah, it's closed.
Oh no.
I know.
We'll go next to Madison Down and Sean Kelly. Great job overall, guys. Not quite enough pace to get there, but 4th overall. Well done.
Yeah, not too bad in the end, but yeah, a little disappointing to lead half the race there, and not come away with it. The strategy just didn't fall our way, and we had a few things happen towards the end of the race that didn't quite go our way. But gotta say a big congratulations to Jared. Remarkable driving in the second half of this season. He has been without a doubt the fastest driver, car, team, whatever you want to say. He I can make all the excuses in the world for this round, but even with the stuff that we had happen, I don't think we would have had anything for him, and he thoroughly deserved it. He was easily the quickest car out there today, so well done to Jared. I was saying before, he deserves a championship. This is the first one he's won in the V8, I believe, and probably was the best driver not to have won one before, so well done to Jared. But also got to say big thanks to Sean as well for stepping in. He really didn't want to. Massive amount of pressure, and he didn't put a foot wrong all day. He drove perfectly and was about as quick as me as well. I think our pace was pretty similar, so thanks Sean as well. And finally, just thanks some sponsors as well. Ultimate Karting Sydney supporting us, Hybrid Racing Simulations also supporting us, but also series sponsors with GT Omega supporting this Enduro Cup. It's great to see those guys jumping on board as well, and also V8 Online Broadcasting, OSR running it, and finally big thanks to you, Jay. I know you're stepping aside at the end of this season, and everything you've done for the last 4 years means a lot. Like I know for instance for UKS, they watch a lot of these broadcasts and they appreciate it massively and always comment on the professionalism of it, and I know you're a big part of that over the years, so thanks a lot, Jay.
Been my absolute pleasure, Matt, and it's been a pleasure to have you as part of it too. I know if it wasn't for our broadcast, you may not have got that special drive at Homebush a couple of years ago. So it's great to be a part of everything involved in this, and there's been some amazing things that have happened because of this. So thank you for everything.
Yeah, absolutely. V8's Online actually convinced me to, as you said, compete in the Race to Reality, and of course that was the start of a very big story for me. So a lot of stuff's happened with V8's Online, and they've done a lot for the community and done a lot for me over the years as well. So yeah, big thanks to you, Jay, starting it all. Great to see.
Been my absolute pleasure. We'll go to Sean next. Sean hasn't been able to get a word in because Mad likes to talk a lot.
Hey guys.
Well done, mate. You thoroughly deserved that result. Finishing fourth. You probably deserved the podium with the way you drove in that stint that you had.
Yeah, no, cheers. First of all, congrats to Jared. Awesome job, especially in the later half of this year. And going into it, we knew he'd be a very well-deserved champion, and he pulled it off. So yeah, massive congrats to him. Also thanks to Madison, because I didn't really feel the pressure too much because Madison's just got such a great attitude towards racing, and we know how motorsport is, and we just got a good level on the stuff. So it was really easy partnering with Madison, and it didn't quite fall our way, but we'll learn from it and maybe try and come back a bit stronger next year too, all of us.
I want to give a bit of a special thanks to you, Sean, for all your hard work behind the scenes. I know you've got some special things to help out V8's Online and help out the broadcast side of things and the graphics side for the series next season. So I think everyone will be very, very excited about what's coming ahead, especially in regards to graphics and cool little features that we're going to have for next season.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah, it's looking pretty good. Not too much revealed yet, but there's a whole lot of people spread right throughout the community putting their fingers and stuff, and wrapping about this community. There's a lot of help right through from the bottom to the top, and obviously huge thanks to you, Jay, because you just made this journey pretty awesome for us all, and thanks to RSR, and onwards and upwards, and next year is looking to be even better than this year, if that's believable, I think so. And thanks to RSR, and thanks to TTR and Ultimate Karting Sydney, and thanks to Hybrid Racing Simulations, and thanks to all the drivers out there. Always I just love being on the same bit of tarmac as each and every one of them.
Thanks, well done, mate. Congratulations. Well, before we go to the race winners, we'll go to Simon Black next. Simon, thank you for this amazing series that you've helped put on. I know the amount of work that you've done in the background, so I want to thank you personally for everything that you've done for this series, so thank you.
You're very welcome, Jay. Good evening, guys. Well, that was a very entertaining race, wasn't it?
It certainly
I think
was.
understatement. Understatement.
I guess we'll take this opportunity. to say a big thank you to V8s Online and thank you to Jay for all of your help and support. And, been a good sounding board, and we've had a lot of fun together as well. So thank you very much for all your dedication, Jay. And that goes pretty much for the same with all the guys at V8s Online and all of the guys that help put it on as well, and in the Facebook group and everything. Doesn't happen without all of their input and help. So thank you to everybody. But this would probably be a good time if we can do a bit of a virtual presentation to the winners of the third round of the GT Omega Cup and the winner of our 2015 season, our V8SCOPS champion, Jared Fusel. Jared, you there, buddy?
Yeah, mate.
Virtual trophy for you, Chav. Awesome job.
Congratulations, mate. Well done. How does it feel to actually have won it?
Pretty unbelievable, actually. To win the race and to win the championship, well, have to win the race to do it. That was very hard in its own right. And after those first few laps with Bo getting moved around a bit, I thought we were up against it for sure.
Now, Brooksy and I were calling it the worst strategy decision ever. We take that back. You guys are geniuses.
It was a bit of a line ball call whether it was going to work or not. We knew a safety car was coming, so yeah, I'm not sure. You'd have to ask Henry about that. He was the one who called it.
Actually, it was me that called the safety car. I was the only one that knew when it was coming, so...
Well, the strategy, I mean.
Oh, the strategy.
Yeah.
Right, there you go. Yeah, Bo, how much pressure did you honestly have for this race, mate?
Oh, there was a little bit of pressure. I mean, I felt like I definitely carried Jared through that race. It was just unbelievable. But no, it was really, really a pretty nervous start. Just wanted to keep it out of trouble, and I could only really find trouble for those first few laps. So, given that it's a bogey track for me, it was all about just bringing the car home in one piece. So I was just letting people go, attempted a fuel-saving strategy, and almost got there, but yeah, a little bit worried at the start. It all worked out.
Now, obviously, you're pretty relieved it's over because I don't know if you guys realise you two actually have won the Enduro Cup as well. So congratulations, boys.
Wow, congratulations, guys.
Cheers. I honestly wouldn't have thought that we would have won that after the unfortunate round at Bathurst, but it's good to come away with that as well, especially to give Bo some raps for that. Couldn't have done it without him.
Yeah, no, it was really good fun. It's always good driving with Jared, and the success of the alliance as well. I've got to thank the SSR guys as well as the ANZ guys, because I think we've come forward in leaps and bounds since we've been working on sets together and helping each other out.
Well, congratulations once again, boys. Thoroughly deserved for the overall championship, Jared, and definitely for the Enduro Cup, winning 2 of the 3 races. So congratulations, guys.
Yeah, could I give a quick shout out?
Go for it.
Give a quick shout out to SimWorks for supporting us all season. Well, somewhat of a season. And I can't thank Brooksy enough. Some may not know. My wheel actually died mid-season, so he actually shipped his G27 to me. So I couldn't have done it without him, especially.
No problems, mate. This is more thanks than what anyone deserves. So I'm just glad you're able to come through and win.
Well, you did say you better win it now.
Yeah, I did actually. It was a veiled threat there, yeah.
Oh, congratulations, boys. You got anything you want to add, Bo?
Oh, I just want to know where my wheel is, Brooksy.
Mate, you can have me Fanatec one now.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate that. Just thank you, guys. V8's Online. Jay, I'm sure I'll get to see your pretty face around anyway, being in the same town.
I'm sure you will, mate. I'm sure you will.
It's always a pleasure.
See you loitering around doing nothing as always.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. Potato gems.
I've actually forgot someone. I have to thank Simon as well throughout the season before this alliance. He really helped me with setup in the first part of the season. I couldn't have done it without him as well. He's been really great with setup. He actually provided somewhat of a setup tip tonight that actually it worked unbelievably. So I couldn't have to thank Simon for that.
Hey, welcome, champion.
Well, I think we haven't got much left with you guys, we might go to... Who have we got left? Seb? We'll go to Marty Atkins, who was looking after race control. Mike Koroleff as well. Mike, not a great race for you, mate.
No, it wasn't. We were sort of out there just wanting to travel around, stay out of trouble, and have a bit of fun doing it. But yeah, unfortunately, yeah, well, I had a little trip in a straight line. Got a car moved across in front of me, and well, not in front of me, beside me, and I came off worst. So that was a real shame. Daz did a great job in the endurance rounds, and something I just love. I love doing endurance racing, even though I'm not that quick. And Daz qualifies a car and we're getting out there. But yeah, not the best night. But oh well, that's how it is.
Race control, Marty. All a little bit of action at the end there. We're not sure exactly what happened. We saw PJ Sturgis do a drive through the lane. Was there a penalty at the end?
Yeah, there was, mate. We had a look at it, and yeah, we thought that it was warranted. So there was more than 3 people that looked at it. So.
What incident was that one? We weren't exactly sure what the incident was. I don't think we saw it. So,
coming into Honda, he turned around. I think it was Jason Dickinson.
Yeah, the 005 STC car, I think it was.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, he just came up behind him, and yeah, we looked at it how we thought it was, but obviously they didn't agree. But that's the way it goes.
There was also a penalty for Marlon McMullen. We didn't catch that one either towards the end.
Yeah, that was going through Siberia. He turned a car around. He received a drive-through, which he ignored. He got 3 more warnings. Then a drive-through with a 30-second hold. Then he ignored that again. So 2 laps later, he got a black flag with a 1-lap penalty.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Don't cross Marty. Lesson for everyone for next year. Don't cross Marty. I keep saying Mike's got the big stick, but Marty's got the stick.
I didn't stick out. Mike was busy, so.
Yeah. Marty's saying he's you mess with the bull, you get the horns. So.
Yeah, it's in a different way though, isn't it? There.
Yeah, that's the PG version.
All right, we might wrap it up. Thanks, guys, for all your hard work behind the scenes. I know how much hard work you've put in this year, so thank you very much, you guys at OSR. Appreciate it so very much.
Well, thank you too, Jay, and just from myself and the rest of the guys at OSR, they probably said it, but thanks for all the work that V8s Online have done, that you in particular have done right from the outset for the sim racing community and for the betterment of it. I think you've made something here that is truly legendary and just unheard of really before. You've done a great job. You've been a stalwart all the way.
Well, don't worry, Sandman's trying to do that.
But I've seen you, Bathurst. You've got the mullet for it. It'll be brilliant.
When the smoke was coming out of your car, I actually thought the pipe
through it. You've come back and given it another year. Best of luck in your retirement. Although it could be a bit of a Dame Nellie Melba. I reckon you'll be back at some stage.
I'm not doing a Farnsy too. I don't worry, Sandman's trying to do that.
But I've seen you, Bathurst. You've got the mullet for it. It'll be brilliant.
When the smoke was coming out of your car, I actually thought the pie warmer had overheated.
Thanks for all you've done, Jay, and it's really
my pleasure.
Well done, mate. Certainly with the family and the young family, which I have had the pleasure of meeting. Sure, you've got to put your time in there, but what you've done is fantastic, and I hope everybody else can keep it going for you. Come back one day and do the odd chat.
Yeah, come in and team speak, mate. Don't be a stranger.
I'll come over and have a chat, but I might actually do a race every now and again.
Jay, can I just say another quick couple of thank yous if I could?
Go for it, mate.
Behind the scenes who've helped in all sorts of various ways, whether it be V8s Online or the OSR guys, the guys in the forum, and so thank you to everybody for all of their help. Thank you to all the drivers who took part. It wouldn't be a great Fierce series without all of them, so thank you very much. Thanks to all the guys that helped behind the scenes at OSR in admin and planning and everything. A big thank you to GT Omega for supporting us and supporting the GT Omega Cup. It's been a brilliant series from my perspective, so I hope they were happy with it as well, and we were a good fit with them, and we really appreciate their support. Thank you very much. And finally, I'd like to say a quick reminder about our Kids with Cancer Foundation fundraiser, and if anybody feels like they could donate a few bucks to them, they're a brilliant cause and they do a great job helping families with very sick kids, so anything you could donate would be fabulous, and links to that are on our Facebook or on the website and on V8s Online, so please go and donate whatever you can. And yeah, finally, thanks to you guys at V8s Online. Awesome job, and thank you very much, Jay.
Oh, it's been my pleasure. I've absolutely loved the last 4 years, so thank you for everyone. I did my shout-outs before, so I'm not going to go through them all again. So thank you to everyone for all of your support, especially to you, Sandman, for basically being the easiest person to help me out in commentary to get me started. So when I first started, I did it solo for so long, and I found it very, very hard to get through every week flying solo, but you're the first person to put your hand up and dedicate yourself to it every week, and I've thoroughly enjoyed your friendship from it, so thank you.
Thank you, mate. If I can get through this without tearing up. To be honest, you are a major key of why I'm at V8s Online. You're right. I think our chemistry when we started was pretty good, and we hit on something special, and I enjoyed it from the very get-go, mate. And to be honest, you not having your involvement with V8s Online wouldn't have me here. And half the reason of me coming back and stepping back into the series was because of the new format, the V8SCOPS format. There was a lot of pressure for everyone at V8s Online, not just me, but everyone behind the scenes, Seb, yourself, when we were a week in, week out broadcast. So the new format, and then having a chat to you, I know a lot of people probably out of the inner circle of V8s Online don't know the conversations we had, but I begged and pleaded to get you back into the commentary box, and I said, if I can get you back, I'll come back. And yeah, now you've decided to leave us, but mate, we totally understand. Family first, and I'm absolutely honoured to stick around for V8s Online and see out another year. And V8SCOPS is an amazing championship, and I'm not going to wrap up the show because that's your job, Kennedy. But before I hand over the mic to you, mate, I want to thank yourself. You've played a major part, as everyone said, and couldn't have done it without you. I've loved every second of calling it with you, mate, and I'm going to miss you. But it'd be good. We're still going to be in touch for short shift, and like you said, we've become very good friends out of all this, and that's been awesome. So thank you. Big thanks to Seb behind the scenes. He does so much that a lot of people don't know about. And thank you, Seb, for all your work. Brooksy, for your help, mate, and congratulations on your part of the championship. And of course, Jared Philsell, that's an awesome thing to clinch the 2015 V8SCOPS championship. Our man that didn't make an appearance today, unfortunately, because of a bit of bad luck, Reese Gardner. Reese he's played a big part in V8s Online this season for V8SCOPS, and yeah, we miss you, mate. It's a shame you couldn't make it, but unfortunately just some internet dramas caught you out and couldn't be with us tonight, but you're in our thoughts, mate. Everyone who helps with V8s Online, Madison, Richard, Jake, calling the support races, they've been amazing for our championship and our broadcast. It's really just stepped us up a level. It's been great. Want to thank Simon, Mike Koroloff, everyone at Race Control and who take part with the officials and everything to have this series. It is pretty special. We're on something that's working, and you only have to look at the numbers that show up each and every week just to pre-qual. And speaking of that, you guys that I know that Simon's already touched on it, but you guys are the ones that make it happen. Everyone who pre-quals, who takes part in these races, regardless of whether you make the grid or not, just attempting and taking part in this championship is pretty special. So I know there's a couple of guys that were bummed out that didn't quite make the grid for a couple of the races, but no doubt you guys got to sit back and watch the broadcasts, and hopefully you enjoyed every lap of it, because we've enjoyed bringing it to you. They've been amazing races. It's been an amazing championship, and without the help of everyone at OSR and, of course, GT Amiga, I think we fit on something special, and 2016 is going to be absolutely amazing. So bring it on.
I'll jump in for a second here before you wrap us up, Jay. I want to express a huge thank you to you. I said this yesterday. You were the one that got me into sim racing. I still recall getting that PM from you after doing a race at Mosport, I believe it was, and you gave me a setup and then invited me to the team. And when I discovered you did the broadcast, I thought it was the most amazing thing ever. And then I got my NBN connection and offered to take this to HD, and it's been a hugely enjoyable experience. there was a time there where we were doing it 2-3 times a week, and it was a massive burnout. I know Sandman and yourself and me, we all need to step away. And then when OSR decided to put on this championship, it's a massive congratulations to those guys, what they've achieved with this year, these drivers, and to walk away with the champion on 2 points or 3 points is absolutely incredible. Super invigorated for next year. The conversations going on in the background, I know every one of our fans is going to be super excited about it, and I can't wait. And I know I'm really looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to seeing Sandman and Leo Gray back in the box together. Another stellar combination of commentators. I've worked hard to convince Leo to come back, so it's going to be good fun having him there. And bring on next year, and best of luck and everything with the future, Jay, and enjoy yourself.
I will do. Brooksy, do you want to say anything to wrap up? Because I'm sure you do.
Mate, just thanks heaps for everything. I think I say it for everyone. There's so many people in the spectator chat saying they're the reason why they're on iRacing. They're the reason why they tune in every Sundays to watch what you started. There's so many people that actually have purchased iRacing because of what you started and what you continue to do. So, from my point, hats off to you for that. Look at that fuel cell. Our championship winner actually bought iRacing, so because he saw the broadcast that you start. So what you started's got a long reach, and I hope in the future, I'm sure it will continue to have a long reach. And we can't thank you enough for what you've done, mate. So have a good retirement and watch on with interest, and hopefully might see you out on track a bit.
Probably won't see me in top split. I'm not quick enough, but I will definitely be around. You'll still see my head pop up in sessions on track, but just won't have the presence that I do now. But I want to thank every single person that has sent me a message and has popped up in the chat to say thank you so much for your support ongoing over the last 4 years. It's been an absolutely amazing journey, but it is time to wrap it up. So thank you very much to everyone who has watched. This is the end of the GT Amiga Racing Endurance Cup, the final round of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series for 2015. It will return in February next year. Congratulations go to Bo Cattell and Jared Filsell.